Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. Those that endure. Look at it all, commented Arlok in amusement. Man versus demon in an endless struggle, each giving their lives to a conflict with no rhyme or reason to it. It is merely an expansion of the conflict between two individuals that has spread far beyond the realms of a single battle. I don't care much about that, stated Laxus in annoyance. You said we'd get a chance to test out our new abilities. So why are we merely observing? Patience, my young apostle. If you truly wish to test your abilities, then you must find a suitable opponent to test them on. What good will it do killing the grunts when you already know you can do so? Look at your fellow apostles. They have already learned to wait. One of those is a freaking robot, pointed out Laxus as he pointed at BG9. I'm pretty sure it's easy for him to stay still if he's ordered to. And Miss McGarden? Laxus scoffed, glancing away from Arlok. So she's more patient than I am. So what? You must practice this too, lectured Arlok, as if speaking to an unruly child. The power granted to you by our God is a powerful one, yes, but it does not come without cost. You yourself must have realized this too. This power carries a will to it and so should be used carefully, lest you find yourself consumed completely by blind rage. We are servants of Mimiheiji, and if we let ourselves be consumed by his rage, then how can we enact his revenge with our minds clouded? Is it not the same for you? Or do you believe being reckless can help you win against Ichigo Kurosaki? Laxus snarled as his head shot back to face the man, black lightning sparking across his skin. I can beat him. Maybe, but even you have admitted that you lack the power right now. This is why you are here, why you asked to be here. You wanted experience at using the energy you couldn't fully wield the first time you fought him. Put aside your rage for now. You can keep it kindled. I'm not one to judge for not letting go of personal feelings, but you must be aware of your own strength at this current moment. He stands at a place your attacks will never reach unless you forcefully break through that wall, and the only way to do that is to gain enough control that the energy you wield can do as such. I get it already. Start on someone smaller. His eyes narrowing, Laxus glared into the distance, a small speck getting closer and closer followed by a bright light. Those look like flames, he muttered as the figure slowly began to draw nearer. This guy should be fine, right? He asked, a predatory look stuck across his face. There shouldn't be a problem here, right? By all means, indulge yourself if you believe you can win. Without needing any other words of encouragement, Laxus shot forward through the sky, leaving the group behind. Good grief, Arlok muttered to himself. He really is an impatient one, isn't he? Miss McGarden, you are confident that he will have no quarrels attacking his old allies? It's been years for us, replied Levi as she watched Laxus fly towards the figure in the distance. We don't care who we have to kill if it means getting our revenge, whether they be friend or foe. Something as weak as bonds of friendship won't even make us hesitate. Protector of the Fairies. Rolling out of the way of the whip, Levi swiped out with her staff, a row of words lining up ahead of the staff's point on her command. The blast fired accelerated right at her target, far faster than it could have reached without the accelerating words, but it wasn't quite fast enough. Her opponent still dodged it, if barely, with that ever-growing level of speed and strength that she was displaying. At first her attacks with the whip had only left cuts along the walls. Now, the walls were being torn apart from each hit. The demon's form had changed somewhat since their fight had begun, entering what she had been informed by Hibiki to be an Aetherius form. Now the demon had armor around her head and arms while feathered boots covered her legs. The demon's whip talons had only gotten that much more dangerous, and the form had drastically increased the demon's initial speed and strength. But it was the curse that was the greatest problem. Or rather the two curses. The first was extremely simple. Every second the demon's power grew. It was small, but it was there, making her stronger and stronger as the fight dragged on. The only upside was that the demon's magic consumption increased a small amount too from the look of it. Given enough time, the demon would have to hit a limit to its strengthening or begin becoming unable to sustain it for the fight's duration. A battle of endurance was one she could win if she played her cards right and kept moving. It was the second curse that was the problematic one. Every attack the demon made that did connect, even if it was a glancing hit, caused levels of pain she had never even felt before in her life. She still had a cut on her hand from when she had gotten too close when the form had first been brought out and hadn't been able to stop herself from crying out in pain. Only her own force of will had made her keep a grip on her staff and to back away, even though the pain had been so excruciating to experience. The curse, one she had been informed by her enemy to be called a sensation curse, was deadly. Even the smallest scratch could hurt more than being stabbed in the chest. Her injury had barely been anything in comparison to Nozomi. The woman had been stabbed through the stomach with her own weapon while that pain threshold had been increased. The scream her friend had let out had been unbearable to listen to, and she had done everything she could to get the demon, Kyuka it had said its name was, away from her. She didn't even know if her friend was alright. Nozomi hadn't intended to get caught by the hit, but the demon's increase in power had caught them unaware. At the time she hadn't even realized that the sensation curse existed, only that her friend was in pain. An attack like that wouldn't have killed her with the blade left in to seal the wound, but she hadn't heard anything from Nozomi when she drew the demon away once the screaming stopped. Not even a sound. But despite how much she wanted to check on her, she couldn't. Not with this demon in the way. And there lay her problem. With every second the demon would get stronger, and truth be told it would only take one solid hit to take her out of commission with the way things were going. The area was too enclosed to use Kakao. Both she and her opponent knew that, and there was no way she would be able to get somewhere large enough to bring out the spell to its full potential. The best she could do currently in a space like this with it would be to make a miniaturist version, but that would require creating the large construct first. Any small versions created would lack the raw power necessary. With raw power out of the way, all she could rely on would be her word usage. There were still many complex word spells within her grasp, some perfect for areas like this. The only question would be how fast she could deploy them against a demon as fast as this. Jumping backwards away from the swipe of the demon's extended claws, she flipped in the air as she pressed the soles of her feet against the ceiling, words to stick applying between her shoes and the stone surface. Gripping the staff tightly with one hand, the point aimed once again at the demon, she ran through all the motions with the fingers of her free hand before it was too late. She was only 3/4 of the way done when the demon attacked, even if it had only been 2 seconds at most. Leaping back down to the ground from the ceiling, she continued the chain of words she was building, miniaturized versions of the words circling her fingers as they desperately waited to be deployed. Solid script, hydro pressure cannon. Firing off water from the first word that appeared from her staff's point, the other words shooting forward and forming a thin tube towards the enemy. Levi watched briefly as the attack shot forward. The pressure of the water would ensure that the force behind it would do some serious damage if it hit. That was of course assuming it would. Like before, the demon managed to dodge at the last second, this time taking less damage than before even when faced with a stronger attack. This wasn't good. The demon was getting too fast now. Before a spell this complex would have taken longer for the demon to respond to. But currently the time between when she started her spell creation and when she had to dodge was getting shorter and shorter as the demon's speed grew faster. If enough time continued to pass, the demon would no longer be able to be hit by her attacks and would ensure that her own did make contact. Despite being outmatched in those areas, however, she didn't intend to lose. Not when the demon was showing such a smug look at her, as if the fight had already been decided. She still had hundreds of tricks up her sleeves that she could use if she wanted. So long as she could cast spells, she could always find the right chain of words for the job. She found herself unable to even finish the word, intense pain filling her chest the instant she opened her mouth. Her eyes shot towards the demon in utter confusion, doing her best to ignore the pain even as it increased every time she took a breath. She hadn't been hurt just then. So why? "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Kyuka called over mockingly, "but my curse does not make my attacks alone hurt more. I can increase the amount of pain anyone feels within a certain radius of my person, to the point that even breathing becomes an impossible task. Would you like to experience it further?" She clenched her teeth in pain as the intensity felt increased. Without realizing, her hands were tightening around the staff, gripping it so tightly that she could feel bits of the wood splintering and getting stuck to her hands. She couldn't stop herself from crying out in pain at that point, tears building around her eyes from it all. This couldn't be real. The demon could increase her sensitive to pain this much? How could she even fight if it hurt to breathe? Oh? Distracted already. Levi's eyes snapped back to the demon just in time to see Kyuka standing right before her, one hand held out ready. Leaping back, she tried to dodge before it was too late. Kyuka was faster, the demon swiping out and leaving large cuts across her chest as the claws slashed through her clothes and skin. The light armor she wore was only enough to stop them from digging in too deep, but at this point it didn't even matter. Not when it felt like she had been stabbed 100 times over. Without realizing, she had let go of her staff, her hands now pressed against the ground as she tried to push herself up. When had she fallen? She just remembered letting out a scream. Is that all? Her head was already glancing up when a foot slammed into her chest, knocking the wind right out of her and causing her to let out another scream. Ah, the demon responded happily. Music to my ears. Would you mind letting me hear that beautiful voice of yours once more? Levi didn't have a choice in the matter when she was roughly pulled to her feet by her hair, unable to stop the cry of pain that emerged from her throat as she was hoisted upwards. Now then, the demon said as she traced her other hand's claws across Levi's cheeks, causing another cry of pain to emerge from the mage. Shall we end this? Everything vanished. Levi felt the pressure on her hair vanish along with the pain, and she barely managed to get her footing in time before she fell. Only she could no longer see her opponent, nor hear anything around her. It was like she had lost every single one of her senses bar touch, the latter the one sensation she wished to lack the least right now. This would have been the best time to attack while she was on her feet, only she had no idea where her opponent even was. There was nothing to even identify that. With no choice, she immediately began work on creating words, intending to create a large-scale spell to fire off around her. It was only halfway through the spell, however, that she realized her mistake. In her haste, she had missed one crucial element. At some point she had stopped feeling the ground beneath her and the pain from breathing. The sensation of touch reappeared a moment later, but she truly wished it hadn't, even as all her other senses reappeared too. One arm gripped her upper body, the other her lower. She immediately knew what the demon was about to do, even as she screamed at her to stop. It was to no avail as the demon slammed her back down onto her knee. Her cry to stop got mixed up in the excruciating pain that she felt, and she could do nothing but scream as the curse amplified the breaking of her back 100-fold. Protector of the Fairies. Flying through the air, Natsu's eyes widened in shock for a moment before he used the flames for propulsion to dodge, avoiding the blast of dark lightning that shot down at him from above. Spinning around as he aimed his gaze upwards, Natsu forced the output of flames to drop until he finally came to a slow stop, leaving him able to look calmly at the man above him. Laxus. Natsu. Been a while, hasn't it? Natsu nodded, the words he wanted to say getting stuck in his throat. I saw you die. Laxus scoffed. Like that's enough to kill me off permanently. I was useful to this guy, so he brought me back. Even promised to help me out with this new power of mine. Raising a hand upwards, black lightning intensifying around his palm before forming a small javelin, Laxus sent a smirk down at Natsu. Do me a favor, would you? I need a good test dummy. Firing of flames forward, Natsu barely avoided the sudden blast of lightning. He didn't waste time thinking things over much. Laxus was attacking him, which meant he was certainly a threat now, as much as he hoped that it might not be the case. So all he had to do was eliminate him before Ichigo ever found out that he had come back to life. He didn't quite expect Laxus to dodge him so easily, even when he was going at full speed at him. He felt his leg get grabbed from behind and released flames all around himself in response. That was usually the best way to make someone release him. Only Laxus's grip didn't weaken. What was worse was that he could actually feel something he hadn't felt since fighting Zhang Crow. His leg was burning. Before he could even think about it, he was sent flying back to the ground, Laxus using his superior strength to throw him away. Crashing against the ground, Natsu rolled out of the way the moment he got his bearings back, Laxus's fist barely missing him as it slammed against the ground where his head had been. The lightning around the older mage's hand detonated into a massive storm, the hastily constructed flame barrier that Natsu threw up getting ripped to shreds like it wasn't even there. Being thrown back by the blast, Natsu dug his feet into the ground as he came to a halt, breathing heavily before wincing in pain. A quick glance down at his leg revealed what he had thought he had felt before. Where Laxus had grabbed him was a burn, though not from Laxus's magic. His own flames had done that. But, how? That should have been impossible. He was immune to practically every type of fire out there, none more so than his own. How could his own flames have hurt him? And then he remembered that energy Laxus had used before, that energy that had been able to neutralize his own attacks at breaking through Levi's barrier and even destroy the Celestial Spirit King's sword with little effort. Magic barrier particles was it? He called out, barely remembering the name from when he asked Mest about it. The small drop in Laxus's smugness gave him just the answer he expected. So that's it. You neutralized my own immunity or something to my flames by grabbing me there with that energy. You're smarter than I remembered, Laxus muttered, cracking his knuckles as he took a step forward. You're right, it is exactly what you think. The power I have right now is the only way to reach my goals. If I cannot grasp what I seek with my magic, I'll leave in the field with a weapon designed to combat it. Is that so? Taking a step forward himself, Natsu willed all his power to surface. Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode, release. Moving to your trump card already, are you? Well, I guess I should treat you with the same kindness. Letting the dark lightning he wielded intensify around his body, Laxus's body began to grow in size, his muscles getting larger than before. I'm afraid I can't quite reach Dragon Force anymore, but this should be a good enough substitute. My old Mark I, so to speak, or at least a reflection of what it achieved. Tensing slight, memories of fighting Laxus when he once turned against the guild flashing through his mind, Natsu prepared for any signs of movement. If this form was anything like the last one, then it would be primarily a boost in the output of his magical power and in his raw physical strength. It wasn't like the current Laxus's Dragon Force, which compressed that power down to a smaller form to focus on speed. Which meant with his flames in this mode he should have just enough speed to match Laxus. Under normal circumstances he would not have been wrong. As one of Laxus's feet pressed down against the ground firmly, Natsu prepared for the strike that was about to be coming straight at him. But the moment Laxus pushed off from the ground, he lost sight of the man until a fist slammed straight into his face. Flying backwards, flames firing off his hands to halt and stabilize himself, Natsu glared back at Laxus only to find the man missing. Too slow. If it wasn't for the warning, his head would have hit the dirt from Laxus's strike from above. As it was, he barely managed to twist his body out of the way in time, his flames being released outwards as he tried to force Laxus to back away. They weren't focused enough, however, the light wave of flames that he sent out harmlessly passing over Laxus's body and even getting destroyed in the process. He saw it this time when Laxus moved. He shifted back to lightning, just like he could with his normal power. Damn it, he was an idiot. He had been so focused on the similarities between this and the old form Laxus had that he had assumed the same rules would have applied. Laxus could use his lightning form in this mode, and that meant his speed wouldn't drop. Combined with that ridiculous level of strength, he would actually be faster when he makes his initial moves off the ground. Taking a deep breath, magic building up within him, he let out his roar attack before Laxus had a chance to escape. Heavenly Flame Dragon's Roar. He hadn't had enough time to gather as much energy as he wanted, but the inferno produced still stretched up to the sky, Laxus being sent flying up with it. Halfway through the inferno, however, black lightning smashed out of all sides, fighting back against the remains of the breath attack before even that faded away. And to Natsu's shock, barely a scratch was present on Laxus, his long cloak pushed to one side to reveal a right arm held forward against where the flames had come from. What? Staring up at Laxus, Natsu couldn't help but pause at the sight of what greeted him. Laxus hadn't had a right arm when he fought Ichigo. And this arm didn't even look natural, the flesh as black as the darkness night. He could also see the dark light emanating from beneath the hair that covered Laxus's right eye, the wind blowing some of it out of the way to reveal the lacrima within. That's right, said Laxus. You should probably tell Ichigo that I had some repairs done to my arm. That is, if you live. What had Laxus done? Was it that right arm? His attack should have done something to Laxus, and yet he was almost completely unharmed. That right arm. Thinking back, it had been odd when he had first been grabbed by Laxus. He had assumed he had grabbed him with his left hand because that was the only hand Laxus had when he last saw him, but the feeling of the hand hadn't quite matched up. If it was his right hand that had grabbed him, was it the right hand that negated his resistance to his own fire? And if that was the case, what did it mean for attacks that Laxus blocked with that hand in general? He clenched his fists tightly, the flames around him increasing. Careful. He had to be careful. His current position was unfavorable since Laxus currently had his back to the army in the distance, meaning if he wanted to run wild he would not be able to do it in that direction. The only chance was to get past Laxus and then fire off everything he had in the opposite direction. No matter how much that arm could negate, it wouldn't matter if he could surpass its limits. Rushing towards Laxus in the sky, he accelerated as fast as he could, making it look like he was purposefully going for a head-on attack. Even if Laxus saw through it, he wouldn't be able to do anything but respond if he attacked anyway. Leaving two massive trails of fire behind him from his arms, he began swinging them forward when he felt a hand grab his face. In an instant he was sent flying backwards, crashing against the ground. Laxus didn't let up however, slamming down right on top of Natsu with his right arm raised upwards as a fist. Black lightning intensified around the limb right before he slammed it down, releasing another storm of the deadly energy. "Come on," Laxus asked as he waited for the smoke to clear. "Don't tell me that's all you've got." A fist in his face was his answer, Laxus being sent reeling back from Natsu as the Dragon Slayer flung himself away from his opponent. "Cheap shot." "Like I care," Natsu responded. "A win is a win." Honestly, he preferred a more straight-up battle, but he couldn't be picky. This wasn't a battle against a friend but an enemy, and a deadly one at that too. One he needed full power to defeat. But once again Laxus was positioning himself between him and the army. Was Laxus aware of what he was doing? Or was it just a coincidence? Either way, if he could get past then he would win. Ice Make, Zodiac Dragon. Both of the thoughts of the fighters were interrupted by the sight of a large Chinese dragon made of ice, the dragon slamming into Laxus's body and knocking him away straight past Natsu. "Well, that's one way to get past him, I suppose," Natsu muttered as he noticed the mage coming down from above on an ice eagle, looking slightly strained from the magic he had just pulled off. "What are you doing here, Leon?" "I should ask you the same question, Natsu," Leon reprimanded. "What are you doing, acting off on your own accord? We couldn't leave these guys out there," exclaimed Natsu, gesturing at Laxus in the distance as he began getting to his feet. "We had to act now." "I may need some explanation later," Leon muttered, staring at the sight of Laxus in shock. "I thought the person I was attacking looking familiar, but I didn't realize who exactly he reminded me of. But this goes beyond simple similarities. Long story short, he's a future version of Laxus. Came through the Eclipse Gate but from forward in time rather than back." "Is that so?" "Yep. Well, I do have some plans left over from the Grand Magic Games for dealing with the current Laxus," muttered Leon. "They didn't have very high rates of success, but they might dash." Whatever Leon wanted to saw was drowned out by a loud roar, the sound freezing all who heard it in place with deep fear. In the distance even the soldiers and demons fighting paused for a moment, their gazes being drawn towards the distance at the massive black beast tearing across the sky with an unrelenting obsession. "No." Natsu stared up at the black beast in terror as it shot across the sky past them, unable to comprehend the sight before him. "Why are you here? Why now? Go!" Leon declared urgently. "But dash. Hurry. Go after it. You're one of the only few who stand a chance at stopping that thing." "Hate to agree with an enemy," snarled Laxus, "but he's right. Of all times, why did that beast have to appear now? I don't even know how well my power will work on it, and I don't feel like testing at the cost of my own life. This is the one chance I'll give you to run. Don't waste it." "I'm not," Natsu began to say before Lion's arm shot out in front of him. "Leon. I told you to go. That beast can't be allowed to do as it pleases." Clenching his fists tightly, Natsu forcefully tore his gaze away from the battle and shot off into the sky, his flames taking him far away and back after the beast that had put fear into the hearts of all who saw it. Acknowledge, the dragon that signaled the end of all things. Protector of the fairies. Skidding out of the latest explosion of energy, Ziraf raised a hand towards the incoming blades, tendrils of darkness extending upwards. None of them possessed a chance at holding back the explosion, but he didn't care about that, only that he could trigger the explosion before it reached him. It wasn't an easy task. Despite what appearances may show, these attacks hurt a lot. They might not kill him, but even he had a threshold of pain that could be passed. One blade wasn't enough to push him over it. Nor was even 20. But right now, there was simply too many blades. Almost 100 of them fired on repeat again and again and again, decimating the demons he summoned. Every second he was being forced to keep up with the decimation of his forces by recreating enough to replace them, but the balance wasn't quite perfect. He was just a bit short. The longer this bombardment of blades kept up, the more his forces would drop until everything he summoned would be destroyed before it could be formed. The blades themselves weren't the real problem. Many of the demons he was creating weren't weak enough to fall to single strikes, but rather the energy that surrounded the blades. Upon contact with an object, the energy wrapped around the blades would go out of control. The swords themselves were very short-lived, as it was impacting them with energy turned them into disposal glass cannons. Then there was the fact that the abomination was still holding position in the sky above, raining down the explosive swords onto his demons and the gate itself. As strong as the gate was, it would have its limits. It could withstand this kind of barrage for maybe 5 minutes at most, potentially less if he increased the size of the gate once again. It was the trade-off he might have to make, however. The larger the gate, the weaker it becomes, but the more demons it produces. If he could just produce demons faster than the abomination could destroy them once again, then he would be able to start manipulating the battlefield with the correct demons at his disposal. What would be strong enough, however? It was the dilemma he faced so often when faced with enemies like this. Whenever an enemy could withstand his full force of demons, his options slimmed drastically, leaving him with only a few abilities that he could confidently use. The speed the abomination showed made his death magic almost impossible to use against him, even if a single hit would be all that it would take, since the abomination could simply outrun the energy. His shadow magic, meanwhile, wasn't something he used too often and mostly found its purpose for transport. While he could attack with it, it was a subtle kind of skill, and once again one not useful if he could not hit his target. Perhaps if he could bind the abomination? No, that wouldn't work. The shadows were very brittle constructs, as it was intended to fail to bind enemies with large amounts of power, whether it be due to magical means or physical means. Those with enough raw power could simply break the bonds in an instant, meaning anyone with the power to stand up against his demon army would be unaffected by his shadows. Perhaps if he used his time magic, he considered, as he darted back from another volley of blades, the attacks slowly pushing him further and further away from his gate. If he could draw the abomination in close enough, then he perhaps stopped time in the localized area. Only there was one problem with that. Mavis. Manipulating time was always a risky business. Stopping time briefly like he could always had limits. He was still human after all, and those with time magic tended to be able to counteract the effects of such spells to some degree. Even if time remained stopped in the area, Mavis would certainly disable the effect it would have on Ichigo himself. What did that leave left? There was barely anything that could deal with brute force types like the abomination. Unless, there was that one branch. Was it without risk? No. But he wasn't happy with simply surviving a battle like this. If this magic could work against Acnologia, it would work against the abomination. But how to draw him in enough without him becoming aware of what he was up to? You're thinking a lot, aren't you? Came the abomination's voice from right behind him, Zeref's eyes widening in shock as the sounds of explosions dimmed around him. The second's gap would have been more than enough for him to focus on pouring more energy to the gate, but he had a more pressing matter. On instinct, his death magic began to activate, only for a blade to send him flying away before it could fully manifest. Instead, his death magic began to expand out around his demons as he flew past, killing some of his own forces in the process. Crashing against the ground in the distance, his death magic beginning to fade, he immediately sunk into the shadows right before a blade could impale him from above. Noticing it was the same as the ones being fired from before, he eyed the abomination carefully as he slipped away in the darkness, exiting the shadows a few meters away. That cloak of energy had changed its shape once again. Rather than expanding out like it had before to fire the mass amount of blades, this variation was merely an extended version of the usual shade look, with just a few differences. Around the main body of the cloak now extend tendrils of the same energy, large in size and similar to the tail ends of the old cloak he remembered the abomination wearing. There was 6 in total, trailing behind the abomination in a row, and in the grasp of each was one of those fake blades he used as projectiles. They weren't cloaked like the 2 blades were that Ichigo held in his hands, so he immediately knew they weren't as dangerous, but they still could be threatening to most at close range. "You're getting inventive now, aren't you?" muttered Zeref, watching the abomination carefully for any signs of movement. At the speed his opponent could move, he would barely be able to react even if he became aware of that attack. "This is the 3rd form that shade-like cloak of yours has taken, correct? A base form, a ranged mode, and now this one. Was that by choice, I wonder?" The abomination didn't bother responding to him, charging directly at him in such a straightforward manner that anyone could have predicted his actions. Which was why Zeref took a step back away in that moment that he had, the shadows at his feet lunging up behind him. As he expected, the abomination disappeared in the middle of his attack and appeared behind him. Unfortunately his own attack still wasn't fast enough, the abomination vanishing once again in a burst of speed as he backed away from the shadowy tendrils. It was insulting that the abomination had thought he would fall for such an obvious ploy, however, so much so that he could feel his blood boiling. Was he being looked down on by this thing? "For someone so powerful you get distracted so easily," came the abomination's voice again, this time coming from right in front of him as his opponent suddenly appeared before him. Instantly he took a step back away, the 2 swords that the abomination wielded cutting straight through his chest in what should have been a fatal injury. The moment of confusion he felt from the abomination was more than enough for his renewed army of demons to move into action, hundreds bursting out of the ground all around them and providing him a wall between him and the abomination. He hadn't expected it to last too long, but the numbers should have proved enough to slow the abomination down for a moment now that he was no longer bombarding the demon forces. Instead he could only watch as a path was cut straight towards him, 8 blades cutting clean through him as they passed before he could even do anything. What was that? 8 blades? Did his opponent strike so fast that he couldn't react? No, the attacks had been too close together for their strikes to match up. He had felt each one cut him, and 2 blades wouldn't be able to replicate the timing that perfectly. Glancing over his shoulder, he watched as the demons behind him that tried to help were immediately decimated, cut to pieces by a spinning ring of blades. Ah! So that was what this form was for. He eyed each tendril on the cloak as it swung a sword on reflex at its master's enemies, cutting the demon attacking down in single attack as it looped off its head. This was just like on Tenro again, when that cloak of the abominations took on a life of its own in its unstable state to protect its wielder. It appeared that the abomination had learned to not only recreate that state but had also managed to enhance the danger it could pose since then. A form for a base state, a form that surrendered close combat for massive firepower, and finally a form that enhanced the user's ability to deal with enemies in mass. Those blades might still have been fragile, but they were powerful all the same, and even if one broke, it was immediately replaced a second after by a new one from the same energy that made up the cloak in the first place. "But which is your strongest?" Zeref muttered. "Which are you most confident in? And why do you feel the need to switch when your speed is high enough to reach me with ease once you've cut a path through?" There was always something behind these techniques, some kind of logic or reasoning that required a new form. Most of the time forms like this came about from a need that tended to be to combat certain enemies or powers when you discover how far your original state can take you. He knew the abomination had spent a lot of time in the Holy Palace, but even if he trained during that time there was no way he would have had enough combat experience to build these forms. And since then he wouldn't have had the time to master these to such degrees. So why were they first invented in the first place if there was no enemy to test it again? Glancing around, he hadn't realized how lost in his thoughts he had gotten. All the demons around him had been sliced to pieces, and the new demons were still a good 20 meters away from reaching him and acting as his shield. Not that it mattered if he lost focus at times. His death magic quickly sprang into action just in time to force the abomination back, holding it up for just long enough for the demons to reach him. Despite his demons' attempts, however, they were torn apart just from being in the way. With his death magic used up for the brief time he could release it at full force, it meant there was now an opening in which he was defenseless in the eyes of many. In the blink of an eye he felt his body get cut into 6 pieces, the pain flaring through his system even as the damage failed to appear. Head spinning round, a hand raising up with the shadows that obeyed his will, he came face to face with all 8 blades, energy pouring off them. One of these attacks was a Getchuga Tenshao. 2 formed a Getchuga Jujishao. With the way each strike made the previous drastically stronger, what would 8 do, he wondered. Either way, his shadows wouldn't be fast enough to pull him away to safety. This was going to hurt. A lot. The blades swung and the sight before him was momentarily enveloped in darkness. But the energy never reached him. Instead the blast disappeared into the distance, the abomination vanishing with them. You took your time, Ziref commented in annoyance as he glanced at the new arrival. Did you enjoy watching me being thrown around Acknowledge? If you never ask for assistance, you cannot fault me for not giving it earlier, came Acknowledge's voice out of the steam before Ziref, the large dragon head slowly stretching out of the massive cloud formed. I'm bored and he's causing trouble. So I'm going to get rid of him. I still need to pay him back for scratching me years ago. By all means, Ziref said as he let the shadows as his feet move and wrap around himself. I might as well prepare for when you start encountering trouble. Do your best. Barely sinking into the shadows before a large claw could swipe at where his head had been, Ziref let himself reappear before the massive gate he wielded. Now then, he muttered to himself as he let a hand rest against the large frame. Time to prepare. Be a good dog and be the bait, Acknowledge. I'll set the trap myself. Protector of the Fairies. Deflecting the swarm of thorns with a storm of lightning, Laxus went back to back with Hades once more as the two attempted to deflect the barrage of attacks coming at them from all sides. It hadn't taken him too long to arrive back at Hades' side, but he had been treated to the sight of Tempestor in his Aetherius form. The old human-sized body was larger and more muscular than before, covered in fur like some kind of beast. Like with Torafusar, the demon's power had grown in strength with the transformation, the calamities created larger in scale and almost rocking the entire area with each attack. He had barely arrived in time originally to stop the thunder coming down from the heavens from reaching Hades while the Dark Mage was in the middle of blocking another attack from Mardgeir. Speaking of the other demon, it had taken to backing away slightly and letting his thorns do the work for him, wielding far more in mass in order to compensate for the loss of Torafusar in the battle. It was a stroke of good fortune that Mardgeir hadn't used his own Aetherius form, but it also left that ever-present threat hanging over them like a dagger. In the face of both opponents, he and Hades had been forced to switch opponents. While Tempestor was an enemy he could deal with, the vast range of the types of attacks he could use made it difficult to counter them all. It wasn't a problem if he was fighting alone, but he couldn't very well dodge and let his teammate take the hit, as much as he might want to. So while Hades dealt with the different types of attacks from behind them, he would hold back Mardgeir until Hades could finish. It wasn't easy. His physical strength was still slow to recover, and fighting while in this state wasn't doing him any favors. Luckily the enemy was trying to drain his magical power rather than his physical strength, so he could spare some energy if it meant recovering quicker. "How's it going back there?" he called out, firing forth another stream of lightning as the corridor ahead of him filled with thorns. The simple attack was enough to break the nearby thorns to pieces, but he knew they would be replaced in a few moments by fresh new thorns. "Almost done." 20 seconds, Hades replied confidently. "I'm done analyzing him." Moving on to the attack, Hades rushed towards the demon, chains spinning around him with the flick of his wrists. In response the demon slammed its hands together, tornadoes forming before him and spreading down through the corridor. Lashing out, Hades used his chains as whips to break through the wind barrier of the first tornado, firing off a new chain at the wall ahead of him as he landed before reeling himself in. Feet hitting the wall roughly, he kicked right back off it, just in time to dart through the gaps in between the tornadoes that had formed. Fire met his gaze as he glanced up, streams of it spreading forth from Tempestor's mouth. Acting quickly he raised a finger as a gun and fired his magic forward, the bullet of magic slamming into Tempestor's left leg and causing the demon to slump to one side. The majority of fire that should have roasted him instead ended up to one side of the corridor, the little that remained wiped out by a quick application of water magic. Taking another step forward, Hades felt his feet slip, falling backwards as the ground collapsed beneath him and revealed a drop into quicksand below. Chains burst out from his hand on instinct as he aimed upwards, reeling him in towards the ceiling. The single action however meant there was no way he could dodge the lightning heading right for him. Not that he needed to. He had already analyzed the attack enough to counter it. Raising his staff towards the attack, a magic circle appeared in the air between him and the lightning, resulting in the attack slamming against it and vanishing. End return. Tempester immediately moved to dodge as the lightning it had fired came flying right back at it, only tainted a dark black from the darkness magic involved. Crashing against the ground, pain shooting through his wounded leg, the demon glanced back up only to find Hades right before him, the dark mage firing a chain straight through his head. Done here, Hades called out, turning back towards Laxus. Are you dead? He paused as he noticed the flying body of Laxus being sent at him, one eyebrow being raised in surprise. He didn't bother trying to move out of the way, the body stopping just before it could hit him as Laxus managed to regain control of his momentum. Instead he focused on the demon at the end of the corridor, Mardgeir walking towards them as the thorns around him restlessly swarmed across the ground. You couldn't hold him back for a bit longer. Laxus growled in response, wiping his lips to get rid of the blood at the corner of his mouth. He got a lucky hit. Didn't expect him to launch that many thorns out from the floor above. He is a tricky one, muttered Hades, noticing the hole ahead of where they had originally been holding position at. But now it's 2-on-1 rather than 2-on-3. These odds are far more favorable. I suppose they are. So what's dash? His voice was drowned out by the large roar that stretched across the battlefield, Laxus feeling his body locking up in fear. Acknowledge. He muttered in fear, glancing out one of the nearby windows just in time to see the massive blur tear across the sky. Why now of all times? That angle, Hades muttered in concern. He's heading towards two colossal sources of magical power. I assume they are Ichigo and Zeref. You should dash. Already on it, interrupted Laxus as he destroyed the wall to his side, leaping out of the hole and into the sky without a second thought. If you can't deal with Mardgeir then retreat. Find help. That won't quite be necessary, replied Hades, even though Laxus was far out of range now for his voice to reach the Dragon Slayer. Returning his focus to Mardgeir, a slight bit of worry crossing the demon's face despite its best attempts at keeping its composure together, he readied himself for the prolonged battle. 5 minutes. 10 at the most. That's all it will take for me to wrap up here. Protector of the Fairies. Ah, Kyuka whispered quietly, crouched down by the screaming form of Levi with her hands cupping her chin. How cute. Such beautiful screams. And you're still conscious too. I'm impressed. With how high I changed your sense of pain to, I thought your mind would have broken. And yet you're still screaming. Tell me, are you a masochist? Frowning as Levi continued to scream, Kyuka stood back up before raising a foot. You should know to answer when spoken to, she declared before slamming her leg down on Levi's chest, the girl's screams halting for a brief moment as she struggled to even hold onto her consciousness. It seems you are reaching your limits here. Shame. I won't be able to get any more fun out of you. Lifting her leg back up, Kyuka reached down and grabbed Levi by her hair once again, pulling her up and bringing her close, even if it meant being deafened by the screams. Such a shame. You were fun for a little while but all toys break eventually. So let's finish up here. Without a shred of mercy, Kyuka threw Levi across to the other side of the world, the screams finally stopping completely as Levi hit the wall. Before Levi could fall she grabbed the girl's staff from the ground and rushed forward, slamming it straight through her chest and using it to pin her to the wall. That's that then, Kyuka muttered as she turned her back to the crumpled form of Levi as the girl slumped against her own staff. I might as well go check on that friend of yours. Make sure she's actually dead. Don't worry, I'm sure your friends will find your body. I'll serve as a nice message to them. Up. Kyuka froze at the sound, her head turning back in disbelief. Impossible. You're still conscious? After all of that. Shaking away her shock, Kyuka continued to walk away. Not that it matters. Your spine is broken and your body is nearing its limits. You won't be able to keep your mind awake under such pain for much longer. I think I'll just let you suffer a bit longer. Up. Hands reaching towards the staff through her chest, Levi desperately tried to pull it free even just an inch, only for her hands to fall back down to her sides as she slumped forward over the wood. Everything hurt. Merely breathing in and out felt as painful as being stabbed, which made everything else impossible to bear. Frankly, she wasn't even sure how she had managed to stay conscious when Kyuka broke her back, or how she was still managing now even as the pain continuously set her nerves on fire. If her voice was able to respond though, she might have laughed somewhat in the midst of screams. She hadn't felt this powerless against someone since Rusty Rose when he had come close to killing her. But she knew instinctively that this was different. Back then she still had her legendary spell ready in reserve to even the odds. In a situation like this, her legendary spell's attack wouldn't save her. So, lid, scr, ipt, re, le, ase. She could barely force the words out of her throat, each motion sending another wave of agony throughout her body. This wasn't good. Her vision was going hazy. She could barely even see currently as darkness began creeping into her sight. She had maybe 10 more seconds at most till there would be no coming back. From the solitary word her breaking mind barely managed to conjure, hinges in the letters revealed themselves, a hidden space within the word opening up and depositing a large book down onto the ground below, opening on a random page upon impact. The small sound was enough to make Kyuka halt in her movements, glancing back over in confusion. There wasn't much time left. A few seconds more. But even in such pain, she still knew what she needed. And even if she couldn't form the words, the book's purpose would fill in the gaps. She just had to call up what she needed, the words being uttered silently in her mind. The pages of the book began to turn, words flying out in swarms as the book continued to flip through its contents. Realizing what the girl was after, Kyuka rushed back hastily, hoping to stop the attempt of magic before it could complete itself. The claws of the demon were only inches away from Levi when the demon was forced to halt in its tracks in order to avoid the torrent of flames that burst out in between her and the girl. Rather than continuing out to harm Kyuka as the demon expected, her precautions forcing her to retreat back to a safe distance, the flames instead turned their focus towards their creator, slamming into her and enveloping her in the inferno. What? For once Kyuka was left speechless. After a few moments the first sound to come from her was an almost inaudible laugh, slowly growing in intensity until the demon was holding her sides. This is your final show of resistance? Suicide? Was the pain so much that you tried to escape it through a quicker death? You should have picked a better choice of weapon. Death by fire is one of the worst ways to go, especially when under my power. I'm aware of that. Kyuka stopped laughing. Levi's voice wasn't struggling to make itself heard anymore. It came through just as confidently as it had in the beginning, even though her curse was still affecting the girl. The girl shouldn't even be capable of conscious thought anymore in that inferno. What have you done? Kyuka muttered warily, even hearing a bit of fear in her own voice. Why was so afraid like this? Was it just because such an insignificant human was able to speak against all odds? Do you even think you still have a chance here? She asked, as if trying to confirm her own victory. You, a girl with a broken back and a hole in your chest? You think you can even hold a candle to me anymore? You underestimate my resilience, Levi replied, the flames slowly morphing. From the wall of fire that they originally were, they enclosed in further towards Levi, forming tighter streams as they wrapped around her whole body. Finally Levi began to be seen once more, the flames revealing perfectly unharmed skin behind them. No burns, Kyuka muttered. What are you doing? What are you planning? My legendary spell, Levi replied softly. Kyuka could see the girl was still pinned to the wall, but it was different from before. The girl didn't even look like she was in pain anymore. Gripping the end of the staff tightly, Levi pulled as hard as she could before the staff finally came loose, clattering against the ground as she discarded it. She only spent a moment to crouch down towards the book at her feet, the pages finally stopping being cycled through, before lifting it up with one hand. No, not one hand, Kyuka noticed. It was hovering just slightly above the girl's hand. This is an odd feeling, Levi muttered as she glanced down at her own body. Most of the flames had gained an almost transparent color to them, giving the appearance of a golden aura around herself than anything else. The exception was around her back and the hole in her chest where the flames were as bright as they could be, hiding the areas from sight. I always packed cacao up with the most destructive words that I could in order to maximize its fire power. But so long as you have the shell, I guess anything can be shoved instead it. Are you curious? Asked Levy as she returned her full focus to the demon in front of her. Of what I did? The demon still continued to stare at her in shock, causing Levy to smirk in amusement. I don't feel like hiding it, to be honest, since you were kind enough to share some of your secrets. This book I hold has thousands of words I've created beforehand and prepared for the worst occasions. I honestly hadn't intended to use it at first because I thought I could manage, plus replacing a large amount of words is a very time-consuming task. And rarely do I need to use it when I can create new words quicker in combat. But I still took precautions just in case. Out of all those words are a mass number of words for healing and other such applications. And I took every single one I could find and shoved it inside the shell of cacao. Solid fairy script, cacao, rebirth. So that's it, spoke Kyuka finally. How you're moving, how you aren't in pain. You're performing recovery methods on yourself, all the while purposefully suppressing your sense of pain. A smirk grew on Kyuka's face as she realized exactly what that meant, all fear vanishing. But basic healing won't fix your spine so easily. You removed your sense of pain in order to keep fighting without interference, but doesn't that mean you no longer can recognize what condition your body is in? You're purposefully disabling that warning system. I don't care, replied Levy calmly. I don't intend to let you kill me, no matter what state I'm in. Despite her bluffs, she wasn't quite as confident as she sounded. Disabling her sense of pain almost meant disabling her sense of touch. As it was right now, she couldn't feel the ground beneath her feet. It was a disorienting feeling, knowing she was touching it and seeing it with both eyes and yet not feeling the hard surface of the ground below. It also meant she had no idea how long her body would be able to keep this up. A lot of healing words could only do so much, no matter how many there are. She had no idea what condition her spine was currently in. It was probably incorrectly healed and actually putting her life in further danger, but any of the damage she took would become unable to be recognized like this. Her arm could break and she would likely not even notice unless she looked and watched her arm being unresponsive to what she wanted from it. And it also meant that she could very well die at any moment like this without warning, without her sense of pain giving her some indication of her body's true condition. But that didn't matter if she could finish this quickly. Before her magic gives in, before she dies from her own makeshift healing, she had to win. It was the only way forward. How many words am I about to burn through? Levy muttered to herself, the pages of the book above her hand being flipped through automatically in response to her thoughts. She hadn't lied about the book's purpose, it really wasn't always as efficient for speed as creating the spell normally was. If her speed at creating each word individually was slower, then it would be another matter, but the time it took to summon up the words tended to match up. But the book's words held one advantage that she couldn't afford to lack here. Magic. Every word already had the magic needed to work. And in her current state, all her magic was needed to maintain cacao for as long as possible. All the legendary spell's firepower had been sacrificed for healing in order to allow her to fight, so she would have to count on what she had within the book to win. She could only hope it would be enough. Protector of the fairies. The girl who burnt. What had once been a one-sided battle had now become nothing more than an all-out brawl. Unwilling to give Levy any more chances, Kyuka was throwing everything she had at the girl, launching series of punches and kicks that shattered the ground around them when they made contact. And despite her efforts of dodging, Levy herself was unable to avoid them all. Bones broke under the force of the blows while the sharp talons of the demon sliced deeply into her skin, leaving large bleeding gashes across her body. And yet she didn't fall. The bright aura of golden light and flames merely acted up in response to every blow, repairing damage right after it occurred. Scars remained after every blow, but the blood stopped as the skin was forcefully repaired. Bones joined back together to states Levy could only assume were correct in some form, even if the result was far more brittle at the points that they broke at. But even the makeshift healing being performed was enough to negate the damage done for a time, forcing the battle to continue far past the point that it should have ended. With every strike that connected from Kyuka, it also presented a small window of opportunity in the time the demon was too occupied to counter during. Words cycled Levy in a constant fashion from the book hovering above her right hand, collections of the words she might need quickly being prepared for immediate usage. With every hit she took, a blow was returned in response at a range Kyuka could not dodge it. As a result, the demon itself now possessed multiple injuries across its body. Small burns covered half of the demon's left side, while her front was littered with small cuts and bruises from a variety of fast strikes from words. One horn from the side of her head had also been left discarded on the ground, broken off from a particular strong blow that had almost taken off her head. It had also removed a large chunk of flesh from her left shoulder due to the spell's radius when it tore through the air past her. But despite the condition of both fighters, neither one even considered backing down. As she skidding back across the ground from a recent strong hit she had been unable to avoid, Levi raised her left hand forward, chains of words lining up and firing large blasts of lightning towards her opponent. The distance was enough to allow Kyuka to dodge with ease, the demon leaping over the storm of lightning as she swiped down with her hands. The talons extended outwards in the process, cutting clean through the ground where Levi had been standing only moments before. Coming out of a roll, Levi rushed towards her falling opponent, not willing to lose the chance she had with her opponent still stuck in the air. Pages of the book broke free entirely and scattered forth, the words bound to the pages coming free in mass and forming the massive cage of words around them both. Solid script, wind bounce. As the last of the words slotted into place below her feet, she lightly jumped, quickly coming back down onto the word just ahead of her. Immediately her body was sent flying upwards, surprising Kyuka at the sudden burst of speed she showed. Acting quickly in the chance she had, words of wind tightened around her fist like a gauntlet. She swung at Kyuka as she passed, the wind releasing on impact and ripping apart the skin it made contact with. Unfortunately, the same was true to her, her own hand becoming a bloody mess from the vicious winds she had unleashed. But so long as Kakao continued to heal her, even self-destructive techniques weren't outside of her reach currently. She didn't have long to relax though. She was already almost at the word right above her, the same word that trapped the two of them within the cage. Flipping over in the air, she braced for impact as her feet slammed against the word, immediately being sent flying right back down at Kyuka. Catching on quickly, Kyuka was ready this time, twisting her body out of the way of the sudden strike. Instead, the wind left minor cuts along her side, all the while pushing her body away towards one side of the cage. They both reached a word at the same time, using the power to send themselves flying back at one another. This time Kyuka was the victor, having quickly judged the spell's use and combined it with her superior speed in order to grab Levi by the head as she passed to throw her forward. Knowing that if she hit the word behind her she would be sent flying right back at Kyuka without time to recover, Levi let the spell break apart, heavy words of iron shooting out of the pages of the book and pressing down against her chest. The result pushed her straight down to the ground, Kyuka continuing straight over her head and heading right towards the wall. Flipping herself, Kyuka braced against the surface and leaped right back off. In the process, however, she found herself face to face with an array of words, forming a tunnel she had inadvertently jumped straight into. Solid script. Levi called out. Thunder cannon. The lightning sparking at the end tore forward in mass, slamming straight into Kyuka and enveloping her within its deadly storm. Unable to avoid it, Kyuka did the only thing she could. Using her talons, she extended them out and wrapped them around the front of her body. The amount of power in the attack tore them apart, permanently breaking them and removing them from the fight, but as a result she came flying out of the storm almost entirely unharmed, the broken talons now acting as jagged daggers as she lunged forward at Levi. Darting back, Levi underestimated Kyuka's reach slightly as the demon landed, the broken talons slicing across her chest close to her collarbone. She was still lucky. The original aim of the talons had been for her neck. A single word for bounce appeared right behind her leg as it began to come down, launching her straight at the demon while it overextended itself. As a result, she landed a strong blow on the demon with the jagged iron words she had applied to her fist, leaving a good amount of damage on the demon's right arm as she flew past. It wasn't yet enough to disable it, but it was a start. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the bounce word's own power and how much force she had pressed down onto it, her lack of her sensation of touch coming back to bite her here. And if nothing was done soon, then she'd slam right into the wall. With no time to slow down, she did her best to flip over in the air, slamming down against the wall with her feet. She could hear a breaking sound as she slammed her left leg down, but she barely had time to think on what had caused it. leaping off the wall right in time to avoid the large chunk of rubble that had been sent flying at her like a bullet. Kyuka ran to meet her, but the demon would still be a step too slow due to her head start. Landing down on her right foot, she took a step forward as words aligned around her left fist and preparing to launch a fast volley of metal straight at her opponent's face. But as she stepped forward onto her left foot, her opponent almost right in front of her, she slipped. It wasn't intentional, she hadn't even stepped on anything that could have caused it. Her leg just gave way as she tried to put the pressure on it, causing her to fall to one side. Trying to release her attack anyway, the blast tore through the air as she weakly punched forward, barely missing Kyuka's face and instead skimming past the air and taking off her other horn, a small trail of blood leaking down from a new fresh cut across her cheek. Before she had time to despair at the wasted chance, Kyuka's fist had slammed straight into her chest, the bones of her ribcage breaking like before as she was sent flying back towards the same wall she had just jumped from. The healing spells stuffed into Kakao's shell immediately began to work, pushing her ribs back into place and trying to hold them together as best as they could. She hadn't the faintest idea of how her body was doing internally, so she could only hope she was still fine. There was no telling what those ribs had punctured, and with the amount of damage she had taken so far there was no question that something would have been damaged, but she still felt like she could fight. Her body still responded well, so at least her lungs and heart were okay. If they weren't, she wouldn't even be still standing here. Sparing a quick glance at her left foot, she saw the source of her current problem. She must have shattered it from the force when she tried to use the wall as a springboard. Such damage was much harder to fix than just trying to hold two pieces of broken bone together. The more pieces there were, the harder it would become and the weaker the result she would end up with. While the healing she could perform had fixed the foot somewhat, the shape was slightly off and her foot's angle wasn't correct, though even with the limitations that should have been fixed. She knew what it was. She was reaching her limit. Her body was being broken far too much, and even Kakao, rebirth, was reaching its limits. A few more hits and she might not be able to hold the repairs in place any further. Could she do it? Could she win before she reached that limit? Kyuka was being worn down, but how many times would she have to get injured to deal a crippling blow on the demon? The demon was only getting stronger too, so the longer this dragged on now the more disadvantaged she would become if she couldn't hurry up and end this. Though as she looked at Kyuka she wondered a single thought. Why had the demon paused? For the moment there was a slight break in their fight, one she would have expected the demon to use to try and end the fight by pushing its advantage. But there the demon was, standing absolutely still while trying to control her own breathing. Had her attack done more damage than she had thought? Had all the damage she had done so far finally started to affect the demon enough to hinder her strength? No, it was neither of those. It looked more like Kyuka was simply having problems standing, as if weighted down by some invisible pressure. Could it be that she was? "You're reaching your limit," Levi spoke up suddenly, surprising herself at her own words. "You finally reached the negative aspect of your strengthening curse." The look on the demon's face told her everything she needed to know. "I'm right, aren't I? Even if you increase your own physical strength, there has to be a limit to how much power your body can hold. You can't just increase it indefinitely. And now that you've reached the limit of what you can safely increase yourself to, you're starting to be worn down by your own power." "Smart girl," Kyuka muttered, being careful not to move too much. "I'll admit it, once I reach this point I'm in danger myself. My physical strength won't stop increasing, but now it begins to damage my body in the process. I'm going beyond my own limits to reach this power. Few ever last long enough in a fight with me for me to reach this state. But don't take pride in that," added Kyuka with a smirk. "Look at yourself. You won't last much longer yourself. I reckon one more hit of mine should finish you off, even if I destroy an arm in the process. I think it's time to finish this, don't you?" "Come then," Levi replied. "I'll end this too. One final blow each." "Of course." The smirk on Kyuka's face instantly turned much more sinister at the agreement. "But don't forget, I don't have to play fair now, do I?" Eyes widened in realization, Levi desperately tried to make a spell strong enough time and fire it. Her vision disappeared a second before it was ready, and while she knew her spell managed to fire in the moment that followed, she knew it had missed. That single second was more than enough time for Kyuka to move out of the way. All her senses were gone once more. She couldn't see, hear, smell, it was all gone. She hadn't felt the pull on her magic yet by Kakao, so that could only mean she had yet to be hit, but there was no way to know when that strike was happening. So in response she swiped out with one hand, the command sending words she could not see out of her book and surrounding her. In order to reach her, Kyuka would first have to step through them, and the disturbance that would follow and the loss of the connection to the magic powering the words would at least give her some kind of idea of what direction Kyuka was coming from. Honestly, she had no idea if this would even work. The sensation for sensing magic was different to other senses, and she could only accurately judge her own words' positions due to them being a part of her magic. But when you lacked any sensation to go by, you had no way to know if you managed to turn enough towards the disturbance of even if you make contact with anything. She could even trip up on rubble in trying to counter and end up losing the minuscule chance she had. Nothing had happened yet. It seemed Kyuka was either being wary, was waiting for more strength, or simply wanted to draw this out. There was terror in the unknown, in the wait for what you know is coming and are powerless to stop. And then there was the fear of if Kyuka was already within her barrier of words when she formed the shield. She knew what she really had to do. There was only one solution to save herself here. Licking her lips as she stood directly in front of Levi, Kyuka patiently waited for her strength to build up that little bit more. She almost had enough to guarantee that the spell wouldn't be able to recover the girl from the blow. She just had to wait like this, almost as still as a statue. She had debated about cutting off the power to the curse and just settling into a prolonged fight. It wouldn't have been hard to do. But it had a single problem. Her curse was strict in what it did. It would increase her strength again and again, growing it in small amounts every second, but the downside was that the magic involved both caused it to grow and held on to the current level. To cut the energy to the curse also meant releasing all that physical strength, something she also didn't want to do when it meant having to start from zero once again and potentially even being hurt severely in the time it would take to regain a sufficient level of power. So instead she would use the power and crush the pest that had forced her to this state. She wouldn't be able to wait much longer for charging up her strength, however. Her sensation curse could alter senses easily, but cutting them off completely used up a lot of magical power per sensation. She had to be thankful to her opponent because of that though. By disabling her own sensation of touch and pain, the girl had allowed her this time to charge up. "Time's up for you," Kyuka spoke, carefully bringing her arm back. "Now die." Punching forward with all the strength stored within her body, Kyuka plunged it straight through the girl's chest, shattering everything in its way as it tore its way out through her back. Letting her arm rest through the girl's body for a moment, Kyuka suppressed her own cries of pain, the bones of her arm completely shattered. Her strength immediately began to fade now that it had served its purpose, but she kept up her sensation curse just in case. She didn't want the girl to see any form of weakness. She just wanted her to die knowing nothing. Before she could pull her arm free, however, two small hands gripped around her arm, leaving the large book the girl had been carrying floating in the air. "What?" "I got you," Levi spoke, Kyuka almost thinking her sensation curse had cut off before realizing it was still up. Her voice could not be heard but the girl, which meant the girl was simply speaking towards her, even though she knew no response would be able to reach her in turn. "Exactly where I want you." She couldn't understand this. The girl shouldn't have even been able to see her attack coming, nor know it had happened. So how had it happened? The knowledge hit her like a ton of bricks. She could see it now, what she had missed. So focused in preparing her own power and her confident in her victory, she had missed the small motions the girl had been making. It wasn't words of any kind, nor was it any form of attacking magic. It was an almost unnoticeable action to her eyes, something she had long since forgotten to take note of once she had begun fighting this girl in this state. It was a wince, a suppressed attempt to hold back pain and not quite succeeding. "You removed my senses," spoke Levi with a laugh. "But I figured that had to be costly. You wouldn't save such a spell if you could use it all the time you want to. I guessed it had to drain a lot of magic to sustain it. So when I realized that, I considered what I might do in your position." "And you know what?" Levi asked, not expecting to hear an answer in return. Instead she just kept a tight grip on Kyuka's arm, even as blood began to dribble down from the corner of her mouth and as her legs began to shake. I realized that I would only take away what I need to take away. There's no point taking away pain if your opponent won't feel it. There's no point taking away touch if your opponent can't feel it. And with my life already in the balance, I decided I might as well wager it on that gamble. So I had Kakao break down all the words I was using to suppress my pain and allowed it all to come back. "It hurts like you won't believe," exclaimed Levy, half screaming from pain. "You stopped messing with my sensation of pain once it became useless, I reckon, since it didn't hurt as much as I expected, but the amount of damage that I've taken and badly healed is enough to make me want to scream. But I held it in. I held it in just long enough to fool you. Because if I can't see you, if I can't hear you, then I'll use the one thing I can to confirm your location. Oh, and since you seem to still be stuck here, if your arm is any indication, I should add this. I was hoping you'd listen to me since I was stalling." Turning her head in shock, Kyuka found herself face to face with hundreds of words, all sharing the same 9 letters. Explosion. Making a last-ditch attempt to pull her arm free and realizing Levy's grip was too strong for her to overpower in an instant now that her strengthening curse had been disabled, she changed tactics and brought her other arm forward, intending to slice of the girl's head with her broken talons before she could finish her spell. It was far too late. The words all triggered as one, consuming them both in the massive explosion that followed. They both screamed as they were forcefully separated from one another, being blasted to different sides of the room until the explosions finally settled down around them both. Levy was the first to move, her vision and other senses returning. All she could hear, however, was her own voice, her screams of pain continuing until her throat went hoarse and it became painful to even do that. Half the skin of her left side had been burnt clean away by the blasts, the danger she had been forced to accept without full knowledge of where her opponent would move to once the blasts begun. But she took notice of one thing as her eyes looked towards the demon at the other side of the room. She was the only one who had still been screaming. The demon wasn't moving, and with the full force of the explosions hitting it in its weakened state, it had lost a lot the flesh that covered it. "I did it," she muttered, her vision going black once more, but this time not because of some foreign type of magic. "I won." She felt the energy surrounding her fade away as she began to lose consciousness, the sounds of her name being called in the distance. And then she knew more, finally succumbing to the wounds she had taken and the sweet release it gave her from the pain. "Protector of the fairies." "Yeah, I got her," said Kisuk, cradling the broken form of Levy with both hands. "Don't worry about medical treatment for her. I'll come back myself and enact some kata to keep her in stasis. The healers we have currently at hand aren't quite skilled enough for the operations we need to do to save her. All right. I'll let Nozomi know to come and pick you guys up. She's anxious to do something, even if she's not in any condition to fight still. Thanks. Tell her to be quick." Waiting until the connection ended, Kisuk sighed as he examined the body of the girl in front of him. She was still alive, if barely. But that wouldn't mean much if he couldn't get her seen to as soon as he could. Just a brief examination showed a large number of incorrectly healed bones and cuts. It was more of a patchwork job, and he would hate to be in her shoes later, since almost every bone that had been broken and set in a makeshift way would probably need to be broken again to correctly set the bone. And that was nothing compared to her left leg. No matter what they did, he doubted it would ever be healed properly again, the bones shattered into too many pieces. Laying her down carefully, not wanting to accidentally make her condition worse, he turned his attention towards the demon lying at the other side of the room, slowly approaching. Even though he couldn't see any movements coming from it, he still began to draw his Zanpakuto, preparing for the many surprise attacks he believed could come if it was faking. There turned out to be no need to worry. The demon was dead. He couldn't help but make sure though, stabbing his blade straight through the demon's head in the off chance it had survived. He didn't want to risk this demon coming back later if it had been able to disable Nozomi and then go on to leave Levy in a state like this. He wished he knew what had happened in the battle. The room gave him a few clues to the damage the demon must have been causing, and it explained who had been the one breaking Levy's body in the first place, but he had no idea what kind of spell Levy had used to counter such raw power. He had sensed a large force of magical power earlier, but it wasn't quite as noticeable as her legendary spell was normally. What had she done to win? "Kisuk. I'm here." "Ah, You arrived quicker than I expected, Kisuk said somberly. Can you take Nozomi to her room on the ship? Her room? But she needs dash. Trust me, Kisuk said, cutting her off. The doctors on the ship can't save her right now. She's performed a mass amount of makeshift repairs to her body, a lot of which won't keep her alive for very long. It seems her spine was even broken and she's got internal bleeding from what I can only assume was her rips puncturing her internal organs. There are too many problems to fix and not enough time right now. So what are you going to do? Nozomi asked. You don't plan to give up on her. I know you don't. Kisuk nodded, sheathing his blade as he walked towards Nozomi. The woman made a small motion with her hand as a portal opened up before reaching down carefully to grab Levi. Let me, Kisuk said before she could grab her. Just focus on your magic here. Leaning down himself, he carefully scooped her back up into his arms, being careful of moving too quickly and aggravating any other injuries he had yet to locate. A few steps later through the portal and they were back on the ship, Kisuk carefully setting Levi down on her bed. Already then, I better be quick. Placing his Zanpakuto against the wall for a moment, he placed his hands together before pulling them apart, a cuboid of green light forming between his palms. Kyokantanai. Jakantaishi. The cuboid in his hands continued glow, getting brighter with every passing second before the light began to encompass Levi herself. That magic, muttered Nozomi in shock, her eyes locked on the energy surrounding Levi. I recognize one of those. You're manipulating space. I have to, replied Kisuk. It would be fine if we were staying put, but this ship is constantly moving, plus I am unsure of what effect your magic would have on the Kidou I'm primarily relying on here. So I'm left with little choice but to alter a Kidou originally meant for teleportation and instead using it to fix the location of the main Kidou even if we teleport by other means. And the primary Kidou? Jakantaishi, stated Kisuk as he moved the cuboid he held and placed it down by the bedside cabinet beside Levi. It's pretty powerful Kidou, capable of stopping time in an area, hence the need to fix it to her position rather than fix it to a set location. Unfortunately this Kidou is a pretty costly piece of work. I can maintain it for a while even while fighting, but if I ever need to use my Bankai then I won't be able to handle both at once without depleting my reserves entirely, and if that happens I can do neither. Are you sure you should be going back out then? Asked Nozomi as she watched as Kisuk began walking towards the still open portal. If you encounter a strong enough demon dash. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, replied Kisuk. Besides, my Bankai is something I rarely use. I prefer to use my brain first and foremost. Hold on a minute Kisuk, came Hibiki's voice, coming through straight to his mind. There's been a chance of plans. I assume you heard Acknowledge's roar. Of course, spoke Kisuk, ignoring the looks Nozomi was giving him curiously. Which is why we need to hurry. Don't worry about that anymore. Mest is teleporting and planting explosives as we speak. We managed to get the location of all the resurrection systems and are going to finish the job soon once all the charges are set. We'll already beginning to order a retreat, and Acknowledge's arrival has sped that up urgently. Alright then, I'll stay on board the ship for now. I'm coming up to the bridge. Waiting for the connection to end, he sent an awkward smile at Nozomi. Sorry about that. Close the portal for now. We'll all pulling out so there is no need for me to leave. You may be called upon to get others out so keep yourself ready. Plus you will need to prepare to pull this entire ship to safety with your magic. I'll be ready anytime. Just send the word. Good. Watch over Levi until then would you? I should get to the bridge in case Hibiki needs my help with anything. Who knows, I might even need to go out again to fight. If anything happens over here while you're watching her, let me know immediately. And I mean immediately. I'll be back myself once we've all left. Hopefully nothing goes wrong until then. Protector of the Fairies. Groaning as he pushed himself out of the ground he found himself part of currently, Ichigo raised a hand to his head in an attempt to stop the brief pain he felt. What the hell was that, Mavis? It felt like I was hit by a train. Not a train, Mavis muttered back, traces of fear layering her normal tone. A dragon. The dragon really. Acknowledge. Ichigo muttered in shock. That thing is here. Yes. I don't know how nor why. But it's bad. You should still remember the last time you encountered that beast. It's one of the few things that exist that can match people like you and Zeref through sheer raw power. In other words, my chances of winning just dropped to zero, replied Ichigo in annoyance, giving his arms a few quick test swings to ensure he was still fine after the strong blow. I didn't even see that beast coming, and that attack of it sent me flying this far away, he added as he looked into the distance from where he had come from. I can't even see Zeref's summoning gate anymore. It's strong. What else would you expect? I don't know. Something less overpowered. Chuckling to himself, Ichigo watched as his eyes back picking up the form of the large dragon in the distance. I can't get hit by that thing. That hit was to get me out of the way. A proper strike might tear me in half if I'm not ready for it. Yeah, Mavis agreed. That or do enough damage that you won't be able to regenerate in time. No matter how much magic is being pumped through your body right now, if he rips your heart out then it's game over. Be careful. Fighting both Zeref and Aknologia is not a battle that will ever be able to be won by you alone. I know. How long do I have left? Mavis fell silent to his voice. Mavis. I don't know. What? You're the one meant to be Dash. I know. Exclaimed Mavis worriedly. You used up half the time you can maintain your Bankai for in the base form. Switched forms extended that remaining time by a factor of 6 and you used up around a third of that time before switching to that last form. In that form the limit is brought back down to only double of your base form, meaning you ran through the rest of the time quite quickly. And in the time that's passed right now. What is it? You're past your limit. Ichigo frowned, letting some of the energy around his body fade for a second to look at his skin. Golden light seeped from small cracks along his skin, but it was nowhere near the condition that he normally ended up in from overuse. And neither did he feel like his body was undergoing the strain of such power. But I'm still fine. I know. You should have already been forcefully pulled from your Bankai, but you're still standing strong. I'm not sure what the cause is. Well, I can reckon a guess. The Hujyaku. Mavis gave a sound of agreement. It was a foreign entity in your soul, kind of like your brother and I am. But it's also a very complex entity onto itself. It's not quite my level, but it did also contain the vast power it holds. Your soul must have been under too much strain by holding that within you alongside pushing your power to its peak for a long period of time. I can still fight, Ichigo said in relief. So long as that is the case, the cause doesn't matter. How long do you think I have left? No idea. I don't know exactly how much space the Hujyaku took up in your soul, nor how much power and time can be gained from reducing the strain. You might last only another minute, another 5, or maybe even 10 or more. I honestly don't know, and the different levels of strain that your body goes under in each form makes the calculations even more complex. I'll do my best, but try and get ready for an emergency retreat if necessary. If Aknologia's here too, I doubt the others plan to stick around, so Hibiki may contact us anytime now to call a retreat. Alright. Let's try and hold out until then. I might as well see how long I can fight for while we have this chance. Readying both blades as the previous fake blades vanished, the cloak of energy returning to its standard state, Ichigo didn't wait for Aknologia to finish reaching him. Instead he leaped forward through the air, appearing before the dragon, flying towards him in the blink of an eye. Two swords raised up above his head with energy spiraling off them. Getchuga Tenshou. Swinging down with all his strength, he sent the twin blasts down directly on Aknologia's head, the blow causing the dragon to plummet towards the ground. Beating both wings strongly, Aknologia halted its downward momentum right before crashing, letting out a roar as it turned its gaze upwards. The second it did that, Ichigo vanished, reappearing beneath it by its exposed chest with one blade slicing forward. A small trail of energy was left in the blade's wake before the second blade swung, slicing straight through the energy with an attack of its own. Getchuga Jujishou. The cross-shaped blast of energy slammed forward, crashing into Aknologia's chest and beginning to send Aknologia flying backwards. As Aknologia crashed into the ground, Ichigo lost sight of the massive beat, the energy from his attack and the dust created from the crumbling ground obscuring his vision. Still, that was a lot of smoke. Acting instinctively to the danger he felt, he dodged, barely avoiding the clawed hand that scraped off energy and skin from the right side of his head. Eyes widened in a mix of shock and confusion, he failed to take the chance to retaliate when he should have, instead backing away hesitantly as if unsure of what was in front of him. It wasn't the claws that shocked him though. It was the fact that the hand they came from was human-sized, and the fact that the being in front of him was also in the form of a human. It was an odd sight. Acknowledge was a dragon, a massive being covered in black scales with spiraling blue markings. Its head was round, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and its wings were similar to that of a bird's. And its tail was like a stinger when one considered how sharp the tip of it was. Which was why this form in front of him made so little sense. What he was faced with was someone who could only be described as human. The man even looked young, possessing a large muscular body similar to Laxus and having long and spiked dark blue hair that trailed down the man's back down to his waist. Black circles seemed to surround the man's eyes too, contrasting somewhat with his already dark-colored skin and the bright green eyes that shone with fury and obsession. The man's upper body had been left completely exposed beside a large traveling cloak, similar to the ones Guildarts used, while a row of sharp red claws hung around the man's neck. And yet it was the markings that connected the two beings he was recognizing. The same type of light blue markings covered the man's body, in particular around his face and right arm. He assumed that the same would be present on the other areas of the man's body that he kept hidden, but he couldn't quite be sure. But seeing these similarities and knowing the timing, he knew for certain what he was seeing. And the fact the man's arm, previously clawed like a dragon's, was fading away and returning to that of a human's was the final nail in the coffin. Acknowledge, Ichigo growled out. There was no other explanation. Dragonification. That single word was the reason for why Acknowledge had come to exist, he had been told. A human turned dragon and assisted by Zeref. But from what Kisuk had told him, the process was one that could happen to any dragon slayer, from Natsu to Wendy and now even Laxus. But for a dragon that had been once human to then regain its lost form, he hadn't even considered such a possibility. Was this the case with all dragon slayers turned dragons? Or was this because of Zeref's interference with Acknowledge's creation? The problem wasn't quite that this was possible, however. It was what it meant. Magical power didn't vanish when one changed forms. It would always exist with the user, and at most the output might chance. And he knew from his own experiences that the smaller the container for the energy was, the more powerful it would become. Normal differences in size couldn't cause such differences, but when you took the power of a Bankai and shoved it into a single blade and body like he had used to do with his old Bankai, the power gained in both strength and speed was immense. Which was why this form worried him. Acknowledge was a massive beast, with the magical power to match such a reputation. And now all that power had moved from being in a container the size of a dragon to a human form only a fraction of its original size. In a single instant, Acknowledge had not only reduced its size to make it harder to hit, but had also increased its own strength too. "You're stronger than I thought you were," Ichigo commented, bringing up both blades ready. "I was hoping it would at least be as easy for me to hurt you like last time." "I hope that didn't make you feel confident all of a sudden," responded Acknowledge in boredom. "When a wasp stings you, does it not hurt? Does a dog not hurt you when it bites? It doesn't matter if you can cause me pain if you cannot kill me." Without showing any signs of discomfort, Acknowledge forced his body to chance, large wings bursting out of his back and taking him up into the air. Surprising at Acknowledge's newfound speed, Ichigo barely avoided the attack as it passed, swinging his blade out behind him in an arc in retaliation. Getsuga Tenshou. The wave of energy tore back, but Acknowledge dodged it in midair, using its wings to give it the maneuverability it would have otherwise lacked. Spinning round, energy as dark as shadows wrapped around a fist, Acknowledge swung it back, his fist slamming against the blade that rose to block his blow. Holding back the blow for a moment, Ichigo was surprised by the amount of strength behind it. He was pretty sure this was at the same level as his own physical strength, if even a bit stronger. But neither was it strong enough to overpower his own strikes. Pulling back a step, he manipulated his blade to allow Acknowledge to fly past him, his other blade swinging down directly into the path Acknowledge was heading down. Instead of dodging, however, Acknowledge simply rose his other arm as he passed, the flesh turning to scales and the fingers to claws as he blocked the blow. Before Acknowledge could fly very far, Ichigo was right above him, stabbing both cloaked blades down at the dragon turned human. Acting in response, Acknowledge moved as fast as it could to spin over, catching both blades with clawed arms. He couldn't see it behind the energy, but Ichigo smirked at Acknowledge's actions, continuing right up to the energy's detonation. Realizing the threat at the last moment, Acknowledger released its grip and pushed away from the blades, putting distance between himself and the blast right before it could connect. The energy from the attack was immediately blown away, however, by the massive roar that Acknowledger released, simply using the shockwave of his magic to blast away the harmful magic. Bracing through the winds being kicked up from the roar, Ichigo stood there in the air as he watched Acknowledge watching him, both carefully observing their opponent for any signs of weakness. They knew the difference in each skill. For Ichigo, he knew he was faster, but so did Acknowledge, and because of that the dragon knew to be constantly watching for even the smallest sign of movement in order to be able to react in time. On the other end, they both knew which was physically stronger, and as much as Acknowledge would want to press his advantage, he knew Ichigo would never give him long enough to push those boundaries. It was magical power that would really make the difference. Neither had truly managed to land a decisive blow on each other yet, and both knew they were certainly capable of doing so. Switch form, Ichigo muttered, the energy of his cloak spreading out and beginning to form 6 additional blades to grab. Mass blades wouldn't do much good here, the power they would unleash wouldn't be enough against an opponent of this level, but a few extras would make it easier to hit Acknowledge. Acknowledge didn't seem willing to allow him the time to prepare, however, closing the distance before the blades were even half formed and swiping down with his own magic at the edge of his claws. Blocking the strike with both blades, Ichigo kicked off the air away from the dragon, using his superior speed to repair the distance between them and finish generating the blades. Acknowledge didn't let up, however, slamming both hands together and releasing the magic wrapped around them as a massive wave of energy. Raising a single blade up in response, energy pouring upwards and massively extending the reach of the strike, Ichigo swung down, the giant Getsuga Tenshou colliding with the wave of destructive power sent by Acknowledge and triggering both spells prematurely. It had only taken 2 seconds for this all to take place, more time having been spent watching the other to wait for the opening. At the level the two were at, so much could be done in such a short space of time. But it also meant a single wrong move could end it all in an instant, their speeds too fast to miss such opportunities. Funny. You're still alive. The only person in recent memory to last longer than a few seconds was a pest. Does having orange hair make you more resilient than normal bugs? Was Acknowledge talking about guild arts? He resisted the urge to respond to the dragon's taunts, but he knew he had failed in some way, the slight tensing from his body language easily picked up by the dragon's eyes. You knew him, didn't you? I suppose the saying is true. Birds of a kind flock together. Should I give you the same treatment that I gave him? Without waiting for a response, Acknowledge charged, becoming a black blur as he shot across the sky. Raising a blade, Ichigo swung at the dragon only for his blast to sail right through the beast, the dragon having transformed to a form he could only assume was some kind of elemental form. But what the hell kind of form did a dragon of the apocalypse have? He didn't have time to think on that, however. Moving as fast as he could, he spun back round to defend, the weaker 6 blades held by his cloak of energy swinging at the energy that made up Acknowledge. Despite the power put into them, Acknowledge's form stayed strong, breaking apart and avoiding the blows completely rather than try to take them head on. However, it bought him the time he needed to finish his turn, his second blade swinging up at Acknowledge's distorted form and releasing a blast of energy straight at it. Darting back the moment the action was complete, Ichigo skidded to a halt in the air a good few meters away, his cloak of energy moving all 6 swords into position with their points aimed at where Acknowledge still was. At the tip of each blade began to charge a crimson-red orb, energy being pulled in from the air around them to fuel the zeros. With no sign of movement, Ichigo kept up the charge, packing as much energy into the zeros that he could safely compress. Fire, he muttered softly, 6 beams of pure destruction tearing through the air and slamming into the leftover energy from his last attack. They exploded the second they entered the energy, which meant he knew they had hit something. He didn't expect for all that energy to suddenly be forced away through sheer power. Acknowledge's hands held out to both sides with both partially transformed. But what was terrifying, however, was the position the dragon had taken up, the same position all dragon slayers took before using the one attack they all shared. My turn. With a loud roar, Acknowledger released his breath attack, Ichigo bringing up all his blades in front of him to block the strike. He underestimated both the size and the force, the blast over 10 times bigger than he was. The 6 weaker blades shattered on contact, Ichigo finding himself getting flung back through the air uncontrollably even as he tried to split the blast. Despite all the energy he put into his swords, he couldn't fully block it, and he could feel parts of his body getting ripped to shreds only to regenerate instantly afterwards. Finally the attack let up, only he had traveled much further than he had thought he had. He must have been launched miles in a single blast. Glancing back the way he had come from, he froze for a moment at the sight he could see in the distance. While Acknowledger was out of sight at such range, he could still see the flow of magic. And a massive amount of it was rushing towards Acknowledger's position. He had seen this once before. It wasn't like a Quincy's subtle gathering of energy nor Anukin's ease of access to magic. This was where the world's own power was being devoured as if it was food for the beast, the process distorting the very atmosphere around it. And the last time he had seen something like this? Well, it had been right before Tenro Island had almost been obliterated. How fast could he move? He knew how long an attack this powerful would take when Acknowledger was a dragon, but as a human everything seemed to be so much faster. And Acknowledger was fast in that form. Even with his speed, could he reach him in the time it would take? No, or at least he would not be fast enough to stop Acknowledger from firing it, even if the attack didn't reach completion. And an attack like this would not be something he could block like before. Dodging would be the key. While the attack would certainly be wide, he could get out of the way with his speed easily. And yet he couldn't. Not when he was realizing just what direction Acknowledger had flung him in with that last attack. Every single one of his allies was somewhere directly behind them. They were still miles and miles away, but that wouldn't matter to this attack. If it had the power to wipe out an entire island or more, range would not be the problem for Acknowledger. If he dodged, everyone else would take the hit. That only left one choice. He would only be able to do this once, so he would have to hope it would all pay off. The very air began to distort as he reached out to every single bit of power he had spread out across the sky, pulling it all in and putting it all under his full command. His Bankai released so much excess energy into the sky, turning it pitch black. If Acknowledger wanted a contest of raw power, when he would bring all that energy to bear against it. Here we go, he muttered as he raised both blades to the sky, pressing them together as a large stream of energy from above wrapped around both blades, giving them the illusion of one towering blade. The energy continued to be pulled in from across the sky, and he knew everyone would be noticing the sudden influx of light coming in from the sky. Acknowledger fired a fraction of a second before him. He could see the distance become filled with pure white destructive light just as he began to swing his blade. But even so he didn't hesitate. Because he knew deep down that this strike would not lose. Mujutsu. It was the only technique he had that could outright counter such a massive blast. Gathering the energy for this attack normally would have required time he could never realistically get in a fight unless he had backup. Having backup capable of standing up to enemies that even required the use of Mujutsu were basically non-existent. If this attack by some chance failed to stop this attack, nothing would. But he didn't have anything to fear when using this strike. Every strike of his energy held within it a Hollow's desire to devour and a Quincy's ability to dominate. A Getsuga Tenshou would never have been able to stop this blast even with those traits. But when faced with a mass of energy equal or surpassing the enemy's own blast, well, in a situation like that the enemy's prized strength would be turned completely against them. He could feel it too. It had only been a few moments, but his own attack was already swelling up with more power than before, energy being ripped from Acknowledger's attack and being treated as fuel for his own. The moment his attacks could do that and not get destroyed, it would always be over for the opponent's spell. Once it was within his energy's grasp, it would never let it go. His own wave of darkness spread across the land in front of him with increased speed with every second that passed, the additional energy giving it the boost it needed while reducing the force opposing it. Finally he felt the energy of his spell leave his control, having finally consumed everything its path and found its target. Raising both blades from their downward positions to bring them back to bear, he sped forward with Shunpo. His attack had won at reaching his target, but he had no illusions of victory because of that. There would still have been far more than enough power left in Acknowledge's breath attack to minimize the damage dramatically, and that wasn't even factoring in the dragon's own defensive capabilities. He was right to do so. As the energy started to dissipate all around them, he saw the dragon, one arm hanging limply by its side. The skin looked burnt, the scales that had protected the transformed arm ripped clean off from the attack before inflicting damage on the skin itself. The rest of the dragon's body wasn't quite spared from harm, small burns, and cracked scales where its body had dragonified easily visible. But despite it all, it appeared that only one of the arms was disabled. It was unsettling. Was this all the injuries Acknowledge had suffered? That had been his ultimate attack. Was Acknowledge's defensives this powerful that it could survive such an attack with such little harm? No, he muttered as his eyes focused on the figure hiding in the remnants of his attack, using Acknowledge as a sort of shield. You interfered with my attack, didn't you, Ziref? Ziref simply revealed a smirk as the last of the energy faded around him, the man standing on a small demon hovering in the sky. Rather than saying anything, he simply raised his right hand, a mass of dark energy spiraling around in the shape of a condensed orb, the size of the man's head. It only took a second to realize what energy that was. That wasn't Ziref's death magic or his shadow magic or any other type of magic that he had shown thus far. That was his magic, the same magic he had just released in the form of Mujitsu. And Ziref was holding what he could only assume to be a portion of the attack's strike in the palm of his hand. It's a good thing I arrived just in time, Ziref stated as he patted Acknowledge on the back with his other hand. You might have very well lost that arm if I hadn't done anything. Maybe more. You should be thankful to me. And you should be thankful to me for being your shield. If you are here, I assume you are done. Ziref sighed in annoyance. Yes, I am done. Go play if you wish, I no longer require your services even if I never asked for them. How about dealing with the pest flying towards us? I plan to, Acknowledge growled out, its form transforming back to its giant state. Ichigo eyed its gaze as it shifted, locking onto a distant speck in the distance. A speck that looked oddly familiar. Like a bolt of lightning. Laxus. He made a move to intercept the dragon as it began to move, only to notice Ziref clench his fist around the orb of his energy that the man held, the energy flying out around the dark mage's hand. He didn't have time to think as he appeared right in Acknowledge's path, a sword being swung full of energy right at the dragon. The energy made contact, but not with who he wanted. To his disbelief, Ziref appeared right before his eyes, the blade that was swinging tearing right through the man's body and not even leaving a single sign of damage. The man could still recover that fast? He didn't have time to think on it, however, when Ziref lunged at him, moving at speeds he knew for sure the man could not achieve. It wasn't on either his or Acknowledge's level, but it was miles above what the man had been capable of before. And then there was the man's appearance. Only one thing had changed, and that was the cloak of energy the man wore. It resembled his old Bankai's coat in a lot of ways, only made of pure energy. In that regard it was like a reduced form of his shade form. No, even the magic he felt from it resembled his own, if layered with traces of Ziref's own unique brand of magic. He wanted to make a move to continue after Acknowledge, but he knew now that he would not be able to reach the dragon and put distance between him and Ziref in the process. And if the two were together, there wouldn't even be a chance of victory. Had everyone else achieved everything they needed to? Was it time to leave yet? Fascinating this power is, Ziref spoke absent-mindedly, the man not showing any sense of danger as he tore his eyes away from Ichigo and turned it to the cloak of energy surrounding him. Despite belonging to an abomination such as yourself, it's rather unique in its nature. So this is the difference between a Dragon Slayer hybrid like Acknowledge and a pure hybrid like you in terms of the magic's quality. It's rather impressive, as much as it pains me to say. Almost as if realizing what he had said, the man tore his gaze away from the energy, settling a furious glare at Ichigo. Now then, the gap in speed has closed enough for me to reach you again. I think it's time I end this, don't you? Raising his arm up, energy gathering around it, he said the two words Ichigo never believed he would hear coming from an enemy's mouth at a time like this. Getsuga Tenshou. Protector of the Fairies. Escaping the underworld. Leaping from bird to bird, the long body of the ice dragon following right behind him, Leon kept up his speed as he rushed after the bolt of black lightning streaking through the sky. Only the mass amount of ice constructs he had deployed across the sky kept Laxus present. The delay it would take him to blast a hole through them enough time for him to get an attack in whenever it happened. He was yet to achieve a blow that actually gave Laxus a true injury, but he was keeping the man here, knocking him away every time he tried. As much as he wanted to celebrate such success, he knew he couldn't just yet. Something was off. For all his plans to fight Laxus, he couldn't deny that some of it had been pure talk in order to build confidence in himself. Without faith in his own abilities, he would have lost before the fight even began. But the Laxus he was fighting right now. This Laxus was able to be stalled by him with these plans. The current Laxus wouldn't be able to, that he was sure of. When stuck, Laxus would just brute force his way through when all other options were exhausted. But this Laxus must have realized he would have to do that by now and yet still had not done so. His magical power was too off too. It was far too low for someone claiming to be Laxus, and yet it gave off a presence so foul it might as well have been its normal level of strength. It was all too odd, especially with how lightning that had so little magical power in it could shatter his ice constructs of greater strength with barely any difficulty. He should have pressed Hibiki for more details, but he had been in a rush. This had to be related to what the man mentioned about the power being used, however. Some kind of cancelling magic. Perhaps it affected Laxus too in some way? Well, despite what the answer was, it did mean his original plans to fight Laxus were working. For now. Laxus was adapting quickly. Already he had altered his plans multiple times every time Laxus looked like he was about to figure everything out. He was running out of plans to use, and with every passing second Laxus seemed to become a bit more skilled than before. "Ice make," he muttered to himself, preparing his magic for a passing strike. Laxus was looking like he was getting ready for another push, which meant a new chance for him to strike. Lance. Slamming his hands down on the bird he was flying on, he spread his control out to all the birds around him, each construct of ice morphing as its form changed from dynamic to static. A flock of birds could only pose a small threat, but a volley of spears was another matter. Eyeing the incoming projectiles with annoyance, Laxus took a deep breath and roared, a mass of black energy firing from his mouth and destroying all traces of ice in its path. Leon himself only dodged due to the fact he was already falling, slipping under the breath attack's reach while already gathering magic for his landing. Or at least that had been the intention. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up, with Laxus yet to finish his attack. Taking all the energy he had been building up to break his fall, Leon funneled it into a new spell, a large bird forming from his palms and rushing through the air. Unlike the smaller birds, this one was at least twice his size. There was more than enough power in it to deal damage if it connected. To his dismay, however, Laxus still blocked the strike, breaking it as he slammed his fist down to one side, the same energy from his breath attack coating his fist. Leon swore in frustration as the ice dragon from behind him flew beneath himself, landing roughly on the surface of the ice and hearing his fake leg cracking in the process. A quick bit of repair work from his magic was all it took to fix the limb, half making him wonder why he still kept using ice as a prosthetic. But it was the easier option to get used to, plus he could repair it as much as he needed whenever it did get damaged compared to mechanical limbs. Plus he doubted anyone would expect his leg to be morphed into a weapon if he truly ran out of options. "Out of options here though," muttered Leon as he placed his ice foot forward, the ice of his leg fusing into the ice of the dragon as he kneeled down. Placing both hands against the ice of the dragon's body, he could only hope this would all work out. "Ice make, zo dash." Anything he wanted to say or try was cut off when the dragon he was on came under siege, bombarded from above by hundreds of arrows. His construct reacted fast to his will, darting out the way as best as it could as it tried to get him to safety. But the damage had been done. Over 70% of the dragon had been destroyed in that one barrage, the attacks that should have been weak enough to shrug off shattering his prized construct to pieces. It was a small miracle it was still flying after the damage it had taken. But right now that appeared to be the only miracle he would get. Bringing his arm forward, Laxus launched streams of black lightning upwards, combining his efforts reluctantly with the figure using the same type of magic in the sky above. The dragon was already trying to move, but he knew it wouldn't be fast enough. It was already too late to dodge. So instead he did the only thing he had left, morphing the remaining ice alongside his own magic into a small shield of ice, barely large enough to cover his body. There wasn't enough time to break away his leg from the ice, his leg frozen against the shield, but he had more pressing matters. Like finding out whether or not the shield would hold with all the power he had shoved into it. It didn't. The attacks broke through his shield like butter, slamming into his chest and causing him to gasp in pain as some of the arrows tore through his chest. His fall was the only thing that saved him from the full barrage, the air being filled with those same arrows that had hit him. Right before he could hit the ground, however, he felt a figure grab him from behind by his clothes, holding him steady a few meters up in the air. "Hold on a second, will you?" the voice ordered as he began to struggle, the sound of his assailant's voice making him lose all resistance. "That's better," the voice stated, Leon feeling ice that was not his own freezing over his wounds. "That shouldn't melt anytime soon, but you might need some help completely getting rid of it. Ask Natsu for that." "That's you, isn't it?" Leon asked, hope he knew he was failing to hide seeping into his voice. I didn't know," he spoke. "I thought you died. And then I heard rumors of a demon in Zeref's army. A demon with incredible power over ice." He felt the grip loosen on his clothes, his assailant dropping him to the ground as the platform they were on lowered back down to the ground. Leon only took notice of the platform for a second before speaking, the ice he was seeing only fueling his hope. "It was too much of a coincidence. It was because you had that demon side that everything happened back then. But it also means I know this ice. It's stronger and far colder than I remember, but the foundation of it is still there." Unable to take it anymore, Leon spun around, coming face to face with the man he had desperately wanted to not believe was dead. "Gray," he muttered. "You're alive." He wanted to grab the man, to embrace him in a hug and apologize once again for being too weak to make the same sacrifice Gray made in his place. But instead the man he knew dodged out of his way, one hand raising up behind him just in time to block a blast of black lightning with a shield of ice. The lightning still tore its way through layers of ice, but Gray didn't show any fears of it reaching. It was the whole reason that the spell he made to shield them was as thick and tall as a house. "Don't touch me," Gray muttered back at his friend. For a second Leon looked at his friend in hurt. Only after a moment did he realize there was no hatred in those words, no annoyance about his presence. Those words were a warning. A warning filled with fear. "Tell me, can you still fight?" "What?" "Gray, how are you? Later. Can you fight?" "Yes," Leon answered quickly, his mind hammering the seriousness of the situation back into the forefront of his thoughts. "Not for much longer, but with Acknowledge here I doubt we will need to be fighting for much longer either. Any plans for retreating?" "Probably teleporters. That's the quickest way to get to this location right now without abandoning me." Gray didn't say anything for a moment before he finally uttered words Leon did not want to hear. "Backup plans. They will come for me. Backup plans. They won't abandon me. Backup plans." Gray repeated one final time, this time turning his head back round to glare at his old rival. "Acknowledge is here. Are you sure they will even have time to extract you? Be prepared for the worst." Scowling, Leon shook his head. "None. If they don't come get me, I have no plans for extraction." "Then we better hope Ichigo's friends remember you when they fall back," Gray muttered. "Having Acknowledge around tends to make you forget things you really shouldn't. You shouldn't have sent Natsu away. You were watching. You'd have to be blind to not see the light show he makes with his flames. It's what lead me right to you both once Hibiki asked me for help." "Hibiki? He knew you were alive." "If you have any more questions, save them for later," Gray stated before pushing Leon to one side. The second he did, arrows of black energy tore through his barrier, filling the air between the two of them with the foul power. "We don't have the luxury of chatting right now, I'm afraid." Protector of the Fairies. Groaning in pain, Hades rested his body against the wall, feeling the flesh of his demonic body knitting itself back together. Repelling Mardgear had taken almost everything he had left, but finally he had managed it, if at great injury to himself. Unfortunately that demon wasn't dead. It might even be coming back after it licked its wounds. Mardgeir had been foolish to not use its Aetherius form, but he wasn't going to complain when it was probably what kept him alive in his exhausted state. Glancing down at the ground, he eyed the one item that had been knocked from Mardgeir's hands when the demon had been repelled. It was a book. The same book Mardgeir had been holding, and the same book that had given him an unsettling feeling this entire time. He wasn't going to admit it, but that book frightened him somewhat, if only because of the sheer wariness he could feel from being in the book's presence. "What are you?" he muttered, taking a few shaky steps towards the book before crouching beside it. Poking the book experimentally with one hand, he frowned when he didn't even feel anything in response. There was no doubt this was a product of Zeref's demons. He knew enough about the books of Zeref to understand that much, but he should have felt some kind of power from the raw contact. Ah! He could see it now. Lifting the book up and turning it slightly for a better look, he eyed the small lock that kept the book's pages sealed shut. No energy was leaking out because the demon wasn't active like the other demons were around here. It was sealed shut, the process also sealing shut the demon within in all its power. But as he stared at the book, he wondered if that was truly true. He could not sense any power coming from it, but the fact he felt wary in its presence meant something was leaking through. Or had at some point, and the result had left an impression around the book itself. But what was this demon? Oh! The cover of the book said it all. 3 letters. 3 solitary letters that made him so afraid to look at. END. The strongest demon Zeref ever created according to the legends he had looked into, and even then END was mentioned so little in any of the stories. He honestly knew more about END through Franmouth and others than he had ever learned in his first life. But what he did know, however, was that END was the pinnacle of Zeref's demon creation. One so strong that all other demons of Zeref bowed before it and would willingly submit to its commands, as if the demon was Zeref itself. He supposed that was what it was like to be the prized creation. To all other demons, they would likely look at E.N.D's position in awe, envious of the fact it would be seen as perfection, and yet know they wouldn't be able to steal away such a place when the one who gave it to END was their own creator. "I need to destroy you," Hades stated, placing the book back down on the ground. Then, resting his hand against the cover of the book, he began to generate the strongest self-destruction spell that he could. If the book could be destroyed, this spell would be capable of destroying it. "Please." That wasn't his voice. That was a child's. "Please don't." There it was again. The voice of a child's, begging for something. "Stop, please." "Where are you?" Hades called out, glancing around the room. He heard nothing. He saw nothing. And then the voice spoke again, making him realize the voice was coming through directly to his head. "Please, don't." "Telepath," Hades muttered, glancing back down at the book. This was the source, he knew it had to be, so why was he hearing a child's voice? An illusion of some kind? He wouldn't put it past the demon to realize the threat posed to it and use a child's voice to try and make him hesitate. It seemed it didn't know him that well. He had committed many atrocities in his lifetime in his search for understanding. He had made many sacrifices in his quest for the one magic and the ideal world that would be brought about because of it. If this demon thought a child's voice would make him hesitate, it was wrong. This was not the first child that had died as a result of his actions. "Stop." He heard the voice of Mardgeir before he saw the demon, Mardgeir slamming into him in desperation just as the spell was about to activate. The demon itself looked worse than he remembered, the arm he had almost severed now gone with the remains held closed by a patchwork mess of thorns. Without caring for his own life, Mardgeir's sole remaining hand reached for the book, grabbing it out of the circle just as it activated. What happened wasn't pretty. The hand wasn't lost, but he did see as all the flesh that covered it was blown away through raw power, the energy trying to destroy the book making contact if only for a brief moment. "Hades." He heard Mest's voice as the man appeared behind him, reaching out to teleport the dark mage away. But for a brief moment before they were both gone, Hades felt it. For just a second, the seal weakened. For just a second, E.N.D's essence was let loose. And in that single second, he had no doubts about what he sensed and the magnitude of it all. E.N.D's power didn't just match the legends. It surpassed them. Protector of the fairies. "We've almost got everyone evacuated," said Hibiki through the archive link, Laxus paying minimal attention in exchange for focusing mostly on the distance where Acknowledge had flown off to. Give us about 5 minutes at most and we'll be good to go. Probably less, to be honest. Alright. Keep the link up if you need to. I want Mest to grab me and go when it's time. I don't fancy fighting Acknowledge longer than that. Will do. Natsu's on his way as well. He's slightly further behind but he's catching up, so hopefully the two of you together can bring about enough power to make Acknowledge pause. You realize we won't be able to beat Acknowledge in the time we have left, Laxus replied back. I don't even know if we can beat him with just the two of us even if we had all the time we could need. That's not your goal, Hibiki stressed. Acknowledge is one of the most dangerous individuals out there. We might as well state his threat level is equal to Zeref, Wywak and Baragans. This is the dragon that killed all the other dragons. I honestly think that 2 dragon slayers are not even close to being enough to kill that dragon. What's important right now is to keep its attention fixed on you and Natsu. With a power rivaling Zeref's, Ichigo cannot fight them both. He will lose, and if we lose him we might as well raise the white flag and surrender. I got it. Delay Acknowledge and keep it occupied so that it doesn't team up with Zeref and kill Ichigo. So long as you get us out of here in 5 minutes, I don't care what else happens. There's something else too, Hibiki pointed out. Nozomi is in charge of the magic teleporting the ship, and everyone on it, away. And since we need to get as far away from here as possible, we cannot rely on Mest to teleport Ichigo away afterwards. She needs to do it. Ichigo can't come with us when we all go. In the time it takes for Nozomi's magic to activate on such a large scale, Acknowledge might be able to shoot us all down with a breath attack. And that is ignoring what tricks Zeref might try to pull. Until the very end we need his focus locked on Ichigo. Which means you need to pull Acknowledge away far enough that it can't reach Ichigo easily but not too far that it targets us instead. Afterwards Nozomi will return back and grab Ichigo before escaping with him. Well, I can do one part of that easily enough. What's that? Draw Acknowledge away. It's coming right for me. Seeing the giant blur speeding towards him, Laxus did the only thing he could do. He dodged, the massive black beast slicing through the air just beside him. Getting hit by that beast head-on was not something he wanted to ever experience, even if he were at his best. A glance over his shoulder however revealed a greater fear. Crap. Laxus. It's Acknowledge. It's ignoring me for something else. Laxus stated, coming to a full stop and then darting right back after the dragon. The dragon was fast, faster than its large body would indicate, but his smaller form gave him the edge. Already he was drawing closer, close enough that the beast was filling his sight once again. Preparing a strong blast of lightning, the energy building up in his right fist, Laxus's eyes widened when flames burst to life in the distance, the roaring inferno heading straight towards Acknowledge and, as a consequence, him. Darting out of the way just in time, he watched as the flames consumed Acknowledge whole, flames he recognized clearly. Heavenly flames. These were the flames Natsu used in that heavenly flame dragon mode of his. But on a scale like this, it had to be that burner secret art of his. His hopes for Acknowledge to be damaged were shattered by the roar the dragon let it. It was not one of pain. The closest signs to that in the dragon's roar would be the equivalence of them grunting from an injury they gained. No, this roar had no real power to it. Rather it dispersed the flames Natsu had created through the sheer shockwaves it caused. They were being challenged. That was all he could infer from such a roar, filled with such confidence and pride. Challenged by the strongest dragon to ever exist if the legends were true. Well, he wasn't one to run away when he had a job to do just because it suddenly became a bit scarier. Wielding the lightning he had built up in his fist, he shot at Acknowledge, his arm brought back ready to slam down against the dragon. It turned. Right before he could make contact the dragon dodged, despite how large its form was. Instead his fist hit air and Acknowledge's tail was swiping through the air towards him. Dodging under it while barely avoiding being swatted like a fly, he shot back up just in time to come face to face with Acknowledge itself. Crap. Darting backwards, moving as fast as he could move, he darted out of the way of one of Acknowledge's large arms, the claws at the end narrowly missing his chest. It didn't look like Acknowledge was about to let him go easily too. In a one-on-one fight, this would be where it would have ended, give or take a few more attempts at attacking and dodging. Luckily he wasn't alone. No sooner had Acknowledge tried to move forward had all the flames Natsu had originally fired come to the Dragon Slayer's aid, becoming a massive blade of fire that he used to swing right down at the dragon from above. It was more effective than his attempts so far. The flames slammed down against Acknowledge and sent it tumbling to the ground. Quickly chasing after it, the dragon's form lost in all the smoke and dust its impact brought when combined with the flames. Laxus brought both arms up and swung them back down. All the lightning he could quickly muster swung down at the massive beast, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. Back on Tenro Island he had used his legendary spell on this beast and it hadn't done nearly enough damage to win the day. This attack wasn't even a secret art, let alone a legendary spell. It wouldn't kill it, but it would assist in delaying the beast hopefully. "You okay, Laxus?" asked Natsu as the mage lowered himself to the guild master's level. He took a few swings. "I'm fine. Be careful on the amount of magic you use up. You don't want to run out too early." Natsu just shrugged. "I feel fine. Honestly, I haven't even felt close to running out of magic since we arrived here. If anything, I feel like I've barely used any of what I can call on." That was odd. He didn't have to be familiar with Natsu's strength to know that was odd. The man just pulled off 2 secret arts in quick succession, and they were Heavenly Flame secret arts on top of that. And yet Natsu didn't even feel winded yet? It didn't matter how much magic Natsu had, it was never this high. Still, he could use this to his advantage. He didn't have enough magic left anymore to use his legendary spell, but Natsu could cover for him with a mass amount of secret arts. His job would be to try and keep Acknowledge's attention so that Natsu could fire his attacks freely. Natsu, on 3-, he never even got a chance to finish speaking to Natsu. As he tried, his head turning towards Natsu, he caught a glimpse of a man appearing out of nowhere and slamming a fist into Natsu's chest, the blow sending Natsu flying down to the ground. Natsu, punching at the new enemy, he didn't quite expect the enemy to be so fast that it could avoid his blow easily, at the same time striking him with his fist and knocking him towards the ground too. As much as he wanted, he couldn't quite slow his descent in time, slamming into the ground hard. Immediately rolling out of the way, he was right to do so when a fist slammed into where his body had been. He didn't wait for the enemy to continue, large amounts of lightning coating his fist as he rushed forward. They couldn't fight another enemy right now. It might be overkill, but he had to defeat this enemy quickly so their focus wouldn't be split. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Roaring Thunder. Spinning round at the last moment, the man reached out and caught his fist in his palm, the lightning that exploded outwards not even pushing the man back an inch. "This is it?" the man asked, disappointment in his voice. "I suppose you're the new one I was sensing." Pathetic. What? The man's fist slammed into his face before he could finish, causing him to reel back until the grip the man had on his arm pulled him right back in. That moment was all the man needed to bombard him with strikes, 10 hitting him before he even had time to try and turn to lightning. "Get away from him!" shouted Natsu, leaping right above the man with a spiral of flames being released from his right hand. "Fire Dragon's Dash! Oh yes! I forgot about you." Natsu never got a chance to finish his spell before Laxus's body was thrown right at him, the two colliding in midair. They didn't even get a second's reprieve before the man appeared before them once more, holding out both arms as dark energy coated each palm. Die! The hands slammed against each of their bodies, the energy exploding against them both and causing both Dragon Slayers to cry out in pain as the energy consumed them. Letting them both fall to the ground, the man dropped down himself, landing by both of their fallen bodies. Pathetic. "Is this really all you can amount to?" the man asked. "It seems the standards have dropped." "Not that I care. My satisfaction comes from the actual killing, not the fight." "Is this really the time for this?" asked Laxus, painful, finding it hard to speak with his injuries causing him pain. He let out a wince as the man tilted his head curiously before continuing, determined to halt the man in any way he could. "Acknowledge. That beast is here. Do you intend to die too?" "Acknowledge? Oh. You haven't realized yet. Holding his arms out to the sky, the man gestured all around them. Acknowledge is not up there. Acknowledge is right before you. Me. You. Acknowledge was a dragon slayer that became a dragon. Wasn't the process meant to be irreversible? So then how could this man be Acknowledge? He wanted to deny it, but if Acknowledge had left they would have noticed. Acknowledge's presence was too great. This man's claim, there was no way it wasn't true in the face of such knowledge. So you shrunk down, huh? Asked Natsu with a forced laugh. Guess you wanted to make this a fair fight, right? A fair fight. Acknowledge looked at the pink-haired mage for a moment before slamming a leg into his chest, sending him flying into a nearby rock. I never cared for such things. Total annihilation is all that is needed. For those who seek that, does it really matter if you fight fair? No. All that matters is the results. I'll admit, however, that your strength was far more impressive than your worthless allies. Just who are you receiving magic from to keep using that much power? You're not Nukin, and you certainly aren't like me. Is it another of your kind? Glancing down at Laxus when he got no answer from Natsu, Acknowledge sighed before raising a hand towards the Dragon Slayer. As he did so, Laxus gained a front row seat to the change that happened, the flesh of the arm being coated in scales and the fingers slowly morphing into the sharp claws a dragon would have. Shall we give you some motivation to tell me? You seem like a righteous type. So if I start picking out pieces of your friend's body here, let's see if you can stay quiet. Hey. Natsu called over, struggling to stand as he tried to push himself off the ground he had collapsed down onto. Stop. How about something important first, Acknowledge said, ignoring Natsu's words as he traced his claw across Laxus's chest, a faint trail of blood forming as it cut across the surface of the skin. A lung? Some flesh? A finger? An ear? Finally he stopped, lifting his claw and bringing up to Laxus's face. Or an eye. Instantly Laxus tried to break free, but Acknowledge simply slammed a foot down on his chest, knocking the wind right out of him and pinning him in place. The process. Calm down, Acknowledge said in annoyance, gripping Laxus's head with his unchanged hand to keep it steady. You can die in a moment, but first be still so I can use you. Lightning poured off Laxus's body, the man knowingly using up what little magic he had left in a desperate attempt to fight back. But just as it had been useless before, it was more so now. It didn't even slow Acknowledge down as he brought the claw right up to his left eye. Don't do it! Natsu screamed urgently. I'm not getting help from anyone. No one is supplying me with magic. Enough lies, Acknowledge stated. Let's see if you will be a bit more truthful after this. Without hesitation, Acknowledge stabbed his claw into Laxus's eye, pulling it back out and ripping the eye from its socket. Laxus! Natsu's words failed to reach the man as he screamed, the pain made worse as Acknowledge pushed down on him more to stop his struggling. Laxus! Nothing yet? Acknowledge asked. Very well. Let's take the next one. Run, Natsu! Laxus managed to scream out through the pain, titling his head down towards the fellow Dragon Slayer. Leave me! I can't. Natsu froze as he stared right at Laxus. Some of the man's hair had fallen down across his left side of his face. It was just a small amount, barely reaching the top of his eye, but the memory it brought up made him freeze. The memory of a man exactly like this, with his left eye missing from his body, replaced by a fake you. You did this, Natsu muttered in shock, staring at Acknowledge. You took that eye. Are you ready? For once Acknowledge was the one cut off, freezing as an inferno sprung up all around Natsu. The level of magical power wasn't quite enough to make him afraid in the slightest, but it was enough for him to release his grip on Laxus, stepping away from the man. So you still have some fight in you. I'll just crush you then and get back to what I was doing. Natsu! Stop. Run. I don't know if you did more than this, Natsu muttered quietly, so quietly that none of them could even hear him. Did you take Laxus's right arm too? Did your actions result in pushing him to that path that he took? I couldn't care less. Because right now, I'm too angry to care. I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you. Rocketing forward on his flames, leaving a massive torrent behind him as he shot towards the man, He had only a second to take note of Laxus barely managing to turn to lightning and move out of the way. He was thankful for that. It meant he didn't need to hold back. Dragonslayer's secret art. What will you bring this time? Acknowledge asked, one hand held out ready. Which of your secret arts will you use this time? Heavenly flames. Is this it? This level of magical power? To him it was laughable. This would not harm him. He would barely need any strength to withstand it. I'm disappointed. Mode. It was only for a second. That was all it lasted for, and that time would be more than enough time for the attack to hit at the distance between the two. But for that brief moment, Acknowledge felt the magic of the Dragon Slayer in front of him skyrocket. For a brief second, as the flames behind the Dragon Slayer began to stretch up to the sky and melt away the ground, he felt actual fear once again. Sard. The flames were swung forward, slicing right into Acknowledge as the man immediately tried to bring both arms up in defense. Magic poured from his own body in response, his arms transforming instantly in response to the danger and using the powerful scales that covered them to stand against the flames. But they were no good. Not when the flames themselves were burning away both the scales and the magic that fueled them. He knew this power. This magic. Magic that burned so hot it could melt even magic itself. The curse only a single individual had. With a loud roar he broke the flames apart, the magic around his body blasting it all away as he roared before both hands locked onto Natsu's throat. At the same time the sudden increase in magic instantly vanished, all the power that had been summoned disappearing from sight. E.N.D. Acknowledge didn't care however. Even if it had vanished, there was no denying that the one in front of him was the wielder of that power, even if the source of it was not present. His hands tightened around Natsu's neck as he began to struggle, content to choke the life out of the enemy he could not afford to let live. Stop. The voice came through straight to his head, causing him to pause in his actions. I forbid you from going any further. You think I'll listen to you, Zeref? He asked with a laugh. No, I think I'll kill him right here and now. I'll get rid of this abomination you created. I have 3 orders that I can give you. I'm using one of those now. Acknowledge's hands started to tighten again. Do not test me, Acknowledge. I will not have you kill my brother. He's a dragon slayer. I will not agree to these terms. Then leave him till last. I forbid you to touch him until you have killed every other dragon slayer. Are those terms satisfactory to you? Acknowledge glanced over Natsu once more before scowling. Fine. You have 2 commands left. Feeling the man's presence vanishing from his mind, Acknowledge sighed before slamming Natsu straight down against the ground. Seems I can't kill you. How lucky for you. But that doesn't mean anything about your friend, does it? Plus I don't think I want to just let you leave here unharmed. How about we take one of those arms of yours to make you easy prey next time we meet? Dragon Slayer's secret dash. Acknowledge's fist slammed against Natsu's head before he could finish uttering the spell, knocking him unconscious with the final hit. That's enough out of you. Be quiet. Raising his hand up, carefully focusing on where to strike to make sure he wouldn't kill him, he prepared to rip the Dragon Slayer's arm clean from his body. Stop this, Laxus muttered as he tried to push his body off the ground, the energy that had been used to maintain his lightning form gone. At most he could only manage a single spell and that wouldn't be enough. It was hopeless at a time like this. But... stop this. His words weren't reaching Acknowledge but he didn't care, instead focusing on reaching deep inside him to gather every last drop of power that he could find. It wasn't enough but he didn't care, still desperately searching for more. More power, more strength, more speed, more everything. Stop this. He was on his feet now, rushing towards Acknowledge. The dragon wasn't even paying attention to him and he knew why. He posed no threat. But he didn't care. Natsu was a member of Fairy Tail. A member of his guild. A member of his family, the family his own grandfather had died for and risked his life countless times over even before then. Right now he didn't care what he had to do. He wouldn't let this beast harm Natsu any longer. He didn't care what the cost would be nor what he had to give up. All he cared about was one thing. Stop this. Acknowledge's arm swung down, but the claws failed to reach Natsu, instead slamming against something just as hard as they were. His eyes shot towards the sight in disbelief, Laxus's right arm blocking the claws right above Natsu's arm. But it wasn't the arm alone that shocked him. It was the large scales that coated the flesh and the fact that the flesh itself seemed different from the rest of the body. It was the fact that the end of the hand were claws, just like his own. That shock instantly morphed into fury as he realized what Laxus had done. Dragon! His leg shot up and slammed into him, sending Laxus reeling back. Laxus didn't let himself go alone, however, pulling Natsu back with him before shielding him with his right arm. His eyes met the Acknowledge's own furious ones and returned the glare. "I won't let you harm my family any further." The words didn't reach Acknowledge. He was beyond caring what words they spoke or what they wanted. He was tired of caring about what anyone wanted. If END died here, then it was all too bad. Zeref could always bring him back once again. Right now he just wanted to kill the one before him, the one making the same decision as countless others before him. Energy coated one of his fists as he rushed forward, preparing to slam it straight through those newly formed scales and kill them both. Die. The fist swung before being pushed off to one side by a sword, missing Laxus and Natsu by an inch. Acknowledge's eyes left the two for only a moment to see the source of the disturbance when a second enemy appeared, this one grabbing both dragon slayers and instantly vanishing. It took him only a moment to locate where they were once again, their presence is faint but in the distance where he had come from, when he found that same pest as before blocking his path, Zeref standing further behind the man as they trapped him on both sides. "I see now why Zeref despises you so much," Acknowledge growled out. "Your death won't bring me any satisfaction, hybrid." "I won't let you kill my friends," Ichigo replied simply, standing side on so he could keep his gaze flickering between Acknowledge and Zeref. "Not while I'm still breathing. Then once I change that there should be no complaints then." Protector of the Fairies. Darting out of the way of the black lightning, Gray swung up with one arm, a wave of ice shielding both him and Leon from the barrage of black arrows from the Quincy. At the same time Leon let loose a flock of ice birds, letting the constructs take to the sky. Their path of attack put them immediately on a crash course with the Quincy above, but it only took a moment for the Quincy to alter its aim, destroying all the birds under the barrage. While one attack had failed, however, another hadn't. The second the barrage of arrows shifted, Gray slammed his hands against his ice wall, the ice's shape morphing down into a massive lance. "Ice make, Devil's Cursed Lance." Using all his strength that he posed, he threw the lance up, the massive body of ice ready to slam directly into the Quincy's defenses. Laxus didn't let it reach, instead intercepting the lance mid-air as he caught it with his right hand. Spinning the lance around, even as the ice that tried to freeze him solid cracked under exposure to his right arm, he threw it right back down at Gray, another barrage of arrows following right up behind it as the Quincy returned its focus towards them. Despite the danger heading towards them, Gray continued to show no fear as he raised a hand back up. "Ice make, Devil's Shield of Absolute Zero." The lance slammed point first into his open palm before the ice spread out all around them, every part of the ice still usable, molding into a large circular shield around the two ice users. Against magic barrier particles, however, it could not hold for long. Cracks immediately began to appear across the ice, each arrow that hit the shield chipping away at the ice more and more until even chunks of the shield were falling apart. Despite that, Gray didn't let up, lowering himself down to a crouching position as he laid his free hand against the ground. "Ice make, Ice Age." As it always did when he used this spell, the landscape changed. What had been rocky earth and uneven terrain became a frozen wasteland, both beautiful and chilling to the eye. It spread so fast that Leon could only count himself lucky that he had quickly taken refuge on a bird of ice just a few moments before. New ice sprung up over the shield, repairing the damage dealt to it even if it would still suffer the same fate eventually. Feeling the unpleasant feeling of the energy appear behind him, Lion's words of warning coming far too late to have assisted him if he had been unaware of the attack, he let his ice take the blow, spikes shooting out of the ground right behind him and forcing Laxus to dodge instead of continuing his attack to avoid being skewered. Without any show of hesitation against attacking a former friend, Gray spun round and swung out with an open palm. From the ground beside him ice sprung forth, following the arc of his palm and almost making contact with the older mage. The man was still faster, able to dart back in midair before releasing another burst of black lightning, this time focusing all the power into a smaller blast. Taking a step back quickly, ice springing out of the ground where had stood to form a defensive barrier, the lightning barely missed him when it pierced straight through the ice, almost as if it wasn't even there. Laxus was learning with this energy. The massive ice barriers only worked because of their size and the amount of magic in them. But it seemed if Laxus focused this power he was using, then even that stood little chance of stopping it. The ice behind him cracked at the worst time. Rather than move around to find a new angle, it seemed the Quincy had been determined to smash through the barrier while Laxus kept him occupied. And it seemed the Quincy had learned the same thing, as the arrows that shot through the air were bunched up much closer together than before. Leaping up just in time, the arrows slammed into the ice where he had been standing. Unfortunately, that put him on a collision course with Laxus himself. His ice sprung up with his will, but it wouldn't make it, Laxus's fist slamming straight into his chest before releasing the lightning wrapped around it directly against his body. No matter how strong his body had become now, the attack still made him feel like it was as weak as a child's. Almost all of the magic that he focused in his body to strengthen himself vanished upon impact, the blow causing him to cry out in pain as he slammed back down against the ground. Arrows shot down from above, but before he could try and dodge, he was pulled out of the way, held in the talons of a bird of ice. Directing his construct carefully, Leon kept them close to the ground. The air was the domain of the enemy. The earth was safest right now so long as it was coated in Gray's ice, and he intended to take full advantage of that. Gray. Your pendant. Crouching down close to the bird as he slung an arm over the side, he held out the pendant that had belonged to Gray for years. Can you use it still? That sword might really be handy here. I can. Gray replied, making no moves to grab the pendant. I won't use it though. Not after what I did. Even if we die as a result. Juvia died as a result of me gaining that power, Leon. Because I awoke something in me or did her best to seal away. Do you really think I can use that weapon and fight to live after the blood on my hands because of it? If you don't dash. I don't need that sword to win, replied Gray. I don't even need to win if you are right about the others coming for us. If they don't come, I can still pin them down long enough for us to make a run for it. I don't think Laxus here will want to be around for too long with Acknowledge here, just like we don't want to be. Gray frowned, his eyes squinting as he stared ahead of them. Isn't that Levy? Levy. Glancing forward himself, Leon saw what Gray meant. That did appear to be Levy. Only something was wrong. Specifically, the cloud of the same dark energy that the other two was using was circling her whole body. OCR-. The energy shot forward, cutting him off as he leaped from the bird just in time. Gray's landing was far rougher, the bird having to drop him right before it flew straight into the wave of darkness, nothing being left of it as the wave passed. I take it back, Gray muttered as he pushed himself to his feet. Now we're in trouble. That's putting it lightly, stated Leon as he glanced around the two of them. Levy stood ahead of them while that Quincy now held position above them in the sky, his gun aimed downwards. Laxus meanwhile had settled for hovering slightly off the ground as black lightning, stopping them from retreating the way they had come from. Under normal circumstances they still could have tried retreating to the left and right. Only that route was blocked by two others, one on each side. To their left stood a girl, her arms pulled behind her back, while to their right was what appeared to be a priest wearing armor. We're trapped. As Laxus made a move, the priest stopped him by speaking. Laxus. The man halted in his attack, glancing over at the priest in annoyance. You should stop. You have had your fun today. I'm not done with them yet, Arlok. They make good test subjects. Especially Gray here. I was not expecting to see you of all people. I could say the same to you, replied Gray. I'm pretty sure there should only be one Laxus. You aren't him. I'm as real as the Laxus you know. I just realized what needed to be done while he clings to false dreams. Now Laxus, said Arlok, his staff raised threateningly in warning. Leave it. Besides, I wanted to speak to young Gray here myself. Otherwise I would have let you finish them both off. Sighing, Laxus backed away, his lightning not dying down completely though. Go ahead. Do as you wish. Thank you. Taking a step forward, the energy that surrounded him destroying the ice before it could try and freeze him, Arlok stretched out a hand towards Grey invitingly. Join us. I'm sorry. You heard me. I want you to join us. Not you, Arlok added, gesturing at Leon. Only you, he stated, pointing directly at Grey. I think you're barking up the wrong tree with me. You want me? I'm pretty sure after killing my best friend and now betraying my leader that few would want to trust me in any form. Ah yes, I do remember that moment, Arlok said. When you took your sword and mercilessly cut through your old friend. Grey didn't say anything but Leon could feel the air around them growing colder, as if matching the anger he knew Grey was feeling. When you tore her apart with power you must have desired to use for the sake of people like her. How painful it must have felt too, to not even have her blame you when she dash. Get to the point, Grey said coldly, his voice cutting through Arlok's speech. If you don't, I'll kill you, even if I'll die by the hands of the others right after. So impatient. But then those are painful memories for you. And was it not because of the actions of Ziref himself that forced you to such despair? Arlok nodded as he saw Grey's eyes widen. Yes, I have my sources even within his own forces. Loyalty is hard to gain, and many times it is a falsehood. No, what I offer you is different. Join us. Join us and we will grant you all the power you need to enact your revenge. You do not need to be our ally, you can even betray us after Ziref is dead. All I ask is for you to join us to help us in this goal. That easy? You'd give me power in exchange for me helping you kill Ziref. Grey. What are you doing? Shut up Leon, Grey snapped back. Well? Is that the case? Arlok nodded. Of course. I will even allow your friend over there to leave unharmed. I do not plan to kill him if you refuse, but he may not leave in the same condition as he arrived. A message must be sent out to the world. A message that we, Avatar, exist. And that we will destroy the Prince of Demons and all that ally themselves with him. How tempting, Grey replied sarcastically. But I think I'll pass, he added as he pointed at Laxus and Levi. I don't know what you did to get those two to join you, but the fact they are so different indicates that they aren't close to the people I know. Given the chance, Laxus over there would have killed Natsu without a second thought. Any member of Fairy Tail who would try to kill another cannot be considered a member of Fairy Tail. Then by that logic, you also can no longer be considered a member of Fairy Tail. Am I wrong? Grey just smirked, though rather than arrogance it seemed to be filled with simple acceptance. I killed the woman who once loved me. I lost the right to be a member of Fairy Tail the moment I turned my blade against my friends. But that doesn't mean I'll join a group as sketchy as yours. For all I know, your objective to kill Ziref will result in the death of many of the people I want to protect. So, go screw yourself. Slamming both hands against the ground, the enemies surrounding them preparing to act, a pillar of ice shot up into the sky, Leon and Grey both riding up on it. The Quincy in the sky had no choice but to dodge before it could hit him, but he wasted no time at firing arrows at the pillar itself, preparing to bring it down at the base. At the same time Laxus shot upwards in pursuit, his lightning form allowing him to reach their level in the sky in just a few seconds. Die! Letting out a roar as he swung his fight arm down at them, a massive wave of black lightning tore through the sky towards them, large enough to destroy half of the pillar in one blow. Before it could hit, however, Grey gave a wave to the man before tapping his head, shouting out a single word. Archive. Laxus's eyes widened in realization just before Mest appeared beside the two ice mages, grabbing them both even as ice began to stretch across his hand gripping Grey. The next moment they were gone, the lightning harmlessly passing through where they had just been and destroying the ice it touched. No. Calm down Laxus, Arlok called up. We tried, and the message we wanted to send will have been sent nicely. Seeing the man was still frustrated, Arlok waved him down. Do not worry, you will have plenty more chances to test your strength. There is no need to rush in your goals, all will be achieved in time. Have faith in the will of Mimi-Heiji and all shall come to pass. Protector of the Fairies. Behind you. Reacting quickly to Mavis's words, Ichigo avoided the strike from behind, acknowledging trying to catch him unaware. At the same time he had to spin back around and slash out with one of his blades, blocking the strange blade Ziraf was using. His best guess on the blade was it was some kind of demon modeled into a sword, one strong enough to take the blows from his own weapons without snapping in two. With both enemies too close he leapt upwards back into the air, Ziraf swinging his blade upwards after him. Getchuga Tenshou. His technique again. Whatever Ziraf had done before, it had left him like this. Ziraf was both faster and physically stronger than before, around the level he used to be at with his old Bankai's form, which made him far more dangerous than before. The Dark Mage's regeneration had been difficult enough to handle in the first place, and now he was finding it difficult to get clean hits on the man, especially with Acknowledge attacking him too. He still had the upper hand in speed, but the large boost Ziraf had gotten was enough to increase his reaction speed at short distances. It was a miracle in itself that he had yet to use his death magic, something that puzzled him far more than he wanted to admit. He couldn't even consider why it hadn't been used much though. His mind was too busy focusing on surviving. Swinging down with a Getchuga Tenshou of his own, his attack easily tore through the weak imitation, slamming down at where Ziraf had been. The Dark Mage had already dodged, leaping up after him too. It would have been easy to block his strike, but he knew the second he did Acknowledge would be right on top of him. So instead he switched the Cloak of Energy's form once more, reverting it down to its original state. Ranged would not work against Acknowledge, and using only a few blades still meant letting his cloak stretch out more than he wanted it to. With his original state, it was flowing still, but it had no reason to extend out to hold other weapons. It was only a small difference when it came to speed, but at a level like this it might as well be gigantic. Using the extra speed he shot at Ziraf, his blades slicing clean through Ziraf's chest as he passed. The man had already regenerated by the time he turned his head back from the look of it, the cloak of energy surrounding Ziraf repairing itself. Acknowledge took the chance to rush him, but he was more than fast enough to dodge, swinging a sword down at Acknowledge's neck. The dragon turned human instantly rolled over in mid-flight, one arm coming up and blocking the strike against the scales. The other instantly swung out, energy coating the claws, before Ichigo blocked it with one blade, his feet pressing against Acknowledge's chest before leaping away from the man. He was just in time to avoid the slash of dark energy that tore forth from above, the blade that had come with it slicing right through the space in front of his eyes. He had to end this quickly. He could see the Genesis in the distance beginning to move. Everyone had to be on board now, which meant Nozomi would be teleporting them all away soon. He just had to hold out a bit longer. Unfortunately his focus must have shifted too much as Ziraf realized he wasn't giving them his full attention. Acknowledge. The ship. Acknowledge shrugged before darting backwards, bringing his head back as energy built up at his mouth. Wasting no time, Ichigo shot towards the dragon, but he was too slow to stop it firing, the blast slamming against the energy he released forth from his blades. The most he could do at such short notice was cut the attack down the middle, weakening the force and hoping the shields of the ship in the distance would be able to hold. The sound of a blade slicing through the air caused him to duck, Ziraf's blade slashing through the air above his head. One thing he had noticed when Ziraf was like this was that he overextended far too often. It was understandable. Whenever one used speed and strength they were unfamiliar with, it would become hard to use it without waste. Before now all opportunities to strike in these moments had been stopped by Acknowledge, but right now Acknowledge wasn't close enough to stop him. Moving in a flash at Ziraf, the Dark Mage made a move to retaliate before he vanished before Ziraf's eyes. Even Acknowledge froze, his phantom step doing its job as he reappeared behind Ziraf. He had only a moment to do the damage he wanted, and never before had such an opportunity been opened up. Before, Ziraf's death magic had always been too much of a threat to try this, but now it might just work. Right as the two began to move again, he launched his attack, speeding past Ziraf as he sliced both swords through the Dark Mage's neck. It didn't matter how fast Ziraf could regenerate if he lost his head. That would be the end of it all. Continuing forward as he saw Acknowledge continue to charge at him, he swung both blades forward, energy coating their edges. All he had to do was force Acknowledge back just a bit and he could make a run for it. Ichigo. He never saw the attack coming. He hadn't believed he needed to be aware, thinking Acknowledge to be the biggest threat. Instead he found a sword slicing through his chest from behind, cutting him in half. With his Bankai at full strength, such damage could be restored in just a second, but a second was too long to completely save him right now. Acknowledge used the sudden drop in speed he had to avoid the strikes completely before slamming down at him with both claws from above, the energy exploding against his back and sending him tumbling down to the earth. He hit it hard. Even if his body could take a lot of punishment, he knew he was reaching his limit. That last burst of regeneration took more out of him than he even wanted to admit, and he could finally feel the strain of his Bankai wearing down on him. "Come on," he muttered, pushing himself up onto his new legs as the cloak of energy spread down to cover the new limbs and the clothes made of the same energy. Not yet. Just a few more minutes. Glancing back at where the attack had come from, he had to hold back his disbelief at the sight he saw. "Oh, come now," he muttered, looking at the completely unharmed Ziref. "That had to have done something. Your immortality isn't regeneration, is it?" Ziref merely smirked in response. "You made the assumption, not me. No matter how much you cut me, no matter how much you hurt me, I will not die. And trust me, I know that from experience. You don't live for 400 years without experimenting with death once or twice. Now, shall we finish this?" As Ziref appeared before him, Ichigo found himself barely able to respond, the strength in Ziref's blow almost sending him flying when it collided with his own blades. At the same time, Acknowledge lunged from above, the claws of the dragon coming close to tearing his arm off. Only the fact he was moved back by Ziref's strike helped him avoid it. But it didn't make much sense for Ziref's strength to jump up this much, or for his speed to increase to the point he could find it hard to respond to. The realization hit him harder than he expected. Ziref wasn't getting stronger. He was getting weaker. Mavis had already said she didn't know how much time he had left in his Bankai. But he knew from past experience what happened once he did get near it. The higher the strain becomes from overuse, the weaker he would become. His body was absorbing so much magic that it was damaging the very ability that allowed that to happen. He could already feel a drop in what he could absorb, and it was resulting in less energy being able to be freely pumped into his Bankai. Even his Bankai's cloak was becoming more unstable around him, energy leaking away with every passing second now that it was losing some of the fuel it needed. He had to escape before it was too late. But the Genesis wasn't gone yet. He could see the large flash of green light in the distance, so it was moving. Just a bit longer. His eyes widened, however, when he realized only Ziref was attacking him, Acknowledge standing behind Ziref as he charged up a breath attack. No. Darting forward, desperately trying to bypass Ziref, he almost flew right into the path of Ziref's sword. Narrowly deflecting it from his head, letting it slice through one of his arms instead. As the cloak grabbed the sword he dropped, he darted in front of Acknowledge's path, his other sword slicing down at the dragon. He couldn't stop the roar in time. It released right before his sword could hit, a massive torrent of magical power completely consuming him. He didn't let it pass by, however, all the energy he could grab being funneled into his blade and the energy that surrounded it. If he could just contain the blast here, could counter it with a strike of his own, he could stop it reaching them. It worked, but not without cost. He had been blocking with only one sword with a hastily constructed attack, and in a weakened state too. The end result left half his left side missing, the arm having already been severed before. Instantly his regeneration kicked in as he sliced forward once again, moving as fast as he could before Acknowledge could react. His blade was an inch away from the dragon's neck when Ziref's blade made it between the two, in the process stabbing into his shoulder. Tearing the blade out as he darted backwards, the wound healing at the same time as the rest of his body, Ichigo gripped both blades tightly once again before darting back, putting everything he could into the two blades. Getchuga dash. It vanished. Every last drop of it shattered before him, the two blades he now held being the form his Shikai took. His appearance had shifted back too, switching to the normal clothes he wore, while his eyes lost the golden glow they had gained during the release of his full power. This was bad. Terribly so, and from the look in Ziref's eyes he knew the Dark Mage was ecstatic at such a sight, if completely shocked too. He was already swinging his blades, however. It was too late to stop the strike. Ziref was even stepping into the attack, unafraid of the damage. And he knew now why. He couldn't kill the man with attacks like these. At a time like this, there was only one thing he could do. As Ziref stepped forward, the dark mage began to dismiss the energy that surrounded him, his powers returning back to normal. He saw Acknowledge step back too in the corner of his eye, both in agreement that the man in front of them no longer posed a threat. Letting both blades swing at him, he felt the larger blade cut clean through his chest, from the shoulder to the hip. As for the smaller blade, Ziref spun round in realization, releasing the last bit of energy he had stolen into a massive strike. Ichigo had no defense to block it in such a weakened state, the blow colliding against his back and causing him to cry out. He managed to stand there for a moment before collapsing to his knees and falling face first into the ground, only strength of will making him keep his grip on his blades. The second strike. What did you do? I didn't feel anything. Ichigo chuckled weakly, even though he knew how dangerous of a situation this was. Who's your little brother? He taunted, grunting weakly as he felt another burst of pain hit him. This came from when Ziref kicked him over and stabbed his sword straight through Ichigo's chest, severing his legs once more. And unlike before, they didn't begin to regenerate, blood continuing to flow out of the massive wound he had dealt. How do you know that? Tell me. Ziref frowned when he glanced down at his chest again, his hand pressing against it and the magic left over from the last attack Ichigo had made. It's connected to you. My memories. Instantly backing away, he swung his hand down at the invisible energy, using his knowledge of what it was to shatter it. How much did you take? Ichigo didn't answer him, too weak to be able to. What did you see? Master Ziref. What? Ziref froze as he turned around to the one calling him, seeing the skeleton face of the demon he had called Keys. What have you done? He whispered, speaking in pure fear. Master Ziref? Are you all right? What have you done, Keys? The demon frowned, tilting its head at its creator's actions. His eyes looked at him in confusion for a moment before widening at the sight behind them. Master Ziref. He's escaping. Ziref managed to pull his eyes off Keys for just a moment to see the sight before him, Nozomi pulling the top half of Ichigo up into her arms and letting them both fall backwards into one of her portals. No. Lunging forward, his death magic spreading forth, Ziref's magic failed to reach, the portal shutting just before it could reach. And with Ichigo gone, it left one chilling realization of the events of today. He had lost. Protector of the Fairies. Recovering from hell. Roaring in fury, Ziref slammed the demon sword he held against the ground, shattering the blade like glass and ignoring the cry the demon tried to make in its last moment. He got away. He'll be back eventually, Acknowledge commented. Isn't this demon of yours a more important matter? Right, muttered Ziref as he turned his attention back to Keys, doing his best to hide the fear he felt as he looked at the demon. What did you do, Keys? Master Ziref. Keys asked cautiously. Have I done something wrong? You didn't answer immediately, stated Ziref, his glare making the demon take a step back hesitantly. I just asked you a question and yet you not only didn't answer immediately but also asked a question in response. Any other of my demons would have answered me in a heartbeat. But not you. I apologize, Master Ziref, Keys replied urgently, kneeling before his creator. Please, forgive me. This woman, she damaged me. I came to you as soon as I could, but after seeing the fight, I could not see any chance to intervene without dying. Ziref shook his head in disappointment before raising his hand towards the demon, the faint signs of his death magic beginning to gather at his fingertips. You see, any other demon would have not cared for their own life if it meant helping me. You should not have either. Your very essence has been damaged, and there is only one thing I know of that can do such a good job at that while you are still in an active state. You forgot to mention the stench, Acknowledge pointed out, his head turned away from the demon and instead focusing on where the others, or more specifically the dragon slayers, had left from. Magic barrier particles, not in a sealed container but actively gathering. If you don't want to kill him, Ziref, I'll do it. Kill me? Master Ziref, please dash. Quiet, Keys, Ziref commanded. I cannot fix you, and now I'm not sure I want to. It seems I can still make mistakes in my construction of you demons. And you are one of them, too influenced by the very things I used you to seal away. Just die like traitor. Swinging out with his hand, Ziraf let loose the deadly magic, the energy rushing towards Keys before swallowing him in its grasp. "You really tried to kill me," Keys muttered to Ziraf's shock, a darker layer of energy surrounding the skeleton demon. She was right. Acknowledge. The dragon needed to know more motivation. The second Keys had started using the magic barrier particles, he was already on the move, appearing before Keys in a flash and swiping down with one arm. It tore straight through Keys's body only to leave a stream of mist behind in its place, made of the same magic barrier particles that had been sealed for so long in the demon's body. A moment later and Keys vanished, using the form he had taken to disappear faster than he had arrived. Acknowledge sniffed at the air for a moment before shaking his head as he turned back to Ziraf. "He's gone. His presence has dispersed too much to track. He knew he couldn't beat either of us alone, so he ran," muttered Ziraf in annoyance. "He has to be hunted down and killed. A being like that dash. Do it yourself," Acknowledge stated, his form slowly being enveloped in steam as his body began to morph completely into that of a dragon's. "You created this mess, you fix it. I'm under no obligation to go out of my way for this. Unless you want to spend 2 commands in one day. Just get lost," Ziraf replied in annoyance. "You'll know when I need you again. You always do." The dragon wasted no time taking back to the skies, flying off into the distance and leaving Ziraf alone, surrounded by the bodies of thousands upon thousands of fallen demons, scattered across the landscape. He should have been happy. He had fought the abomination for so long and had managed to learn so much about his abilities. He even had a sample of the abomination's magical power. With that he was sure he could analyze it and create the perfect counter to the abomination the next time he would fight him. The most important information, however, he had gained was that there was a time limit to the abomination's full power. The fact it had all dispersed at once was a sign of this. And while he had been forced to reveal quite a few secrets of his own, including his Gate of Solomon and his immortality, the abomination had not been able to land any attacks against him that could kill him. And yet, despite all he had obtained, he couldn't help but feel a crippling sense of loss. A chunk of his memories had been copied and stolen. His demon elites were shattered, he could feel the few alive and they were a fraction of what he started with, and he had seen the explosions in the distance where Cube had been. Vanishing into the shadows at his feet, he reappeared outside his library, staring at the double doors. He had hoped to come here to calm down. It had the opposite action. The doors of the library were half open and they were frozen in that state, along with the contents of everything in the room. Ice covered every surface, coated every book and page within the library, and sealed it away from his grasp. "It was Delira," came a voice from behind him. He briefly recognized it as Mardgear's, but he didn't bother turning around, his attention still locked on all the frozen books. The ice won't melt through normal means. At this point only END could safely burn this ice away in a realistic time frame. "I knew he was going to try something," Ziraf muttered. "But anything he had planned should have been useless to even try. He should have known I don't need my books to make my demons. But he still struck here? He dared to harm my library? He has a death wish." Mardgear tried to track him down, but it seems he escaped. "While the damage he has done dash. This won't impact my plans," Ziraf cut in. "I have knowledge of every demon in this library. I don't need my books to summon them, and if need to I can always make replacements and note them down. But this was my collection. My life's work. He won't go unpunished for this." Finally turning round to face Mardgear, he held a hand. "END." Obeying Ziraf's demand, Mardgear handed over the book to Ziraf, allowing the Dark Mage to hold it in his hands once more. It was opened, Ziraf muttered, one hand stroking along the seal of the book. Someone broke it for a moment. "Hades' Master Ziraf. He's alive again." Hades. That old man was alive? Franmelth. That pathetic demon had allowed an annoying adversity to revive himself. No wonder this attack had come so soon. Hades must have seen all the information Franmelth had access to. He had predicted an attack because of Grey's actions, but not this soon or this well prepared. The resurrection system? Is any of it left? Mardgear shook his head. "I am sorry, Master Ziraf. All areas have been destroyed. There's nothing left. We've also lost 4 more of the demon gates along with 2 of the 4 devil kings, 1 through death and 1 through betrayal. Should we recall the remaining demons? Ziref shrugged, turning his back to Mardgeir. Do what you like. Master Ziref. I said do as you like. I'm done with you lot. I expected so much more from you all. And here I see nothing but failure. Ignoring Mardgeir's protests, Ziref slipped back into the shadows, traveling hundreds of miles in an instant as he arrived back at Alvarez, right behind his throne. This was better. His demons had failed him, so he might as well let them deal with the mess themselves. If he needed them, it would be a simple matter to go back and ask them, and they would immediately scramble to fulfill his wishes. He almost chuckled at the thought before memories hit him again, letting himself slide his back down against the throne towards the floor. You played me, Mavis, he muttered. Both you and that abomination. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, no matter how much he wanted to pretend, it was his loss. He might have almost killed the abomination, but that still didn't equate to anything if he didn't actually manage to do it, and thus he had nothing to equal out what he had lost. Taking one of his palms away from the book holding his brother's power, he held it out and allowed a swirling mass of darkness to appear within his palm. I'll kill you next time, he muttered. You, acknowledge, I'll kill all of you that oppose me. If you are my enemy, you will die. I promise it. And then once this world is rid of life, I'll see if you'll still reject me, Mavis. Protector of the fairies. Well? Asked Laxus, glancing at Kisuk worriedly. What's the verdict? Kisuk sighed, moving away some of his equipment from the dragon-like arm. It's as you thought and as I feared. Dragonification. I thought as much. The process began quicker than I thought it would. Much quicker, Natsu stated from one corner of the room, wrapped up in bandages from his brief time with the doctors on board. I've been using Dragon Slayer magic for years and this never happened. Not once. Is it because you use a Dragon Slayer lacrima? We removed the lacrima not too long ago, Kisuk answered, glancing at the arm curiously as he tried to think of an answer to the matter at hand. It was to save Laxus's life, but it also resulting in making him a true Dragon Slayer. But you are right, Natsu, this is happening far faster than it should be. Are you sure you never experienced anything like this? Natsu nodded. Yeah. Nothing. Interesting. I'll need a blood sample from you later on if possible. You too, Laxus. I need to try and determine what I can from the samples and see if it reveals any clues to the matter. But I have a theory currently. Well? Asked Laxus, crossing his arms and ignoring the odd feeling he got as the scales pressed against the flesh of his other arm. Let's hear it. You've had these abilities in their true form for, around a week I think it was. It's difficult to judge when they became fully active and when you started using this magic more actively. My point is that a week is too short of a time frame to have dragonification begin. Anywhere between a month to a year I could understand, though with a month I would be expecting much less than a full arm. So what did you trade in exchange for this rapid evolution? Trade? Asked Natsu. Wait, Laxus willingly did this. Kisuk shrugged. Only Laxus here can answer that. But tell me, Laxus, did you wish for this? Like those that originally became dragons, did you wish with all your heart to become stronger? Did you wish for it despite what you might have to give up? Magic can act in strange ways, and you are using a form of magic that came from those that were descended from humans that gave up their humanity to become dragons. Glancing at his arm, Laxus slowly nodded. I remember thinking that I had to reach Natsu before Acknowledge could harm him. I was frustrated too. I couldn't harm Acknowledge, I didn't have enough power left, and so I wished for more. And I didn't care what the risk was so long as I could save Natsu. I was willing to take it. Then we may have our cause, Kisuk concluded. I'll run some tests and figure out how to slow the process down. You're lucky in a way. As of right now the dragonification is contained to your right arm, stopping just above your elbow. I can't reverse it I'm afraid, but I might be able to stop it. Acknowledge could reverse it, muttered Natsu, remembering what the dragon had done. Acknowledge was able to transform. It took on a human form. Could Laxus? I think we shouldn't base what we know about dragonification on Acknowledge, Kisuk stated cautiously. Acknowledge is a product of Dragon Slayer magic and Ziraf's meddling. Where one ends and another begins is a question none of us know the answer to. Anything he's capable of may not be the norm for Dragon Slayers. Plus he's had 400 years to learn this. Who knows when he learned to transform? I can stop the current spread however, Kisuk added, gesturing at Laxus's arm. Now that you have begun to undergo dragonification I don't think it will stop. Or at least not willingly. My rough estimates put it at half a year before you fully transform. The chance may take a while or it may one day happen through overuse of magic. Either way, this arm has sped up the time frame. Otherwise it may have taken many more years to gain this much traction. The best way to slow it down again. Well? Asked Laxus impatiently, seeing Kisuk's hesitance to continue. What is it? Your arm. If I sever your arm, I believe the rate of dragonification will drop down to its original levels. It's a risk but it does mean dash. No. Kisuk paused at the noise, glancing over at the source of the outburst. Natsu rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment at the sudden attention the two were giving him but they both knew the way he tried not to meet his eyes that he was hiding something. Sorry, it's just I don't think it's a good idea for Laxus to lose his arm. It'll prolong his life as a human. Well I'll beg to differ, Natsu muttered quietly, Laxus frowning as his words. What's that meant to mean? Look it's nothing. Sure doesn't seem like nothing. Well it is. I just don't think it's a good idea to get your arm severed. And I never said I would, pointed out Laxus. Kisuk only suggested it. It doesn't mean I have to do it. Frowning, Laxus leaned towards Natsu. Are you sure you're alright? I'm fine, Natsu said urgently, getting to his feet. I'll just go get some air. Clear my head. Rushing out of the room, Natsu rushed as far away as he could, getting to one of the few doorways that led to the outside deck. There wasn't much of a deck if he was being honest, most of the ship's exterior was focused on armor and weaponry, but there were a few strips across the side that could act as paths, small banisters keeping them within the ship's borders. Placing his head in his hands, he leaned against the railing, letting out a frustrated groan. Seeing that future version of Laxus again, seeing actions today that could have helped shape Laxus into that form, it was all too much. Was the future able to be changed if stuff like this could happen anyway? That was a foolish question. He knew the future could be changed. It had been already. But seeing the actions and events that tried to shape Laxus into the same person he turned into wasn't enjoyable. Rough day? A voice asked him. He should have noticed the man approaching, especially with the slight drop in temperature his arrival had brought. Gray leaned against the railing beside him, his hands covered in gloves to prevent his flesh making direct contact and damaging the ship by accident. I heard you were here, Natsu muttered, glancing up at his old friend. He wasn't sure what he should be showing right now. Happiness that his friend was okay? Sadness of what had happened to Gray and what he had been put through? From the sad smile Gray gave him back he could only assume he had shown both. Did the others? Did they try to get me to run away or have me executed? Gray asked. Is that what you want to say? Natsu gave a small nod. Not all of them. Leon stood up for me. I think the fact that I could kill them all was what made them hesitate from attacking, but throwing insults and death threats at me is another matter entirely. I'm sorry. What for? You have nothing to apologize for and I do deserve them after what I did. It's still not right. You shouldn't have to experience that. I killed Jovi and Natsu, Gray pointed out sadly. I deserve everything that I get. Besides, I'm not even human now. I'm a demon. It's only natural that people who don't know me cannot trust me. You'll be able to change that in time. Once you start fighting alongside the rest of Fairy Tail, they will understand. Natsu smiled at Gray for a moment before letting it slide off his face when Gray's expression didn't change. You're not coming with us, are you? No. I'm sorry. Natsu shook his head. Don't be. It's your choice. So long as you live and come back to the guild eventually I don't mind. Any words we could say to try and help you, I'm smart enough to know they'd only make it worse. Thanks. For what it's worth, I would love to come home. I just don't want to bring my troubles to you lot. You may not care about that and are willing to take on those burdens, but I'm not willing to share them. Not yet anyway. Gray, you out here? And that's Leon, Gray muttered, pushing away from the railing. I'll see you later, Natsu. Leon and I have a bit of unfinished business. See ya, Natsu muttered, watching as his friend retreated back inside, leaving him to his thoughts. Laxus, Gray, how many people will you acknowledge hurt? Natsu whispered, gazing out into the distance. I won't let you harm any others. Not you, not acknowledge, not even the future. I won't let you harm anyone else again. You hear me, Ziref? Not one other. Protector of the fairies. All he could see was darkness. A pitch-black void where nothing could be seen. Then his eyes opened, for what felt like the first time in his life, and he saw two faces looking down on him. A man and a woman. They were massive to his eyes, two figures that towered over him, and for some reason he couldn't help but cry. He wasn't sure why he was doing it, only that he was. Great, the brat's barely been born and already crying, said the man in annoyance, scowling down at him. Why was he being looked at like that? It was like the man above him saw him as a nuisance and the woman wasn't any better. She took only a brief look at him before he felt his body fall through the air, his body being discarded to one side off what appeared to be a bed. He felt pain the instant he hit the ground. He knew such a fall was barely anything and that it never should have hurt this much, but somehow it did. And for some reason it only made the cries he was making louder too. He saw the man reappear in his vision for a moment before the man raised his foot above his head, bringing it down right on top of him. Ichigo's eyes snapped open right before it could connect, confusion filling his mind. What the hell was that? He muttered to himself, slowly trying to push himself up. Only it wasn't working very well. He couldn't find anything solid to grip onto beneath his fingers. Glancing around the area he was in, the first thing he noted was how green it appeared. It was a darkish green that stretched all around him, giving off the same feeling as Nozomi's magic. Which meant she had to be the cause of this. But why was he here? The memories flooded back to him. Fighting Acknowledge, falling for that stupid mistake, his Bankai fading, and finally getting the lower half of his body torn off as his regeneration stopped working. I should be dead, he muttered. If I'm not, that means you were responsible for that, right, Nozomi? You pushed yourself much too hard, Nozomi replied from behind him. He began to turn only for two hands to grab him from behind, keeping him steady. Don't move. What? Why? You aren't healed yet. You're close but you aren't there. Frowning at her words, Ichigo glanced down at his body only to see he was still missing his left leg, the limb ending at his knee. If you move right now, you might disconnect your life support. Life support. Glancing at his body properly, he noticed the bandage wrapped around his exposed chest, two wires stretching out from beneath and going further on behind him. So that's what's happening. My regeneration stopped because I couldn't take in enough magic to keep it working. Did you hook me up to a lacrima or something? Or something, Nozomi replied hesitantly. When I found you, your body wasn't absorbing any more magic. And considering your injuries, you would have bled out before I could even get you back to the ship. I had no choice but to bring you here and perform emergency treatment, and that meant finding a secondary source for you to leech magic from until your body was able to recover and do that naturally. Must have taken a lot of magic to do this though, Ichigo muttered, carefully moving his fully formed leg. It's working slowly. This is what I get for overusing my abilities. I'm only getting a trickle of energy from around me, which is better than nothing I suppose. Is there much magic left in the lacrima? Regeneration is costly. There's enough. I expected your regeneration to go at full force, but it seems the magic was able to recognize that the flow of energy it was receiving wasn't enough to work instantly. Most of your magic has tried to focus on keeping you from dying through blood loss and then using the excess energy to regrow the missing pieces of your body. I see. Thanks for this, Nozomi. Though, can you move the life support slightly? It's awkward talking to you when you're behind me. That, or can you move around? I don't know if you need to keep monitoring stuff or not. Give me a moment, Nozomi replied hesitantly again, Ichigo just giving a nod in response as he heard the sounds of movement from behind. Still, this place is impressive. What is this place? My secret base, my special place, the world only I am allowed in, go ahead and take your pick. But at its core it is the space that exists between the portals I make. Every time I make a portal, I make a connection to this dimension. Normally I'll position two portals in this world so that they overlap, allowing transport or access between the portals without entering this dimension. But other times I can willingly separate the portals and enter this realm, or can just use one portal without a destination to enter here. It makes a good storage space too. The place where you keep your weapon and tools, Ichigo concluded. I did always wonder if you were summoning your weapon like Requip does or not. And you are the only one who can access this place. I don't know honestly. But I believe so. I have never found any source of anyone else's presence, both from previous users or current users, so I can only speculate that either past users never managed to enter this place or that this dimension is unique to me. Others might have their own miniature dimensions like with Requip, but it's all speculation on my end. So long as we're safe here for now, that's all that matters, Ichigo stated happily, the soft sensation of a hand landing on his shoulder causing him to look to his left. He watched as Nozomi carefully sat down beside him, bags under her eyes as she struggled to stay awake. Nozomi? You don't look so good. I'll be fine, Nozomi replied softly, leaning against his shoulder as she closed her eyes. I'm just a bit tired. Tired? Ichigo frowned. How many days have we been in here? 2 days, 7 hours and... Nozomi yawned, still fighting to stay awake. Sorry. I don't know the rest. My focus drifted away for a few minutes over the hours, so I don't have an exact time. Just rest. I'll be fine now. Do you want me to keep an eye on the lacrima? Nozomi nodded. Please do. If you need me to increase the output, just wake me up. Letting her rest again, Ichigo took another moment to look at how his regeneration was going. Looking at the current rate it was going, it would probably take another 2 hours. For someone who hadn't had to heal this slowly in a long time, he found it strangely odd to have to wait even for that long. He hadn't healed this slowly ever since he finally mastered his regeneration, and that was years ago. Was this how everyone felt, having to wait patiently for their wounds to be fixed? Well, it was his own fault, so he supposed this would have to help serve as a punishment for failing. He should have been more careful at the end. He should have kept an eye on Ziref after that strike and not just assumed that his healing was a form of super high-speed regeneration like his own. Hey Mavis, can you hear me? I can hear you, Mavis replied, appearing on his free shoulder and leaning her weightless body against his head. You really ended up in a sticky situation this time. Don't I know it, Ichigo chuckled dryly. Ziref's version of immortality. I thought you said he didn't get the cursed immortality from Ankh-Serum. Only the death curse. I thought so too, Mavis admitted. And I honestly don't think he lied to me about that. Ziref wanted my trust, and for beings who can exist for hundreds of years, lying is not a good way to build trust when it will eventually be discovered. I thought he had a regenerative-based immortality too, but it seems it is far more like the one from Ankh-Serum than I anticipated. If it wasn't, slicing off his head should have done the job. I had desperately wanted that to work, Ichigo muttered. If it had, I might have been able to land a crippling blow on Acknowledge too. And if it wasn't for that blow, I might have been able to sustain my Bankai for a few seconds longer. That wouldn't have changed much, Mavis stated honestly. You were already running on borrowed time with no idea how long you had left. A few seconds matter more when you know you only have a few seconds left, not if you don't. Going by your base form though, I think you should be able to maintain your Bankai for around 2 to 3 times longer than before. I'll need some time to get an accurate calculation done, but I'll get to that later for you. For now you should just focus on recovery. I will, Ichigo replied, looking around for the lacrima. Can you see what's being used as my life support? I want to check how much energy is left. She's sitting right next to you. What? Glancing at Nozomi in confusion, his frown turned to shock as he noticed her shirt had been pulled halfway up her chest, exposing a similar bandage to the one wrapped around him with wires going beneath it to be held in place. When he had asked for her to move the lacrima, all she had done was sit beside him. She was the lacrima for his life support. She was the one supplying his source of magic and his regeneration. Was she being an idiot? The amount of magic she could take in was tiny compared to how much he constantly took in and could hold. Was she even tired from a lack of sleep or because he was sucking out all the magic she needed to live? He had to stop her now before he drained her dry, and with that thought he began stretching out a hand to grab the wires. "Stop," Mavis said as she reached round him, grabbing his wrist before he could extend it towards Nozomi. "Mess up and you'll hurt her. She can't keep supplying me with magic. She'll die. I know why you think that, but have faith. She knows how much magic you need, so she took precautions. The procedure is transferring a fixed amount of magic to you at any one time, never more and never less. That's so she doesn't die herself, even if she falls asleep and can't monitor it anymore. Plus I watched as she performed this procedure. The wires are connected deep inside both of you, reaching where your magic is stored within your body. Try and pull the wires out and who knows what damage you will do to her in the process. Not all of us can repair ourselves without a care." Sighing, Ichigo pulled his hand back, laying it down on one leg. "All right, I'll leave it until she wakes up. I don't feel right taking energy from her when there is still any sort of risk." "I know. Oh, you will be happy to know she also managed to recover both blades of your Zanpakuto," exclaimed Mavis happily, gesturing to the other side of them and at the two blades floating in the void. "Well, technically you were still holding them, extremely tightly I might add, until you fell unconscious, but it still counts." "And the others?" Nozomi said it's been over 2 days. "Has she tried to make contact with anyone?" Mavis shook her head. "She wasn't able to leave your side, nor did she show any intentions of wanting to until she was sure you were going to be fine. I don't know how much this dimension intercepts with our own, however, so I can't work out how much 2 days really translates to. It could be a few seconds, a few minutes, a few days, or perhaps even longer. But it is the safest place for you to be recovering in, so I commend her for keeping you here. I'll tell her that when she wakes up," Ichigo commented, glancing over at the sleeping green-haired woman. She didn't seem to be in any pain, so it seemed Mavis was right about the magic drain being regulated. "She won't have any negative repercussions for doing this, will she?" "None. Don't worry, she'll be fine. You're the one who you should worry about. Do you know how long it'll take until you can draw in magic as easily as before?" "A few more days. Half a month." "What, really?" Mavis nodded. "You didn't just overuse your power. You ran it into the ground and forced it to keep going until it all dispelled around you. You burnt up your body in doing so and had very little magic still in your body in the first place. I'm amazed you still had enough to steal some of Ziref's memories. A lot of them, in fact." "His memories," Ichigo muttered. "That reminds me, Mavis. I had this odd dream when I was still asleep. It was almost like I was a baby or something small. But that definitely wasn't a memory I've ever seen before." "It's Ziref's," Mavis replied immediately. "With how many memories you took that you have yet to sort through, it's not surprising some bled through the block I tried to place on them to hold them back. What you saw must have been one of Ziref's earliest memories. I'm pretty sure I was about to die at the end of that memory." Mavis was silent for a moment. "You're sure?" "Yeah. Was Ziref? Was he already immortal? At that age?" Mavis scoffed, but she didn't deny it, looking away in thought. "It's unlikely. It's got some of the lowest odds imaginable. But, and I say this carefully, there is not a 0% chance that he wasn't immortal. Only through analyzing them more will we have any key of his abilities." "That was your intention, right?" Ichigo nodded. "I realized I had to escape the moment my Bankai faded, but I needed those memories. I couldn't beat him, Mavis. Despite all the blows I landed, despite all the damage I did, I couldn't beat him. If I can work out what makes his immortality tick, however, I think I can find some kind of solution. Do whatever's necessary. That's what I say. Just, be careful. You took more memories than you have yourself. If you don't keep them separate like your Edela's self does with his, you might find yourself reacting in ways you never would have before." Protector of the Fairies. Thank God you're okay, Hibiki said first as the two stepped out of the portal, Ichigo going first while Nozomi closed the portal behind the two of them. The wires had already been removed carefully by Nozomi once she had woken up, after a brief period of silence when she realized she had been using him as a pillow of sorts for a few hours, before they had finally returned back now that he was in no danger of dying. The problem that Nozomi had gone on to explain however was the time. It's been a week. It's my fault, Nozomi admitted immediately. In my haste to get Ichigo out of there, I didn't have time to shift my dimension properly. It meant the time difference between the two was shifted out of our favor, similar to how I have heard it is for the celestial spirit world. What's the status with everyone else? Ichigo asked, glancing out of one of the ship's windows. We're on the move, so we must have dropped off all the troops Juashiro lent us. That we have, Hibiki replied with a grimace. He was not happy to hear we didn't know where you were, but he calmed down a bit once he realized you had escaped with Nozomi. I'll let him know you'll all right. And the others? Short answer. Let's go along. Hibiki sighed. Well, Mistogen has managed to make a full recovery. He stabbed himself with his own spear to strike his opponent. Mest finished off the enemy. They, and Shinji, who was in a terrible state when he arrived, ended up fighting one of Zeref's top demons. Luckily Shinji was able to keep his instant regeneration going, so his wounds were able to all be fixed. Laxus meanwhile got off much easier, Hibiki added as he continuing, pausing for a moment as he figured out the best way to explain something. For the most part he's fine. But he did encounter an issue. I'll let him explain it. Laxus is still here. Hibiki shook his head. He wanted to be. He was very worried for you and Levi. But he had to get back to the guild dash. Hold up. Levi. Hibiki nodded hesitantly. She's not in a good way. When Kisuke brought her back to the ship, she had broken almost every bone in her body. Multiple times I think. And I think every single one of them has been set badly. She would be in a lot of pain now, to be honest, if Kisuke hadn't performed some Kidu on her. And now? What's her condition now? The same. Gesturing him to follow, Hibiki began leading Ichigo and Nozomi further into the ship. It'll be easier to show you. From what Kisuke told me, he suspended her condition in time. Right now she's still in that same critical state as when she was brought here. None of the doctors or medics on board have the skill to heal her in time, even working together, due to all the damage she's taken. She would die before they could finish their work. Kisuke is working on a solution, trying to plan out everything carefully as he does, but he said he'd discuss it with you when you arrived. If it helps, Hibiki added when he got no response, everyone else managed to make it out fine. And hopefully after Kisuke finishes his solution and presents it to you, she will too. Where are you keeping her? Ichigo asked, Hibiki simply gesturing to the room ahead. Her room. It was the best. Hey, wait. Ichigo didn't listen, rushing forward to the door and pulling it open as fast as he could. And there she was, one of his oldest friends lying on her bed, her time suspended by the green light that shone around her. The first thing he noted about her was that she wasn't breathing. Despite knowing that she wasn't meant to in this suspended state, he still couldn't help but worry. Seeing her form like this, where he could even see the signs of bones not pressed back into place precisely, with her eyes closed as if she was sleeping, it sapped any will he had to leave. Slowly walking over to her bed and pulling a nearby chair across with him, he placed it down beside her before taking a seat right next to the table beside her that contained a cuboid of the same energy. Appearing on his shoulder, Mavis meanwhile focused her attention on the cuboid of energy itself, hands leaning in towards it but holding back from actually touching it. I'll leave you to it for now, shall I? Asked Hibiki, slowly backing away from the door before leaving entirely, not wanting to disturb Ichigo for the time being. Nozomi stayed meanwhile, leaning against the wall beside the doorway and keeping an eye on Ichigo himself as he stared at his friend. Nozomi. Yes. My regeneration. If we took the energy I use for it. He shook his head as he considered the idea further. No, that wouldn't work. If it did, she might have her body regenerating to my state, not her own. She'll be able to be saved, Ichigo. Don't worry. I hope so, Ichigo muttered quietly. Time passed quickly for the two, Ichigo staying silent as he stayed beside her, his hands clenching tightly into fists in frustration at not being able to do anything. I'm sorry I couldn't help her, Nozomi finally said, speaking up. Ichigo frowned, glancing away from Levi for the first time in a while to see Nozomi look away from him in regret. I was with her but the demon we were fighting injured me. Levi was forced to fight it alone and to fight it when it truly got serious against her. It's not your fault. And neither is it yours. I didn't think it was. No, but you feel guilty anyway. Ichigo sighed, slowly letting the frustration he felt seep away. Not guilty so much. All right, maybe I feel a bit guilty but I know it was her own choice. Like it or not, she would be hurt in this war at some point. I can't protect her from that, nor would she want me to. What frustrates me is that I cannot help her now. I should have learned more healing techniques, Ichigo added as he glanced back at Levi. But since I was never very good at them I left it to others. I focused on my own regeneration and counted on being able to fight for longer. But now. It wouldn't have helped anyway, came Kisuk's voice from the doorway, Ichigo snapping his head back towards him. I sensed your magical power and knew exactly where you would go first once Hibiki told you the news. Is now a bad time? No, it's fine, Ichigo replied, preparing to get out of his chair. Kisuk waved him down before he could, however, walking into the room and taking a position at the bottom of Levi's bed. I trust Hibiki told you about her condition. He said she broke almost every bone in her body and badly set them. She also has internal bleeding from the damage the bones did when they broke, Kisuk added for him. Her spine is the most badly damaged part of her. If it isn't healed right, she could be paralyzed for the rest of her life, whether it be from the waist down or even higher. But you have a solution. Kisuk shot him a smirk. A working one, yes. My Bankai. Your Bankai? Asked Nozomi. I thought a Bankai was a weapon, not a healing method. That's not wrong. And mine certainly is not a healing method. It's a tool for battle but it has some abilities, let's say, that can help us here. All right, said Ichigo, crossing his arms. The catch. Catch? I don't know what you mean. If there wasn't one, you would have done this already. There's some kind of risk involved. Kisuk dropped his smile, nodding solemnly. Indeed. I can repair the damage but you have to understand that her condition is too critical. As fast as I can work with my Bankai, repairing all the damage takes a lot of time. I need to not only break all her bones again, in the same places where they already broke, to set them correctly, but I also need to fix her body's internal structure. I can do it, but not before she dies in the process. But even so, you have a solution. A potential one. My Bankai plus the help of a certain blue-haired girl. Wendy. Kisuk nodded. Yes. Wendy Marvel, the Sky Dragon Slayer herself. If you want to heal someone, you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone better than her. If she focuses all that energy on stabilizing Levi's condition, we might just have enough time for me to move her out of critical condition. Except Wendy is Waiwaka's captive, pointed out Nozomi. Even if you give me the coordinates of his base, I doubt I can rescue her that easily. You won't be able to, replied Ichigo. Urayu and I discussed this at one point. He said that Waiwaka is a careful individual, preparing for hundreds of different scenarios that could happen against him. One such is teleportation. He must have realized that we would want to try at some point in the war and as such put up spells all around his base that stop all but specific types of magic from entering in such ways. Exiting is easy to do once you're in, but you wouldn't be able to break in there, even if you did break into the Magic Council many times in the past. I'd suggest a trade, but we both know that's not possible either, Kisuk added. As cruel as it sounds, Urayu's value currently is greater than Levi's. As long as I continue to fuel this kiddo, her condition will not change in the slightest. Right now she is as safe as she can be until we get help. Which means we can afford to wait a while longer. Besides, Urayu's value may be high, but Waiwaka is unlikely to give away all his hostages in exchange for him. 1 for 1, and once he has Urayu he may decide not to bother with the remaining hostages. That leaves you with only one choice, doesn't it? Called out Hades, the man standing in the doorway with each hand hanging against one side of the door frame. We need to invade his base too. Protector of the Fairies. Thanks, Freed. I'll look at the report later. Dismissing his fellow mage, Laxus retired to the tent they all shared, knowing at this time he would be the only one there. Everyone else normally ate around this time, so it meant he could have some privacy briefly. None of them knew about Levi. He hadn't wanted to worry any of them, but that also meant hiding the worry he felt on a general basis for her. Without times like this where he could break his act, he would have snapped after a few days. A lot of things had been kept secret from the others from their adventure. Everyone had been informed of the blow that had been dealt against Zeref. The army's morale always could be improved with positive news, but some things would worry everyone too much. None of them needed to know about Levi's condition so long as she was stable, because they didn't expect her to be coming back with him, instead staying with Ichigo and the others. And neither did they need to know about the fact Ichigo had yet to return, since it would only create unnecessary worry for those that knew his significance to the war effort. But the thing he had tried to hide the most was his arm. It hadn't been easy. The only way he had been able to hide it was with the long coat he now wore, the sleeves longer than necessary in order to hide the claws that threatened to stick out. He still had to be careful when he raised his hand too much, as it would only take a small amount of the sleeve to fall or for a rip to appear across the fabric for it to reveal the scales and claws beneath. If he was being honest with himself, part of it was about fear. He wasn't sure how his friends would react to it, nor how anyone else would. People from his own guild might not react too badly. Given time they would become perfectly understanding, especially if they learned how he had gained this arm in order to save Natsu, but others? Well, people feared what was unnatural. If he was turning into a dragon, those with the memories of all those dragons from Crocus would not take the knowledge lightly. Sighing in annoyance, he waited until he was sure he was alone before pulling the sleeve back, examining the scales and claws once more. It was such an odd sight, to see what he had long since acknowledged as his arm to now be something so foreign. It still felt like his arm when he swung it, but the sight was so different, so wrong, to what he was used to. Fighting with it was also a strange experience, especially when he had to be cautious of his swings to avoid exposing it. Most of the time he stuck to using his left hand or kicks and only using his right hand to release spells, but he wasn't always able to follow those rules he had set for himself. And when he did use his right arm, the strength behind it was so different from his left. Massively so. Kisuk hadn't been wrong about the symptoms encroaching further up either. Looking at where the scales ended at his elbow, he noticed how an inch of what had been flesh a week ago had already changed to a new form. From what he could tell, it was pure energy, lightning energy to be precise, and he could go as far to stick his finger in one side and just manage to have it come out the other end. Yet it didn't hurt in the slightest or seem to even cause a drain on his magical power. I'll have to ask Kisuk about this later, he muttered to himself, not quite expecting to get a response when he heard one. I can pass the message along if you like. Laxus let loose a smile, turning round to face the familiar sensation of magical power. So you made it back safely, Ichigo? That I did, Ichigo replied, a weak smile plastered across his face until his eyes landed on Laxus's right arm, the sleeve still pulled back. I heard about your condition. Laxus shrugged sheepishly, pulling the sleeve back down. I had the option to have it chopped off. You know that's the same look Natsu gave me. Ichigo did his best to pull back the shock he had shown on his face, composing it back to normal. What do you mean? When Kisuk offered to chop my arm off, Natsu protested heavily. And I noticed he seemed to be staring at my eye a lot. Like you are doing. Sorry, Ichigo offered, his eyes glancing away from Laxus's face. Kisuk didn't mention anything about you losing an eye. It caught me off guard. Caught me a bit off guard too. Hey, you think I can pull it off better than Hades? Laxus held up his normal arm to the eye, pretending it was an eye patch as he cracked another smile. Maybe I should do that. I can tell the others of Fairy Tail seem uncomfortable looking at an empty socket, but my hair isn't long enough yet to cover it all of the time. An eye patch is good, Ichigo replied, quicker than Laxus expected him to say. Anyway, I came to check on you. You're one of the few I can't see easily while you're here. I figured. Have you met your new guest yet? Ichigo shook his head. Not yet. I'll need to check on Gray in a bit, but I figured I should check in with you first. I've also spent a bit of time at Levy's side before finally heading over here. Figured you would. Pausing, Laxus's thoughts drifted back to the memory of Levy lying motionlessly like he had seen. Is she going to be okay? In time. We're working on a solution, but it won't be ready for some time. Until then, Kisuk is going to keep her in stasis to keep her condition from worsening. Don't worry, Laxus, Ichigo added, seeing the worry on his friend's face. I won't let her die if I can help it. We'll save her. All right. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm always happy to help if I can do so. That's good. Sticking his head out of the tent for a moment to stare at the barrier, Ichigo waited until he was done checking what he needed to before pulling his head back and speaking. As much as I wanted this to be just a friendly chat, I was told by someone dash. If you won't admit the name, then you are basically telling me it was Hades. Alright then, Hades told me that the situation here had changed somewhat. That Wywak had made a move. Laxus sighed, nodding in confirmation. Nothing as big as the actions Zeref has made, but he's been more active. His forces have begun applying a bit more pressure, making our lives a lot harder, but they have also expanded their reach into demon territory. Reports stated that they've been pushing heavily against Zeref's forces. That's foolish, Ichigo muttered in thought. Why would he send soldiers to a pointless death like that? He should know by now how quickly Zeref can restore his army. That's the thing actually, Laxus admitted. And it's because of this that I don't know whether to be happy or worried. According to reports, there is actually a decline in their numbers. It's going to take a while longer to see the full impact, but their forces are being weakened with each day that passes. We think. Laxus shook his head briefly, clearing his thoughts from the doubts in them. We think Zeref has abandoned his forces. Abandoned? Ichigo frowned, one hand scratching his chin in consideration. Odd. Is he giving up his attempts at winning so easily? No, there has to be something we're missing. I'm sure we are. That's why I'm so worried. Does he want us to let our guard down? Is he preparing for something? Honestly, I'm not sure right now, and that worries me. He'll reveal himself in time, Ichigo stated, turning to leave. Sorry I couldn't stay long. I've been gone for a week, so I need to catch up on a few things. I'll be back another time, Laxus. Stay safe. You had me worried for a few days. I will. You stay safe too. If your condition with your arm worsens, you know who to call. Protector of the Fairies. Sorry to have you all gather at such short notice, Hibiki said first as the different mages gathered around the table. Everyone still on board the ship that was conscious had been brought here, even Uriah, despite his tendency to stay to himself. I know we've only just managed to survive a trying time, but the news I have to share is not positive news. I should be thankful you decided to include me in this, Hades called out, sitting the furthest away from the group in a show of courtesy. I'm honestly amazed you haven't thrown me in a jail cell now that my role is done. You're useful, stated Kisuk simply, sparing a glance at the dark mage. Nothing else to it. You really think we're in a position to turn down help? Just don't cause problems until the war is over and we'll get along fine. And you are all okay with me? Asked Gray, raising a gloved hand slightly. Some of you must have your doubts about me dash. You helped us out, remember, Natsu pointed out. Your loyalty isn't in question. Natsu's right, said Ichigo before pointing at Mistogen. Besides, you really think I care about the consequences of having you with us? I took Mistogen under my wing years ago and didn't care what trouble it would bring. I can deal with others too, though we're trying to keep your involvement a bit of a secret currently. The less people that know means less people that can cause a fuss. I'll have to let Erzen know what happened in the end with you though, Gray, Natsu added too. I was holding off telling her until you were sure of what you wanted to do, though I honestly expected a message. Why am I here too? Sorry about that, Natsu, Hibiki replied, but we had little choice. For the topic of today's emergency meeting, few of us are knowledgeable enough on the events that happened, both before and during the assault. So what is this about, Hibiki? Ichigo asked, crossing his arms. You didn't give any hints at all. Just that we needed to gather now. That's right. I put this off long enough really, but I wanted to wait until you were back. Honestly, you weren't meant to even be aware of some of these events, Ichigo. I truly did want to solve this problem without your involvement, but we failed, and now everyone here needs to know about them. The magic barrier particles. Most of the mages gathered looked among themselves in confusion, the term unfamiliar to them. Only a few showed a true reaction. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock. Kisuke frowned slightly before narrowing his eyes at Hibiki, and Natsu and Mest both looked between Ichigo and Hibiki, as if waiting for the confrontation they knew was coming. Is this related to the enemies I was fighting? Asked Gray, glancing carefully at Ichigo out of the corner of his eye. The enemies were unique and dangerous. Yes, Gray, it is. But let's not beat around the bush here. We might as well start with what happened at the Grand Magic Games. Ichigo, do you want to tell us what happened there? Glancing at Natsu, Ichigo sighed when he saw the pink-haired dragon slayer avoid meeting his eyes. How much did Natsu tell you? Doesn't matter. I'm asking you to share it with the rest of us. Sighing again, Ichigo glanced back at Hibiki. Fine then. After the last dragon was defeated, and after Ziref had retreated, some of us, and by that I mean Mest, Natsu, the Celestial Spirit King, and I, encountered the ones responsible for the cause of the attack. The ones who orchestrated it all. For the record, Mest pointed out, I was hiding at the time. And as much as I hate to admit it, I was also responsible for the dragons. I helped bring the two responsible back in time with me. Back in time. Gray muttered. So that's how it was. I wondered dash. Wondered what? Ichigo demanded, glaring right at the demon. What on earth do you have to wonder about, Gray? Calm down, Ichigo, Hibiki called out. We'll get to his story in a moment. I'd quite like to get to it now, Ichigo replied with a sense of urgency. What the hell did Gray see? Are we dealing with others who came back in time? That's dash. Laxus and Levi, Gray said, speaking over Hibiki despite his warnings. Levi appeared only at the end, but I was fighting Laxus for a while with Leon. And I'm sure Natsu can confirm Laxus's involvement earlier too. Right, Natsu? Gray glanced over at his friend only for Natsu to shuffle sheepishly in his seat. Natsu? We weren't meant to bring them up yet, Gray, Natsu muttered, glancing across the table to see how Ichigo was reacting. It was just as he expected, the orange-haired man having frozen up in his seat. Sorry, Ichigo. Hibiki and I wanted to solve this so you wouldn't ever have to know about it. They're alive? Ichigo asked softly, glancing down at his feet uncertainty. No, that can't be true. I saw them, Gray stated. I fought them. Their magic has changed slightly, but the styles they use are still the same. It's impossible, Gray. What you saw was an illusion of some kind. It has to be. Why? If they came from the future, it's not hard to believe something may have happened there to turn them into enemies. It's not them. You did not fight them. Yes, I did. Exclaimed Gray angrily. Why can't you believe that? Because I killed them. Ichigo burst out, his hands digging into the arms of his chair in anger. He finally forced his gaze back up at the rest of them, doing his best to compose himself and not let anything show. I killed them. During the battle with them, when they revealed themselves, I realized there was no recovery for them, no way for them to return to normal, and they were too dangerous to be left alive. So I killed them. I sliced Laxus in half at his waist and I stabbed a sword through Levi's brain, after begging her to stop fighting because she no longer had the power to. Do you understand now why I'm so adamant in the fact that the people you fought can't be them? Ichigo, Natsu muttered softly. It is them. Hibiki did some checking on the information he could gather and I confirmed it with my own eyes. Laxus was the same Laxus you killed, the same one I saw you fight. They aren't illusions. Ichigo stayed silent for a moment. And then, I need some air, he muttered, pushing himself out of his chair. Kisuke knows what you need to know about magic barrier particles. He'll fill you in. Ichigo, Hibiki called out as the Shinigami turned to leave. According to what Gray told me, Laxus and Levi were part of a group. A group all using magic barrier particles with an aim to kill Ziref. Ichigo paused at the room's doorway, glancing back over his shoulder hesitantly. They got a name. Yes. Avatar. Protector of the Fairies. The Hungering Shadows. Coming to a brief stop, Karen glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes wide as she searched for the threat she knew was on the horizon. Nothing was there, but that wouldn't last, not so long as she stayed still. Immediately turning back, she broke back into a run, using Shunpo at every possible moment that she could as she tried to put as much distance between herself and her pursuers. She wasn't sure how many there were still after her. 100? 1,000? Honestly, she never had a chance to count, too busy trying to make sure she would live. But she could hear their roars every once in a while, sometimes far away and sometimes almost right behind her. Depending on the numbers, she was sure she could handle a small group, if at the cost of what precious little magic she had left, but if and when more found her, she would be utterly defenseless. Her only hope was to reach the barrier. She and Toshiro had discussed this plan greatly before she made her run for it, judging how long it would take her to make it back to the barrier at full speed and at what time she would arrive at it. She would be pushing it, but she should be able to arrive just before the regular checkup she had to assume her brother was sticking to. If he ran even a tiny bit late, she'd miss him and be sitting duck to any enemies that would find her. Using another burst of Shunpo, she noticed she wasn't able to travel nearly as far anymore. This would be where it would get difficult. Toshiro had said it would be here where she would really need to give up fighting back, since she would no longer be able to spare any magic to anything but Shunpo. Another roar sounded in the distance, closer than before. They were gaining. Give it another minute and she might even see them on the horizon again, only this time she wouldn't be able to push ahead and try and lose them. It would be nothing short of a race. The ever-present shine in the distance of the barrier was getting brighter and brighter with every second too as she drew closer, so she knew this was going to be down to the wire. The sudden surge of energy behind her almost threw her off, her head snapping back to see the source of the disturbance. A bright red zero fired right toward her, almost hitting her as she darted out of the way at the last second. Another speck of red began to glow in the distance too, following swiftly by the second zero. If she was hit by a single one of them, it would be over. She'd be dead at best and at worst be injured enough to be caught and eaten. Her only sign of good fortune was that she could only count 3 specks of red at any one time. Thank God there wasn't too many hollows capable of firing zeros after her. She wouldn't be able to keep this up forever though. She already felt dizzy, the lack of food and sleep from the past few days really making it harder to focus. Not to mention the fear she kept feeling of what was happening back with Toshiro. Honestly, he was far better at long-distance Shunpo than she was and could have made it back here faster than she could, but she knew one of them had to stay behind. None of them could have abandoned those people to the hollows, and she could only hope whatever barrier he was using would hold for long enough. Continuing to run, her focus only faded for a brief moment when she heard the roars far closer. A last-ditch effort was pushed into her Shunpo, moving her that slight bit ahead. It didn't help with the closed gap the hollows had achieved though. She felt pain as something slammed into her from behind, digging into her flesh and causing her to bite her lip to try and not scream. Since there wasn't a force trying to pull her back, she had to be thankful that they weren't close enough to grab her yet, but it seemed they could now reach her with whatever special abilities they might possess. She wanted to glance over her shoulder and see what had impaled itself into her back, but the distraction could cost her a second or two of precious running time. That wasn't an acceptable loss. She was only there though. The light of the barrier was now as bright as she remembered it, the edge of the barrier within her grasp. With a last burst of speed she rushed towards it, crashing into the ground right before the edge and slamming a fist against the barrier's edge. There was no one there. Why was no one there? This was the right time, wasn't it? Her eyes desperately glanced up to the sun before widening in fear. She was early. Not by too much, but she was earlier than they planned. She must have rushed too much. She shouldn't have kept the steady pace and tried to force the hollows into it, but at some point in the journey she must have gotten impatient and had sped up for a few moments. The sound of the ground breaking caused her attention to shift back to her pursuers. There was fewer than her fear-driven mind had imagined, only 60 of them, but each of them was large enough to tower over her. They were also covered in all manners of natural weapons, from claws and fangs to blade-like arms and tails with spikes. All of them shared one similarity, however. The hunger they were showing as they all growled at her. Refusing to let her fear show, she drew her blade once more, even though she knew she would not even be able to release her Shikai or use a single Kidou. "Come on, you monsters!" she cried out, holding her blade in front of her as the hollows charged. If they wanted to eat her, she wouldn't make it easy. Protector of the fairies. "Look. It's back," a man muttered, doing a terrible job at lowering his voice. The subject of his criticism didn't even move his head at the noise, continuing to walk along the path he had memorized and walked down countless times before. "What do you think it wants this time?" a woman asked to her husband, pulling her child close to her chest in fear. "Why does it keep coming back here?" The boy continued to ignore them as he walked past the slowly growing crowds, moving slightly faster as it became apparent that people were gathering faster than normal. Was it because he slept in those extra few minutes? He had thought it was good fortune for once because it meant his parents had forgotten about him again, but it seemed even the universe wanted him to suffer today. He knew from experience that there was nothing the people around him could do to permanently harm him. They had tried on occasion and it all normally ended with something being stabbed into his heart. Sometimes it was a blade, sometimes it was a less refined weapon. He still had the scars from a few days ago when that man had ripped into his chest with a broken bottle. Some glass still might be in his chest and it was taking slightly longer for whatever kept him alive to push all the glass back out. Slipping into the nearby alley, one he hadn't visited in at least a month, he quickly moved to the bins and began rummaging through. Food wasn't much of a concern for him. Not having it could only hurt him, not kill him. But he knew his parents wouldn't end up feeding him or his brother, so he had to find other means of getting by. He could go without food. His brother could not. Grabbing what remained of a loaf of bread, mold growing at the edges, along with a half-eaten apple, he dumped the contents into the small bag he had found a week ago and prepared to leave. The moment he did, he found his exit blocked, a group of men blocking his escape. The world just loved to make him suffer, didn't it? Turning on his heel, he made a break for the exit at the other end of the alleyway. He knew his way around the village well enough. It was a pretty small place, and he was already near the village's edge. The villagers wouldn't bother pursuing him if got far enough away from the path. There were too many dangerous beasts out there for them to risk their lives just to try and attempt to kill him again. He could hear the men on his tail, their larger strides making quick progress towards him, but if he could just get around the corner he could lose them for long enough to escape. Right as he came out of the alleyway, a wooden board slammed into his face, knocking him to the ground and scattering the contents of the bag he was holding as it slipped from his grasp. A pair of hands grabbed him roughly by the back of his shirt and pulled him up, holding him tightly above the ground. "Got you, you little demon." He recognized the man in front of him. Bald, a ridiculous-looking beard, and a constant look of anger on his face. It hadn't always been like that. He remembered a time when his man had once tried to help him. He had even played with the man's daughter at times when he came to the village. She had been older than him and very kind. Pretty too. The man never forgave him when he killed her, even if he hadn't meant to. Reluctantly letting himself be carried away, he prepared himself for whatever fate they would have in store for him today. Would they try to stab him again? Would they try and chop off his head like 2 months ago? The first week after that had been relatively peaceful, but he assumed it was because they had simply been terrified by the fact that even being decapitated wasn't enough to kill him. "We got a special treat for you this time, demon," the man muttered back to him. That was probably the worst part about being attacked so often by this man. The man didn't try to be cruel. He just wanted revenge. He could honestly understand such emotions. He felt similar ones every time his parents hit his brother. But there was something to the man's voice this time. Almost like the man sounded conflicted about something. His eyes widened as he glanced towards where he was being dragged. No. That was a bonfire. The man intended to burn him alive. He had no idea to what extent the power that kept him alive worked or why it even forced him to live time after time and yet experience all of the pain, but he knew even if he lived through this it would not be a pleasant experience. He didn't want to be burnt alive. And how long would it take to recover if he did? How long would his brother be without him for? His desperate attempts to break free were to little avail, the man holding him simply tightening his grip as he dragged him through the crowds. There was cheering now, all the villagers assumingly crying out for his death. His breath began to catch in his throat as the panic set in, specks of dark energy flicking around his body. The cheers turned to screams as they realized what was about to happen, the man holding him throwing him into the fire just as the energy expanded outwards. A few of the villagers fell to the ground, having stood too close to the bonfire and being touched by the wave of energy he had emitted in his fear. The few collapsed bodies were enough to send everyone scattering, afraid to stick around any longer in case he killed any more of them. The man that had thrown him in only stayed for a moment to watch before turning away, muttering a few words. He couldn't hear them though. The pain was too much as he felt every bit of his body being burnt away, the fire turning his skin black as it roasted him alive. It hurt. It burnt. Why was this his fate so many times? What did he do to deserve this? Why was it only him? Why did it happen again and again and again? His screams continued out in his head long after his voice became incapable of producing the sounds, his mind trying to shut itself off as the pain threatened to tear him apart. It hurt. Why did it hurt so much? Why couldn't it just? Ichigo's eyes snapped open as he almost shot out of his bed, one hand clutching his chest fearfully as he stifled a scream he was about to release. His body was drenched in sweat and his heart couldn't stop beating as fast as it was, the dream he had still too fresh in his mind. Taking a few deep breaths, counting down from 10 repeatedly in his head, he glanced towards the corner of the room where he knew that same green light would be. You have a room, you know. The green expanded as Nozomi shot her head out of one of her portals, nodding in agreement. I know. I was checking up on you. You could use the door and not keep sneaking in. Nozomi tilted her head slightly at him. You want people to know you're having problems sleeping. Ichigo sighed, shaking his head. No. Besides, there isn't much point checking up on me for stuff like this. Everyone has bad dreams. Do they have bad dreams repeatedly every day for a month? Ichigo frowned, staring at Nozomi in confusion. How many times have you been checking up on me? Every night since the third time you had one of these nightmares. You know, the one where you woke up the whole ship with your screaming. Letting her portal open fully, Nozomi stepped out of the green dimension, the portal snapping shut behind her as she did so. I was worried. You don't have to be. It's nothing. You also had a bad dream of some kind in my dimension too, if I remember correctly. The fact this all started after you fought Ziraf is cause for alarm in my mind. Do the others dash? Ichigo started to ask worriedly before Nozomi cut him off with a shake of her head. They are worried about you but can't pinpoint the source, stated Nozomi softly, looking at him in concern. They weren't looking after you directly after your battle with Ziraf and are unaware these started right then. Mist Ogden has diverted some attention from you with his own nightmares too. Mist Ogden is? I didn't realize. You've been either in here or in Levy's room for the past month when not fighting, Nozomi replied, making Ichigo wince even though it was not her intention to criticize his actions. Mist Ogden didn't want to bother you with his nightmares anyway, just as you don't want to bother us with yours. I suppose that's fair, Ichigo admitted, placing a hand against his head as the end of the dream kept replying itself in his mind. Sorry to make you worry, Nozomi. But you don't need to keep checking on me. I'll be fine. Nozomi stayed silent for a moment before walking towards him, stopping at the edge of his bed as she leaned in towards him. Nozomi? Ichigo asked, moving his head back as she invaded his personal space. What's the matter? You okay? You're afraid, she muttered, Ichigo freezing at her words. You're covered in sweat and your eyes keep glancing around. What were you dreaming about to make you so afraid? Ichigo stayed silent. Was it Ziraf? He still said nothing. Nozomi tilted her slightly as she continued to stare at him. You know, some of the others think it was the fight that caused your nightmares. They think you keep seeing a terrifying scene over and over again. Not all of us though. Kisuke said himself that you were able to recount the battle easily and, while you showed some fear of events, you were not terrified of anything to this extent. But Ziraf is the root of this, isn't he? Ichigo stayed silent once more, turning his head away from her as he used a hand to push her back slightly. Nozomi grabbed his hand before he could push her away through, taking it in her own as she continued to stare at him. You are my Prince Ichigo, and I am your loyal knight. Whatever you tell me will not be shared with anyone. You can't keep this going as you are. You get little sleep as it is, and I don't think replacing the energy you get back through your instant restoration is a healthy solution. It's nothing. Just bad dreams. Ichigo, Nozomi repeated softly, gripping his hand tightly. Please? You need someone to talk to. If you can't talk to Levi and won't talk to Kisuke or go to Laxus, then talk to me. Please. Ichigo continued to stare away from her for a moment before sighing, reluctantly turning back to face her. They aren't dreams, he admitted quietly. They're memories. Memories? Nozomi asked quietly. I didn't think anything in your past was this bad. Did you learn something you didn't want to, or remember something you tried not to remember? Ichigo shook his head. It's nothing like that. These memories. He sighed again, taking a deep breath. They aren't mine, Nozomi. Not yours? Are they the king's? Or Mavis's? Ichigo shook his head again. Neither. These memories. He didn't want to admit it. Admitting it would get her involved. But he still found himself saying the words as the memory of her resting against him in her dimension flooded his mind, her eyes closed from the exhaustion she felt from keeping him alive. They're Zerefs. Zerefs. Ichigo nodded, glancing at the confusion in her eyes. It was obvious she didn't understand properly. My script. I don't tell people much on what it can do. Most of you probably assume I can just absorb energy with it. Some of you may suspect otherwise but lack the confirmation about it. But the absorb is merely building upon whatever was there before. It's not mine. Ichigo sighed, shaking his head slightly. The details aren't stuff you need to worry about. But with this power, I can absorb more than just energy and power. I can absorb memories and even souls. It's how my brother can exist within me and how Mavis could bond to my soul in the way she did even without her lacrima. And so when I fought Zeref, you took some of his memories, concluded Nozomi in realization. When you say the memories are Zeref's, you truly mean you're seeing his life when you sleep. Yeah, Ichigo muttered softly. To be more precise, I'm seeing his past. It was a last-ditch effort when I stole his memories. He had me at his mercy after a mistake I made, but I didn't want to leave empty-handed. So I took the chance and tore into his soul, coping as many memories as I could. I'm pretty sure I got around 100 years of his life before he severed the connection. I think he might have been able to stop me faster, but he did something at the same time. I think he blocked out a figure from his memories to prevent me getting full access. But doing so meant I got this many memories of his. A quarter of his life roughly. That's more years than you've been alive for. He frowned at Nozomi's words. The softness in her voice was still there, but it was sterner than before, traced with worry. You need to seal them off. Nozomi. Having another person's memories cannot be healthy if you're having nightmares from them, stated Nozomi. And what happens if you keep experiencing his memories? That's 100 years of his life, Ichigo. That's over 4 times your own age. I'm aware, Nozomi. I've got them under control anyway. You obviously don't if they are seeping through when you're asleep. Her eyes immediately widened in realization. That's why you keep trying to avoid sleeping. You know you can't stop them from overwhelming you at those times. They are just giving me some restless nights, Nozomi, Ichigo replied softly, trying to dampen her worry. There's nothing to be concerned about. I'd disagree, Nozomi argued. How many of his memories have you already experienced? That is what you are doing alone in this room so much, isn't it? The attempts Ichigo made to look away awkwardly was an answer in itself. How many? I don't know. I think I'm around 6 or 7 in the dreams. The mentality I experience throws me off a bit. I do also experience memories faster than the events in the real world. They process much faster, even in such quantities. Your nightmares are this bad when you haven't even reached his reign of terror, I see. I can deal with them, Nozomi, Ichigo snapped back at her, wincing at the harshness in his own voice. He couldn't blame her for being worried. And in fairness, he understood exactly why she was worried too. Sorry. You're afraid I'll be overwhelmed by his memories, aren't you? There are more of his memories in you than your own, Nozomi stated in concern, gripping his hand tightly in fear. What happens if they change you? What happens if they corrupt you and turn you into something you're not? I can always eject the memories later, Ichigo replied calmly. I have them sealed off thanks to my brother and Mavis assisting my Zanpakuta spirits. The only reason they slip through in the night is because of how many they are. You'd notice if I was acting any differently though, right Nozomi? Nozomi nodded. Of course. Because I'm always watching you. Blushing slightly in embarrassment at her bluntness, Ichigo looked away once more. Thank you Nozomi. I don't mean to be rude though, but do you mind giving me some time alone? I want to collect my thoughts properly before I go and check for any messages from Karen or Taushiro. If that's what you want. Watching as she released his hand from her grip, Ichigo found himself feeling slightly disappointed that she had done so before she summoned up one of her portals, vanishing through it the same way she had appeared. Liar. Ichigo sighed at the sound of Mavis's voice, glancing over at the shoulder she always hung around. And just how long have you been watching? Since the start, Mavis admitted with a wide smile. She really didn't want to let go of you, hand, did she? Mavis. Mavis stuck her tongue out at him before floating off his shoulder, hovering over the edge of his bed as he got up to get properly dressed. You're a liar, Ichigo. Not a very good one though. She believed you so readily because she wanted to you realize yourself. And just what am I lying about, Mavis? Ichigo asked as he pulled on a fresh top. I told her the truth about the memories. But not about the threat of being overwhelmed, Mavis replied, watching as Ichigo glanced into the mirror and flinched for a second. Tell me, Ichigo, whose face did you expect to see in the mirror for a moment there? I can deal with stuff like this, Mavis. Leave it. And there you go trying to push me away, Mavis added. I'm just trying to help you. You can lie to everyone you want, whether it be a good lie or a bad one, but there is no point lying to me. The more of these memories you see, the more disoriented you'll become. This happens with any memory that I view. But not to this extent, Mavis countered. You've only taken snippets or select memories on specific information in the past. That's a vast difference from a collected set of countless years of memories. You are watching what shaped Ziref into the man he is today. You should be careful if you plan to keep viewing these memories, Ichigo. I know. Just keep sealing off the memories as best as you can. If my brother can exist in my soul with all his memories, we should be able to keep these memories from influencing me too much. Mavis shrugged. I can give it a try, but it won't work forever. You better hope you find something of worth in these memories, otherwise you'll have to hope Kisuke's attempts at making a strong barrier will work. It's a shame Ziref's such a difficult type of immortal to deal with. If he wasn't, there would be no need for this memory searching. I'll find something. There has to be something in his early days. Something that can help us stop him. And if there isn't? Mavis asked. If Ziref knew a way to kill himself, he would have done so long ago so he could join the afterlife. That should be clear enough just from his early days. He didn't believe he had any right to live and yet never succeeded at ending his own life in all this time. As much as I hate to admit it, Ichigo, you cannot kill him. I know, Ichigo replied quietly. Which is why I'm doing this. Because maybe I can find another way to stop him if I can understand him. Protector of the Fairies. You think they'll be there this time? Shinji asked as he joined Ichigo in descending down to the ground. It was the first time in a month since the ship's flight plan had coincided with the check-in point, so to them it was a nice break from using Nozomi's magic all the time for transporting back and forth. We haven't seen any signs of them since they left. We don't know what it's like out there, replied Ichigo, glancing at the barrier's edge as they began to approach it. It could be a hostile wasteland if the armies are clashing. They're in a poor position too, with Quincy on one side and Alvarez on the other. Depending on how far their reach has spread. I'm sure they're fine, Shinji reassured him, glancing at the barrier himself. For all we know, we might see them standing there and holy crap, someone's actually there. Ichigo's eyes snapped back to the barrier, his gaze desperately searching for what Shinji had spotted. It's Karen, he finally muttered as his eyes landed on her. Hold on. Are those? He didn't bother finishing his question, rushing forward and reaching out towards the barrier. A section quickly glowed and vanished as he reached it, allowing him free passage as he rushed to Karen's side. Hollows. There was a ton of them everywhere, surrounding where Karen lay against the barrier's edge. Had she killed them all? He wasn't sure. Her Zanpakuto was scattered further away from her, potentially lost during part of the battle, and he noticed Shinji go to grab it as he made a beeline for his sister. She didn't look good. She was covered in cuts and bruises with blood pouring out from some of the small wounds on her body, in particular from the spike in her back and from the large cut going across her chest, visible through the large patch of dried blood. Shinji. Get the medical ward ready. He didn't look back to make sure Shinji was rushing away, carefully picking up his sister and cradling her both hands. Her magical power was almost non-existent. There was practically nothing there, only a sliver that was probably being used to keep her alive. And that was fading fast. Carefully carrying her back inside the barrier, the hole closing up behind him, he carefully began to use Shunpo back towards the ship, keeping his speed under control to not shake her around too much. Igo. Karen. He asked desperately, glancing down at his sister in worry. Hang on. We're going to get you some help. All right. Toshiro, he needs help. Karen? Hey Karen. It was no good. She had already drifted back into unconsciousness. What had that been about Toshiro? Was he here too? He hadn't felt any sign of his old student, but then he hadn't felt anything from Karen at first either. He couldn't even use the lack of ice as an indication of whether he was here or not, since he hadn't seen any signs of flames or burn marks where Karen had been fighting either. Arriving at the medical ward as fast as he could, he laid his sister down careful on one of the beds, backing away as Hades stepped forward. Under normal circumstances he never would have let this man near his sister. Hell, he wouldn't normally let this man near any of them or let him be in charge of their health. But as much as he hated it, Mavis had vouched for the man's expertise in all manners of healing magic. Hades had claimed to have studied a variety of different methods of healing and revival in order to try and bring Mavis back from what he had believed was an almost dead state, and though that expertise had gone to vain on her, it would not hear. And quite frankly, they had few others they could turn to. The only person with greater expertise at healing was Wendy due to her sky magic, and she wasn't readily available currently. Muttering a few words to Shinji as he passed to get the man to inform him of any complications, he rushed back out of the ship. He had to check just in case Toshiro was here. If he wasn't, he could ask Karen what she had meant later on, but for now he had to cover all his bases. If Toshiro was out there somewhere, he wasn't going to have him die on him anytime soon. Protector of the Fairies. Blinking a few times as a ray of bright light invaded her sight, Karen glanced up at the ceiling in confusion, watching as her eyes slowly adjusted to the new environment. Where was she? All she remembered was fighting those hollows, killing the last one after it cut her across her chest, and then nothing. Oh look. You're awake. She glanced to one side at the voice, watching as the old man stepped away from whatever he was working on. Early than I expected, what with those injuries of yours? Who are you? She asked curiously. She didn't recognize the man at all. Where was she? Where am I? Well, you're on board the Genesis, the man, smirking when he saw the recognition in her eyes. I see you aren't so confused that you don't recognize that name. That's the ship Ichigo's on. It is indeed. Your brother was quite worried about you from the look of it. Didn't stay long though. Last I checked, he was searching the battlefield for signs of others. Others? Why was he doing that? Toshiro wasn't with her. Unless she had said something. She faintly remembered seeing Ichigo for a moment, so maybe she had said something during that hazy time. There's no one else. Only me. The man gave a swift nod at that, glancing up to the ceiling. Hear that, Hibiki? I know you're eavesdropping, I'm not an idiot. It's clear you don't trust me with her. Glancing back down, Hibiki let out a short laugh. Cautious, the lot of them. Can't be too careful with me, it seems. Careful? Why would they need to be? Oh, that's right, I never introduced myself. My name is Praktgabolg, though I assume if you have heard of me at all then you will know me by Hades, the former guild master of Grimoire Heart. Her hand shot to her waist, clutching at thin air. Where was her Zanpakuto? She glanced around desperately for it before the chuckling of Hades drew her gaze back towards him. Looking for this? He asked, holding out her Zanpakuto for her to see. Giving it a quick glance, he chucked it over at her, Karen making no sign of hesitating as she lunged for it. The moment she had it in her hands she drew the blade and aimed it towards and warily before pain erupted across her body, causing her guard to crumble. Settle down now, Hades stated, not moving from his spot away from her. I am not your enemy here. If you keep acting as such you'll aggravate your injuries and undone all the hard work I did to patch you back up. What will it be? Glaring at him, she hesitantly lowered her Zanpakuto. She wouldn't sheath it, not while she was in the presence of such a dangerous individual. He was meant to be dead from what her father had told her, but even when dead her father had still spoken warily of him. He was not a man she could let her guard down around, ally or not. I want to speak to the others. And you will. Once Ichigo gets back I'm sure he'll take you off my hands in an instant. Though if you really want to leave I suppose I can have Mistoggen keep an eye on you. He's unquestionably loyal to your brother after all. Glancing at the door, Hades sent another smirk towards it. Isn't that right, Mistoggen? You can come in if you want. I won't be here long, came a reply from the other side of the door. If you want to leave Karen, just let me know. Hibiki should have told Ichigo by now that Toshiro isn't here, so he'll be back in a few minutes at most. I'll leave, Karen replied immediately, walking to the door as fast as she could without aggravating her injuries. Not once did she let her eyes leave the man as she backed out of the door, shutting it as fast as she could to get him clean out of her sight. Well, that must have been enjoyable, a third voice said to her right. What a lovely sight to wake up to. A former dead criminal. Shut up, Karen growled out at Shinji. Just get me out of here, Mistoggen. Follow me, said Mistoggen as he guided away. You can ignore Shinji if you want. He's bored, and when he's bored he tends to use us as targets for his amusement. What can I say? Asked Shinji with a Cheshire-like smile. Got to find fun some way. You guys are the perfect targets. At least hold off for the time being if you would. Shinji shrugged. Fine then. Glancing at Karen, he asked, Karen isn't it? Despite having met a few times I don't think we've ever properly introduced ourselves. I remember your name. Toshiro mentioned you quite a bit. Did he now? Shinji asked in amusement. I bet he mentioned Ichigo more. Karen glanced at him in surprise. I'm the kid's friend in case you forgot. I know what he's like. Plus he idolized Ichigo as a kid. Even if that's faded over time I doubt his habits have changed too much. He said some stuff like that, Karen muttered. Mentioned stuff about his past too. About his family. And about a man called Mayuri. Did he know? Shinji asked, all emotion draining from his voice. Tell me, he stated coldly. What else did he say about Mayuri? Nothing else. He said that was where he met you, but he didn't go into any details. Glancing at him, Karen added, I'm sorry. Sorry? For what? For whatever happened there? Blushing slightly in embarrassment when Shinji continued to stare at her, Karen elaborated further. Toshiro said how much of a horrible person Mayuri was, and if he met you there then it makes sense something happened, either at the time or a while before then. Something horrible. I don't know what it is, but I'm sorry you had to go through it. Shinji shrugged. It was a long time ago. Pain can fade when you're surrounded by friends. I'm amazed he told you about his past though, Shinji added quietly. Guess all that teasing I did actually had some truth in it. He must really like you. What was that? Oh. Shinji shook his head as the three entered the main meeting room. Nothing, don't worry about it. Oh look, we're here. Karen glanced forward as they entered, eyeing the different mages around. She recognized quite a few familiar faces from last time and even could see a new face. Wasn't that fairy tale mage in the corner meant to be dead? He was called Grey or something, right? It seemed Hades wasn't the only one to cheat death here. Some faces were missing through. Ichigo, that green-haired girl that hung around him, and then finally that other fairy tale mage. Her name was Levi, that was it. Were all three out searching? Karen. She spun round, spotting Ichigo rushing towards her. He hesitated right before hugging her, however, uncertain if he even should before throwing away those cares and pulling her close to him. "You're okay, right?" he asked quietly, Karen finding herself nodding slightly as he let her go. "Good. You had us worried when we found you out there." "What happened?" "It was my own fault," Karen admitted. "Toshiro and I planned how long it would take me to get back, but I must have messed up partway on the journey because I arrived too early. I was meant to get there while you were there roughly so you could let me in immediately, but instead I had to fight for my life against the hollows that had been following me." Ichigo frowned, glancing towards Kisuke in confusion. "Hollows," he muttered to himself. "Kisuke, how far can a hollow's Garganta take them?" "Far enough," Kisuke replied. "The armies of both Waiwak and Spriggan are heavily focused on the barrier. While Spriggan's forces are spreading out to both sides and the land around them, Waiwak is focusing the troops he can spare on the collapsing forces of Zeref's demons. He intends to crush them from the looks of it before either expanding the other way or holding the ground he's taken when he inevitably has to fight the hollows. It's possible in all the chaos some hollows slipped through between Spriggan and Waiwaka's forces." "Zeref's army is collapsing?" asked Karen. "How?" she demanded. "I figured he'd be one of the last to fall considering his reputation." "So did we," stated Hibiki from his seat at the table. "You might as well take a seat. No point standing around here." Waiting for everyone to grab a seat at the table, Hibiki continued. "From what we've been able to gather, Zeref's forces aren't being replenished. They were before, but for some reason Zeref has abandoned all his demons. They are being left to fend for themselves, and the moment that weakness appeared, Waiwak struck. Give it another few days and there won't be anything left of the demons. We actually expect them to push back in a last-ditch effort any day now." "Onto the matter of the hollows though," Ichigo brought up. "Karen, what did you mean about the hollows? We saw quite a few bodies out there with you, but if you're here and Toshiro isn't, I'd like to know why if I could." "That's fine," Karen replied, swallowing the fears that surfaced at Toshiro's name. "Toshiro and we were searching around as I originally intended. And during that time we discovered something," Karen admitted hesitantly. "Something unsettling. You remember how not all the outlying villages managed to evacuate in time? How some of them are still out there?" Ichigo nodded. "Yeah. Why? Did you find any of them?" "You can say that," Karen muttered. "We found the villages themselves, but there was no one to occupy them. At first I figured it was just one of the lucky ones to evacuate in time. Toshiro wasn't so sure, but we had no evidence to say otherwise at the time beyond his own feelings. And then we found the second village, further away this time. It was the same." "How many were there like this?" asked Kisuke. "You were gone a while, so I assume you visited quite a few to be certain of this." Karen nodded. "We must have gone to around 9 different places. Most of them were fairly small, even by the standards of most villages, but then finally we found out what was happening. The 10th village was slightly larger than the others. To be honest, I think it only survived as long as it did because of the defenses in place. But when we arrived there, it was almost overrun, hollows dragging men, women, and children out of their homes and rounding them up like cattle." "Hold on," said Gray as he leaned forward slightly, crossing his arms as he pressed against the table. "Rounding them up? From what I've seen of hollows in the past month, they don't seem the type to ever take prisoner. They just eat them or kill them, no middle ground. They are almost like animals in that regard." "Not all of them," muttered Shinji. "Strong hollows have intelligence. Some are as smart, or even smarter, than all of us, bearing Kisuke over there of course. And the mindless hollows will swallow their more primal urges if ordered by one with enough power to make them cower." "We found that out too," Karen admitted. "Fought a hollow claiming to be the 8th ranked Espada or something like that. We killed it, but it was a close fight. Took control of parts of our body with the psi power it had, but we killed it in the end. We killed the rest of the hollows present too, but when night came, more came. Another was leading them this time," Karen added. "A stronger hollow with far more hollows at its disposal. There was probably thousands of them and they surrounded the village completely. The only reason they didn't take it is because Toshiro put some kind of barrier up. It was called. It had a few names actually. Kind of like a multi-part spell. Shijuyu no Samon. Exclaimed Shinji, Karen nodding her head rapidly. That's it. But how dash? That's the strongest barrier spell the kid knows. It's built using a few other strong Kidu barriers to encapsulate an area. Generally you don't cast it around yourself, but in this case he must have had no choice if he wanted to protect the village. A spell like that won't hold for long under pressure though, pointed out Ichigo. Toshiro's limit has increased over the years, but that spell is costly. Karen, when did you last see Toshiro? About 3 days ago I think. Ichigo swore. 3 days is a long time. And if the hollows were attaching the barrier during that time, it could already have been destroyed by now. It could be, admitted Kisuke, scratching his chin with one hand in thought. But the barrier is strong. While there is a lot of hollows there, the barrier itself is pretty powerful in its own right. It's costly for a reason. I'd say he's still alive, though we'll be cutting it close by trying to reach him. What bothers me more however is how Karen here escaped. I ran, said Karen simply. I used Shunpo and did my best to get past their forces, clearing a line through with my Bankai at first before sealing it away to conserve magic. It was difficult but I managed to do it somehow. We knew we would need to get word out to get help. I know, Kisuke replied. And you see that's what worries me. The hollows might be smart enough to know that too. You're saying they intentionally let me get away? I was being chased for days. And yet you only fought a few dozen hollows. Am I right? Karen reluctantly nodded. It's just with thousands at their leader's disposal, why send only a small amount such as what chased you? It would be more effective to overwhelm you with larger numbers in case you decided to fight back. But instead it let you run away, uncaring if the message of what it was doing got out at all. A trap, stated Mest calmly from his seat. It's got to be the reason. Gray frowned. For us. Technically. Or rather him, Mest added, pointing at Ichigo. We all know how Baragan hates him. If they wanted to draw anyone into the trap, it would be him. And what better way to do that by using his own student and his own sister to draw him in? Even if he knows it's a trap, he still won't be able to help himself. That's their logic behind it. We can't ignore it, muttered Ichigo. Karen, do you think you can point out where the village is roughly on a map? Sure. I remember the name and the rough location, so I should be able to narrow down the area enough. That'll do. Everyone get ready for battle. We don't know what state the situation will be in when we arrive, so we'll have to prepare for the worst. Better grab something to eat first then, said Mest as he got to his feet and began heading for the door. No point fighting on an empty stomach. You hungry, Miss Doggin? Not party dash. Great, come with me. Ignoring Miss Dogan's protests, Mest grabbed the man by the back of his suit, dragging him along with him. I'm starving. What about you? Well, that was weird, muttered Shinji as he got to his feet himself. If you need me, Ichigo, I'll be at my room. Just sound the alarm or something when we arrive. I better make sure all my projects are still secure, Kisuke said himself as he made to leave. Miss Kurosaki, Hibiki over there will help you find the village's precise location. Best of luck. Thanks. Glancing around, she noticed everyone else was leaving. Hey Ichigo, out of curiosity, where's that Quincy? You mean Uriah? Ichigo asked, preparing to leave himself. He's probably in his room. He doesn't leave much. Can't risk leaving it really. If anyone gets even the faintest idea that he can move freely, then the prisoner's Wiwak has might as well be dead. Until we fight Wiwak, the best he can do in his current state is provide us information while analyzing opponents. So was your trade worth it? Don't, Karen. He left before she could try and bring up Yuzu again, Karen finding herself alone in the room with Hibiki. Well then, shall we start searching? Hibiki asked, generating a map between them as he moved closer. You should have been around here, he added, waving a hand across the screen as the southwest quadrant of the map expanded in place of the rest of Fiori. And the current known villages are here. Clicking his fingers, the map before him lit up with a multitude of red lights, names flashing above them. Any of these look familiar. There, Karen muttered after a few moments of searching, pointing her finger at one of the furthest villages in Fiori. That's it. Interesting, muttered Hibiki, holding up a hand as a small screen manifested in front of his palm. Lashras. You were right about the defenses, they certainly have some pretty fancy improvements when compared to most villages out there. Miles ahead actually. How on earth did they get the Magic Council to build them those? Oh. What? What is it? Nothing to worry about. I'll prepare a course now. We're going to have to do this quietly, we aren't exactly allowed to leave the barrier, but I don't think we'll make it in time to save Toshiro if we wait for permission. I might even have to ask Ichigo to stay on board the ship if the need comes to prevent outsiders from detecting his presence. Wouldn't do us any good to be too far away when we're needed and get caught unawares, though he might not listen if the situation is too dire. You have a lot of stupid hoops to jump through, don't you? Karen muttered in annoyance. Doesn't it get boring? It does a bit, but we represent a significant power in Ishgar's forces currently. We're the emergency relief force. Can't just up and vanish for a long period of time and cause a big commotion, but I think we can get away with it this once, especially if we can work out why those hollows are so far away from their battlefield. Glancing back at another screen, Hibiki began reading the data before pausing, realizing Karen was still sitting there awkwardly. Oh, feel free to explore the ship if you want. No one will mind. It's fine, I've been here before, remember? Oh yeah. Well, might as well settle in. I've sent a message to Nozomi to have her prepare creating a portal for us in half an hour's time. Half an hour. People do need to get ready. When we arrive we'll charge out as fast as we can, but we can't do that if we aren't prepared. Besides, Nozomi needs a bit of time to charge up her magic for a portal of the correct size and to coordination our exit point. Taking a single person or a few people is an easy task, but a whole ship needs one big portal, and that takes a bit of time to gather the magic. Just relax. It's not like you'll be fighting anyway. What? Exclaimed in outrage. Taoshiro's out there, I can't sit still and dash. If you feel up to it then feel free, Hibiki said as he interrupted her, not once looking up from the increasing number of screens he was generating around him. But in your condition there really is nothing you can do. I've already looked at the scans Hades sent over to me, quite kind of him really to do that, and you aren't at 100%. You really should go get something to eat too. Hades managed to substitute some of the lost nutrients, but real food is a far better solution. I'm not hungry. Very well. There's also your magical power. You think those few hours you were unconscious for are enough to restore all your magical power? I'd say you are at around a fifth to a quarter of your normal limit. Most of what you were recovering was being funneled right back into fixing you up, so if I'm being honest it would be in the best interests of everyone if you stayed on board. And do what? What on earth am I meant to do on board here? Hibiki frowned, thinking up ideas himself. No clue. You could look after Levi if you want. You can't do much with her, but Ichigo would appreciate that anyway. Wait. Look after Levi. So that was why she hadn't been here. Is she sick? What happened to her? Hibiki paused from his work, the screens lowering around him as he turned to face Karen properly. She got injured. About a month ago. How bad? Karen asked immediately. A month ago was far too long for someone to still be injured for when they had access to some of the best healers around. All they would have to do is travel to a specialist if need be, or bring one on board. Which meant it was something worse. What even happened? Well, 1 month ago we struck out at Zeref. Destroyed his resurrection system for his demons, and ever since he's been missing entirely. But during the battle, Levi encountered a demon too strong for her. Sighing, Hibiki brought a hand to his head to lean against. She still won, by the skin of her teeth, but she's been in stasis ever since. Stasis? Yeah. We theorized taking her out, but she has massive internal damage according to Kisuk, along with near 100% of her bones being broken and a lot of them being badly set. Kisuk has a plan of sorts, but he can't keep her alive long enough for it to win. And according to the time needed and the kind of power necessary, I'd say the best bet would be a sky magic user. Wendy or Kelia, Karen muttered in realization. The same two that bastard Quincy has alongside my sister. Hibiki nodded. Exactly. I don't think I'll be long till we strike at them, to be honest. Ichigo's been trying to be patient with this, she's in no danger right now as it stands, but he spends half his time by Levy's bed, staring at her and blaming himself. He won't admit it out loud, but it's clear for all to see. Waiting for Wywak to make a move doesn't seem to be working, so he'll probably strike himself soon. Protector of the Fairies. Report, Neutra growled out, glaring at one of the few hollows with the nerve to report to him in this state. What is it, Tessera? The short blonde-haired Arrancar bowed his head slightly before his master as he crouched before him. I apologize for disturbing you. Speak. Hurry up, Tessera, my patience these days is stretched thin. The hollow nodded as he brought his head back up, revealing an eye-patch-covered right eye to Neutra, the fragments of the hollow's mask stretched across his forehead. Joe has finished his scouting and has returned. Joe showed some reluctance in the task. Made the claim that you were not his master and he had no reason to follow his orders. His master is dead and I was stronger than him anyway. Tell him that if he tries to refuse again. I already did. He's wise enough to listen and obey, if a bit reluctantly. So long as he listens, then we'll have no problem, Neutra replied, continuing to glance at the large box-shaped barrier surrounding the village. We're sure the white-haired mage is still in there. Tessera nodded. Positive. No holes in the barrier have opened since we allowed the female to escape. He's still in there. Good. And none of the hollows have tried pushing their luck yet in striking the barrier. None. Not since you slaughtered a few of them for disobeying. Good, Neutra muttered. Very good, in fact. I thought I'd have to kill more before they would listen to me, but I guess I was wrong. Has Gantenbin returned yet? Again, Tessera nodded. Arrived just 10 minutes ago. The reinforcements you wanted have arrived, with Lord Barragan's favor too. It seems he is pleased with your actions. He goddamn better be, Neutra growled out, placing a hand against his chest. I won't last much longer. I've got maybe a few days at best until I die from his curse. If I don't produce a result by then, I'm dead. And you will get them, assured Tessera. Lord Barragan would never commit such resources to you if he didn't believe this had promise to it. You have one of Ichigo Kurosaka's friends trapped within, and news must have certainly reached him by now. He will not be able to help himself, and when he appears you can strike him down with your full force. He won't be able to do it, exclaimed a childlike voice from behind them both, Neutra scowling as he recognized why he felt so annoyed at hearing it. Like the sixth Espada would stand a chance. Oh look, the brat came too, snarled Neutra, turning round to face the hollow child constantly at the side of Starkey. You couldn't come alone, you lazy bastard. A babysitter not good enough. You want my help or not? Asked Starkey with a yawn. I didn't want to do this, but Lilynet volunteered me. I would have slept if I could. I don't need your help. I could kill him myself. I would beg to differ, said a third hollow, this one with shoulder-length pink hair and a pair of grey square-framed glasses. You are all brawn and not brains. What could an imperfect being, such as yourself, hope to achieve? I meanwhile would have a far better chance, what with the knowledge I have managed to obtain with my Rokurisha. Say Alaporo. Why am I not surprised you are here? Well, Lord Barragan is taking this matter seriously. He seemed quite pleased when I spoke to him. Well, as pleased as that man can appear, I suppose. I still don't think any of us are enough for this, Starkey pointed out with another yawn. We're, what? Second, sixth, and seventh? Would have been better with Lord Barragan, Ulquira, and Tyr. You left yourself off that list. I know, Starkey replied lazily. I just want to sleep. Fighting is too tiresome. Then stay out of it, replied Neutra angrily. When I kill him, I'll prove to everyone that I'm the strongest out there. Just you watch. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.